get ready for a wild ride through Hollywood on movies and more. Every Sunday night from 7 to 8 p.m. on AM 1410 WRMN. Join provocative critic Lisa Johnson Mandel and fellow critic Derek Sante as they sift through the latest movies and streaming content. With spoiler-free reviews, intriguing news, and even movie star interviews, they'll help you decide what to watch without the confusion. Your time and money are precious. Let us guide you to the best entertainment. Don't miss out. Tune in for your inside scoop on the world of film. Every Sunday night from 7 to 8 p.m. on AM 1410 WRMN.
It is 6:06 here on the first shift on this Thursday morning. It is the 5th day of December. Welcome to Studio 14 in downtown Elgin on this crisp and very, very cold morning. It is time for the first shift. And I'm Marky B reporting live for duty. In our first shift every day, here on WRMN, the talk of the town begins with our Pledge of Allegiance and with our national anthem. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And a good Thursday morning to you from WRMN and from the Fox River Valley Media Network.
Welcome to the first shift, right here on the Voice of the Valley, WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM. Don't get that excited. I'm only introducing Marky B. Exactly. Featuring local news and sports, your Fox Valley forecast and local traffic twice an hour at 15 and 45 minutes past. Timely interviews, a radio shopping show preview, milestones and memories, and born on dates of the lates and greats. Elgin trivia, and all of your phone calls, texts, and Facebook comments as part of the staff meeting. The First Shift is the most informative, entertaining, and interactive morning show in all of the Fox River Valley and beyond.
You liar!
Well, okay. At least it makes great background noise, whether you're at work, in the car, or at home.
Whatever.
Your host, Mark B., maintains an upbeat attitude every day despite the fact that he's saddled with an overall lack of talent, a delusioned ego, and false hope for a bright future.
Loser.
Yeah, he's pretty much a loser. But at least he tries. Welcome to Studio 14 in downtown Elgin for the first shift on WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
It is 6:09. It is a Thursday morning, the 5th day of December. Live from downtown Elgin, it is the first shift here at WRMN, AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. Good morning. Welcome to the 340th day of the year, the 49th week of the year, and the fourth quarter of the year. And it's super cold outside this morning as we have wind chill factors below zero at the moment as the show gets underway. So bundle up today if you decide to try to get out, and I guess many of us do have to, right? To take kids to school, to go to work, to do what we do on a daily basis. Today, I'll go over the full forecast in just a moment. It's the morning after if you're in Elgin. Quite a spectacle last night. If you were in Elgin, I'm sure you heard about it. If you were anywhere around here, you probably heard about it. What went down over in Tent City, as we call it here in Elgin last night. This is a picture that was sent to us on our Image 360 information line. And this picture is taken, it looks like, from the Edward Schock Center, the Heritage Ballroom area. So it's a little bit of a distance away. I'm not sure if Dino took that picture. We were out there. I was directly across the street from the river and took some video of the crazy fire that took place in Tent City last night. There is a still shot of it. And I've got it blazing on my phone, and I sent it to the Image 360 information line. Unfortunately, it doesn't transfer so well. I'm disappointed to see that. But let me go ahead and show you what I had on my phone last night. And you can just get an idea what I'm talking about, what I saw. That's wind. I guess you hear the fire too, and you can kind of see it. I was standing directly across the river from it last night, and when I left work, I saw a big black plume of smoke and decided to follow it, and that's what I found at the end of what I followed. As I was standing on the west side of the Gail Borden Public Library looking directly across the river, so that was at about, I guess, 5:30 or so when the fire was flaming as big as it got, I guess, at about that time. So certainly a dramatic scene there. I wish we could have captured it a little bit better so it took up more of the screen, but that's what I have for you right now. It's Studio 14 in downtown Elgin, and it is a Thursday morning here on the show. And I'll capture more. If you saw or have any pictures you want to send to me, I'll show you what else I have in just a few minutes. It's 6:13 here at WRMN. Friend Brenda's outside, and she's trying to make a delivery over here to me, but I'm on the air right now, and it may take another couple of minutes before I can get outside, Brenda. If you have patience, I'm not sure if you have enough patience. I know you have to get over to the hut to open up the store this morning by Eaton's Redwood Inn. It is 6:13 here at WRMN. So the fire took place last night. We have some images to show you. And again, this is probably the best one that we have at this time. It's sad. We don't make light of it. It's a situation that the city of Elgin has to address. And we'll hear from Elgin Police Chief Rob Soggin coming up in just a couple of minutes, as he made the announcement at the Elgin City Council meeting last night. It'll be his announcement from the City Council meeting where he talks about it a little bit. I'll play that first in just a couple of minutes. And then at 7:35 this morning, Chief Rob Soggin is going to join me live, not from Studio 14, but from the telephone. And we'll see if the Fire Department of Elgin has learned any more since last night. So a lot of that coverage coming up today on the show. It happened to have happened right about the time that the Elgin City Council meeting was going to start last night. So the City Council meeting was in session last night, The blaze had pretty much been extinguished by about 6 o'clock, I would say, and nobody was hurt that we know of right now. It got dark about 5. It was super cold, very, very windy, and I'm sure the wind played a role in the fire last night, the spreading of that fire very rapidly. So, a lot of coverage on that this morning. We have Chief Rob Sagan coming up this morning at about 7:35 live. We'll hear some of his other comments. The Elgin Fire Chief coming up in just a couple of minutes from the City Council meeting last night. We'll hear from Assistant City Manager Karina Nava as well from last night's City Council meeting. We're a little Elgin-centric because it was a big event that took place right next to the river. It shut down Metro train coverage and the movement of the Metro train for a while. And the good news is nobody is hurt, but I imagine a few people down there that live in Tent City are displaced. And we've talked a lot about Tent City in the last few months. We've had City Manager Rick Kozel on the show from the City of Elgin. We've had Chief Annalalli on the show from the City of Elgin. And we've had Mayor Dave Captain, of course. And I have reached out to Mayor Captain. It was in the middle of the City Council meeting last night. I left him a message, so maybe we can get at least a brief comment from the mayor at some point during the show this morning as well. I'm not sure what he's got to say. I'm not sure what anybody has to say right now, but this might hasten a decision on what to do with that area. Obviously, it'll be interesting to see what it looks like after daylight this morning. If you go to that area this morning and you get any pictures, send them my way. We can see how much burned once the daylight comes. 505-926-1410. That is the Image 360 information line if you want to send me a message this morning. That's 505-926-1410. If you do get out there this morning, once it does become daylight, it will be interesting to see the remnants. You certainly can play WRMN first shift staff reporter if you want to, but make sure you bundle up if you do. It is super cold, and we usually start the show with the forecast, so let me go ahead and give you a forecast update right now. It was pretty frigid and very windy last night, and so it was hard for me to try to give a live report while I was watching it, because on WRMN, I don't think anybody would have been able to hear what I was saying because it was so windy down there. The temperature was, I'm not sure what the temperature was at that time. It might not have been such a cold temperature, about 30 degrees, but the wind made it feel frigid. Right now it's 11 degrees outside. We have fair skies. Winds are out of the west at 16 miles an hour, gusting to 25. And the wind chill factor is 6 below. 6 below zero right now. So there's a lot to sort out today in the city of Elgin. And I would imagine the city council, the city manager, and everybody else has to really get together once they see what happened today and talk about the next step. We'll talk more about that as the show goes on today. Occasional flurries are possible during the morning today. We will have some sunshine, and we'll have a high of about 26 degrees. The wind chill values will stay below zero throughout the day today, very blustery. Tonight, partly cloudy skies with a low of 12. And then slowly but surely it does start to get better. Still another cold day on your Friday, mostly sunny with a high of 29. Partly cloudy and 20 tomorrow night, and then we're up to 40 on Saturday, mostly sunny skies. And then Sunday, mostly sunny with a high all the way to 50 degrees on Sunday. 48 for next Monday. So some mild conditions comparatively to what we've seen in recent days coming in the next few days, but not today. Still very cold today and tomorrow. Sunshine in 26 today and sunshine in 29 tomorrow. So that's what's happening. It's 6:19. We are on YouTube. A lot of people are making comments this morning. We're at WRMN Radio on YouTube if you want to jump on there and you know of a food drive or you know of something going on for the homeless. I did see something that was posted on the Elgin Police Department Facebook page, and I'll get to that in just a couple of moments. I'll keep surfing around on the internet as well to find out any more information that I can find that pertains to, I don't know, temporary shelters or where some of those people that might live in that area exactly where the fire took place can go. The shelters were open last night because the temperature was cold enough, so I guess the irony of that was good. But I'm sure it was the wind, the gusty wind, and the fact that some of the people over there were trying to stay warm that led to the fire. We don't know the exact cause yet. I'm not sure the chief knows the exact cause yet. 6:20 here at WRMN. When we come back from this short break, in fact, let's not even wait until then. Let's keep it right here because it's already 6:20, and I want to make sure we have enough time to hear what Chief Sagan had to say at the Elgin City Council meeting last night. So let me see if I could find that. It was the first thing once the regular City Council meeting took place last night. Let's see. Mayor Dave Captain threw it over to the chief, Rob Sagan, who was there. And let me see if I can't get this to play and show it to you on YouTube. 621 WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube this morning, the day after the Tent City fire. It is December the 5th, and we're broadcasting live from Douglas Avenue here in downtown Elgin. Let's see if this is Chief Rob Sagan for us right now.
Good evening, everyone. So I think as everybody knows, we had a substantial incident down at Tent City tonight. This call came in about 10 minutes to 5. Upon arrival, we had a large body of fire. It is on social media now. I saw a couple photos already. So what I'm here to tell you is we estimate that we have approximately 4 to 5 structures of some sort that were lost. Now, when I talk about structures in this type of environment, some are simply structures made out of tarps, but then there are also substantial wooden structures down there with doors and windows, and a couple of those were lost also. So there are 4 to 5, best I can tell, footprints of areas that were lost. When I was the first one on the scene there with the first police officer, nobody was on site in the area. The police did a canvass of the immediate area around it, around the fire damaged area, and nobody was there. We talked to a couple of people that wandered by and said if they had heard of anything, anybody around. Nobody was around, and one person did say they don't believe anybody was living in that specific area at this point in time. One thing we don't know is, one, if that's accurate, and two, with it being right around dinner time, were those people in fact out at the getting dinner at one of the churches, wherever the churches were, whichever church was hosting dinner tonight. So at this point, it's very, very difficult for us to tell if they were occupied. There is a lot of debris there, and there certainly is remnants of people having lived there, but whether they're living there today or not, we just don't know. There were no injuries from police or fire, and obviously no civilian injuries at this point. The fire has been put out. One challenge that we continue to have is the wind. If you haven't been out in the last couple hours, the wind has really picked up. And because of the conditions of the woods down there, a lot of the trees were on fire. So now we're dealing with embers that are 30, 40, 50 feet in the air. We believe we have them, but with this wind, our biggest concern right now is the fire's completely out. Our embers that were blown 40, 50, 60, 70 yards down, and they're smoldering, and there's no way for us to get into every corner and crevice of that area to ensure that there's nothing there. So I would say there's a slight chance that we could have a problem there later on in the evening. I don't think it's likely, but it is something that could happen.
Okay. Well, keep us informed and make sure that the people get the assistance that they have. Mr. Thorne.
Yeah, that's what I was going to.
Thank you. Thank you, Rob, for your quick assistance and the EPD.
I've had 2 texts already from people that are concerned and would like to know if there's any opportunity to donate clothing.
So at this point, there's no way to directly help anybody who may have been there because there is nobody there. We actually had somebody show up on site with coats to give to these people. There's nobody there to give them to. So if they really want to donate, the Community Crisis Center is doing a coat drive. They could put those there. I think the one lady who did stop by was going to go to the emergency shelter tonight and offer those to them to see if anybody shows up from there and says, hey, I lost all my stuff in this fire. So that's kind of the best we can do at this point because there's no direct way to help who lived in that area.
Thank you.
It's Elgin Fire Chief Rob Sagan from last night's Elgin City Council meeting. Now we're going to hear from City Assistant Manager Karina Nava.
The SURL, the Coalition for Religious Leaders in Elgin, as well as our community partners who work with people who live in Tent City to coordinate some type of help, whether that's coats or food, whatever it might be. We just need to figure out what the needs are first. Thankfully, our emergency warming shelter was scheduled to be open today because of the weather, so that's an option for tonight, and we're just going to be taking it day by day. But any updates we will be posting, sharing with our network of providers and community leaders, and posting something on social media if there is that opportunity to donate anything.
Okay, Ms. Powell.
That answered my question. I just wanted someone to remind folks about the emergency warming shelter that is open tonight, and hopefully...
This is Tish Powell, Elgin City Councilwoman Tish Powell talking right now. Chief Rob Sagan is going to speak a little more here. We'll let him talk from last night's City Council meeting, and then he's going to be with me live in an hour at about 7:35 after the bottom of the hour news at 7:30 this morning to talk more about it. But let's hear from Chief Sagan just a little bit more right now from last night's Elgin City Council meeting
no one was hurt.
as City Councilwoman Carol Rauschenberger asks him a question.
Of where we're going to put people that probably stay there. Is there going to be an investigation on how the fire started?
We're going to take a look at it, but with the amount of the damage and the type of materials, it's not the typical type of fire investigation you can do in a structure where you have fire patterns that will help direct us back to that area of origin. But we will have somebody to go out there and take a look at it, but it's going to be very difficult to be able to identify that. Also, one other challenge you have is when you have open areas like this, when you have a fire, the wind, what we call wind-driven fire, changes the fire dynamics. So it'll make it very challenging for us to actually find out exactly where this happened, where this started, and what may have started it.
Yeah. And then I think it's a concern for all of us to say, what's the future of people out in the cold and having fires, et cetera? I don't know if they had them before, but it sounds like someone had fire.
Well, and if there was if this was an open burning fire, or somebody created like a fire pit, that could be one option. We also did find generators down there, whether those were running at the time of the event, and if they were tied to heaters. Those are all things that we just don't have answers to.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Keep us informed.
All right, there you have it from Elgin Fire Chief Rob Sagan from last night's Elgin City Council meeting. And again, he's going to join me live on the first shift in about an hour at 7:35 this morning to give me any information he has gathered since last night. A crazy night in downtown Elgin last night with the fire in the homeless encampment, as others call it. We know it here in downtown Elgin. In Elgin, if you've lived here for any length of time, as Tent City. It's 6:29 here at WRMN. We have 2 phone calls. One's Derica. Derica, if you can hang on past the bottom of the hour break, we will get to you. The other, I'm not sure who it is, but we do have to take this quick news break here at the bottom of the hour. If you can hold past the bottom of the hour, take your 2 phone calls. As soon as we come back, we'll continue with the first shift. News, weather, sports information on the way. First shift staff meeting. We are on YouTube. Thanks for all your early morning comments. And we also have the Image 360 information line if you want to reach out to us that way at 505-926-1410. Going to be a busy morning. Hampshire Mayor Mike Reed, MR2, joins me in the 8 o'clock hour this morning. He's my regularly scheduled co-host on Thursday mornings. Got another guest coming at 9:30 as well. So I'll tell you all about that. A lot to cover on the first shift today. Cold outside right now, 11 degrees here in downtown Elgin in the Fox River Valley. Keep it right here on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Linzess. Elgin emergency crews tackling a significant fire at a homeless encampment near North State Street and Kimball Street on Tuesday. Firefighters arriving to find multiple structures ablaze but managed to quickly control the situation. No injuries were reported. The cause of the fire remains under investigation. The Elgin Police Department will hold their winter open house this Saturday. The community invited to the EPD lobby from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. to enjoy a host of festive activities, including a visit from Santa Claus this Saturday from 10 a.m. until noon at the Elgin Police Department. The city of Elgin announcing plans for a weekend of honoring civil rights icon Dr. Martin Luther King with a series of commemorative events anchored by the 40th annual prayer breakfast scheduled for Saturday, January 18th of 2025 at the Elgin Community College beginning at 8:30 a.m. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Get even more savings this holiday season by becoming a Milo's Rewards member. Don't miss new member deals dropping every week, like $15 off a purchase of $50 or more on select Bounty, Charmin, and Puffs paper products. Plus, get free standard shipping with Silver Key status. Just one more way Lowe's is here to help you shop, save, and enjoy the holidays. Join for free today. Milo's Rewards program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change. Exclusions and more terms apply. Visit Lowe's.com/shipping terms for details.
Progressive presents good news, bad news, dumb news, then great news. Good news. While leaning over the fence, your neighbors said you could save money bundling home and auto insurance with Progressive. Bad news. Your neighbor leaned over a little too much and broke your fence. Dumb news. Somehow fence wood is more expensive than wood. Great news. You decide to see if you could save money bundling at Progressive.com and to plant really tall shrubs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. Men's college hoops tomorrow night. It'll be number 19 Illinois visiting Northwestern. The Illini are 6-1 overall. They've won 3 in a row. Northwestern comes in 6-3 overall. The Huskies 0-1 in Big Ten play, while it'll be the first conference game of the season for the Illini. Last night in overtime, Belmont beat Illinois State 99-97. Western Illinois with a 97-64 win over St. Ambrose. Northern Iowa beat UIC 83-56. Texas Tech over DePaul 76-62. NFL this Sunday, the Bears visit the 49ers. Chicago 0-5 on the road this season, 4-8 overall. The Niners are 5-7, 3-3 at home. NHL last night at United Center, the Bruins beat the Blackhawks 4-2.
Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive.
I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Hard to believe that Christmas is only a couple of weeks away, right? But there's still plenty of time to find incredible gift deals because Macy's Friends and Family Sale is happening now. What does that mean? It means when you use your coupon or Macy's card, you can take an extra 30% off, just like Friends and Family can. That's 30% off the best holiday gifts, 30% off the best designer brands, 30% off what's trending right now. It's just this week. It's just what you were looking for, and it's only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, occasional snow showers before noon, then sunny with a high near 26. It feels like -10 with gusty winds up to 40 miles per hour. This afternoon, sunny with temperatures falling to around 23. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 12. It feels like one. Currently, it is 11 degrees with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
My phone.
Hear that? It's the sound of a skater dropping her phone and smashing it on the ice. Yep, it's definitely broken. But at Verizon, we got you. For a limited time, trade in any phone, any condition from one of our top brands and get a new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus on Unlimited Ultimate and Watch 7 and Tab S9 FE 5G. That's up to $1,900 in value. So you'll save big on 3 great gifts. Only at Verizon. Service plan required for watch and tablet. Up to $1,900 value based on phone, watch, and tablet. Trade in and additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
Christmas season. WRMN 635 on this crisp, more than just crisp, really, really cold Thursday morning. And we're going to spend a lot of time this morning talking about an unfortunate event. Thanks to the firefighters, thanks to the Elgin police for jumping onto the scene last night. I would say that in Tent City last night, I probably got there a couple of minutes after 5 o'clock. I had just left work. I saw this black plume of smoke. I decided to follow it, and I followed it to the library. I knew that if I got on the east side of the river, I'd have a good view of it. And getting to the west side of the river would have been impossible where Tent City actually was, unless you lived up on the hill somewhere. And I did see some video last night from people shooting down from up there. So I had a really good clear shot across the river, and that was where I filmed from for a few minutes. Kind of hard. You can't really wear gloves when you're using your phone to film because gloves are too bulky. And then using bare hands got so cold so fast that it was hard to do that for very long either. So 6:36 here at WRMN, but I have more information about a couple of things resulting from last night's fire in just a moment. I want to take these 2 phone calls right now at 847-931-1410. If you want to call, send in pictures to 505-926-1410. This morning you can do that too. And I'll show pictures and video that I have this morning. We got to get a better way of getting some video. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just what I have to use in the way I'm videoing things that doesn't make it all that good when I try to transcribe it onto YouTube and show it to you. So I'll get better at that. 6:37 here on the first shift this morning. And good morning. Welcome to the show.
Hi, Mark. Morning.
Hi, Susan. How are you?
I'm doing really good. I want to wish Downtown Jose a very happy birthday today. Love you, darling. Happy birthday.
Yes, I understand Downtown Jose and both Northwest Wesley Jr. II might be having a birthday today, too. So I'll confirm if that's true or not. But thanks for calling in, Susan.
You're welcome. Morning for shifters. Bye.
Have a great day. Sidekick Susan checking in to wish Downtown Jose a happy birthday. 6:37 here at WRMN. We'll stay on the phones and take it down under for a moment and check in with our friend Derica from Australia. Good evening, Derica.
Good evening, Marky B. I heard about the Tent City fire. I'm really sorry to hear that.
Yeah, we don't know exactly how many people live down there, and it wasn't the entire area down by the river last night that was affected by the fire. Just one area, and I don't know how many people live in that one area, so it's hard to tell how many are kind of displaced from their home, if you will. But when it gets to be daylight here in the next hour or so, we'll be able to see a lot more of what it looks like down there.
Yeah. Well, since I heard on the news report that there was nobody around, police said then they're all safe then, as far as that goes.
Yeah, that's what Chief Robisagan said at the city council meeting last night. He said that there was nobody around when they went down there after they were able to get the fire under control. And so it didn't appear as though anybody was caught in the fire. Maybe when they saw the fire starting to spread real fast, they were able to get out of there in time. So that's the good news as far as that goes.
Yeah. Maybe someone was burning a candle or something, and it fell over or something.
Could have been a lot of things. There's a lot going on down there. There's the structures have gotten bigger. It was really, really cold and really, really windy last night. So anybody that had tried to light a fire with a propane tank could have gotten out of hand. If they had a little fire pit, who knows? I guess we'll find out more today. Even the chief wasn't sure when he reported at the city council meeting last night. He'll be with me in about an hour, so we'll see if he knows any more this morning.
I know the fire pit, there would be embers from that, and that could have been from that too. But I wanted to wish everyone who's having a birthday today over there a very happy birthday from me here in Australia. That's Downtown Jose and Adriana, Hector Soto's niece, and anyone else who's having a birthday today.
Well, thanks for the wishes from Australia.
I get a big kick out of that.
Yeah. And thanks for joining me here on the show today.
That's all right. And I bet Nini's getting all excited as each day goes by.
Come again?
I bet Nini Rose is getting all excited as each day goes by.
Oh, I imagine so, yeah. Probably starting tomorrow, she'll be waiting at the door here, maybe up for days, just waiting to see if that package comes. But I wouldn't advise it because it's really cold outside, so she'd have to bundle up if she's going to hang out here at the radio station for a few days.
Yeah, it's not going to appear that quickly. It's going to take at least 2 weeks.
Yeah. But if you want to camp out here in Nini Rose, we'll let you in, I guess, so you don't have to stay out in the cold. And if you feel that need to be here 24/7 until the package comes. So, well, have a great day, Derica.
I will, and I've been imagining her reaction when she gets it.
I hope Hector's there to take a picture when she opens the package.
Yes, Hector, please take a photo. Be there and to take a photo.
Yes. Please, Hector, please. All right, have a great day, Derica. Take care.
Okay, see ya.
All right, bye. There's Derica checking in this morning here on the first shift. She has sent a package, and it is headed for Nini Rose. And eventually, one day, it'll get here. 6:41 here at WRMN. Christmas season. It's not so festive for some. And I do have some information I want to share from different posts last night. Someone posted, Eddie James, I'm not sure who Eddie is, but I saw him post this in 2 different places last night or this morning. If you want to help AID, Associates for Individual Development, I guess Eddie might do something for AID saying we, so maybe he's with AID. He says, we will be, or AID, no, he didn't say we, my bad. AID will be having a pop-up lunch at 11 a.m. in the parking lot across from the library. I've seen AID there sometimes when I'm out running. Today would be an important day for them to be there. And that's in that empty parking spot just to the south of Kimball. Just across the street from the library and just a little bit to the east of the river. So AID is going to provide some aid, thus the acronym AID. And they're having a pop-up lunch today at 11 a.m. A lot of people will be needing help. Not only those that might have been affected by the fire last night, but others that are living in Tent City or living in turmoil right now in the holiday season. So keep that in mind. That was one Facebook post that I saw. Another came, I'm not sure who made this post. Nicole, someone named Nicole, posted a picture of the fire last night. Again, if you're just joining me, big fire in Tent City last night. And from a distance, that's kind of what it looked like, as it was in the middle. It was in prime time for the fire. And that shot just from the south of the center of Elgin and the west side of the center building where the Heritage Ballroom is. 6:44 here at WRMN. So, as a part of that post, I saw that Ismail Cordova Clow posted this. He posted a list of community organizations and businesses in which you can drop off donations if you are so inclined. Paul's Family Restaurant, good people up on McLean Boulevard, always trying to help out. I heard about Paul's helping out last night. Hector says the same thing on YouTube this morning at WRMN Radio on YouTube. Paul's Family Restaurant accepting donations for any winter clothing, sleeping bags, food, money donations. They also have a link to the Amazon registry list. That's Paul's Family Restaurant. Pads of Elgin, that's a homeless shelter, of course. Pads, last time I spoke with Jen over at Pads, she said they do have a little bit of room right now, so we'll see if there's any people from Tent City that need to go over towards Pads now. The Community Crisis Center, which is right here near downtown Elgin. Perlita Sanchez, I imagine that's maybe a restaurant. The Village Squire in South Elgin. Food for Greater Elgin. The Bank of an Angel Dog Rescue. Vern's Tavern. And Tisani Simmons. List of community organizations and businesses in which you can drop off donations today. The fire departments, we have 7 in the Elgin area. They've been taking coats anyway, even before this. So if you have any coats for adults, you can pick your closest fire station in the city of Elgin and drop those off. And I'm sure, if need be, those coats will make their way to the right place. So we'll have more from Chief Rob Sagan coming up next hour on last night's Tent City Fire. Tent City is our largest Elgin homeless camp. We were doing some live coverage last night during a political talk show right here on WRMN. Sonar asked me the question on the air as I was reporting from out there. How many people live in that area? That's kind of guesswork, I think. So I couldn't really give him the answer. The answer I gave him in that entire Tent City area, the answer I gave him was 75 to 100 people. I don't know if I'm accurate or not, but that's my best guess based on what I've heard. The number of people affected, don't know yet. But certainly a few people lived where that structure fire took place. As Chief Sagan said, there were some canvases and wooden structures and windows and things like that. So a few people must have been displaced right there. Thankfully, they had left the place or weren't there when the fire took place. That was at about 5 o'clock. So they may have been going over to the church, as Chief Sagan said, to eat. And they may not have been there at that time. That would have been a fortunate break for them at that time. 647 here at WRMN, 847-931-1410. Take a phone call now from a man who's been around for quite some time, knows a lot about a lot of things. He's our friend Westside Freddy. What's up, Westside?
Mark the Foot. How you doing, brother?
I'm trying to be kicking it, man. How you doing?
For sure, man. Trying to kick it and stay warm.
Yes, sir. Got my warmest sweater on today, as a matter of fact. I finally learned my lesson, I think.
Yeah, I was supposed to go to that breakfast this morning, but I can't get anybody to open their own doors. So
the breakfast over at Camp Big Timber starts at 7:30.
Yeah,
That's
man,
one.
I so much was looking forward to that.
Yeah, I guess you can go if you want to. Breakfast starts at 7:30 over at Camp Big Timber. They're going to honor a couple of our locals, including a pastor that was on the air with us last week, and South Elgin Mayor Steve Ward, and Carla Jimenez with U46. So be about an hour and a half from 7:30 until 9 this morning, and I don't think you need to make reservations. I think you could probably just walk in. Make a donation,
though. You can show up, yeah, you can just show up and throw a 5 spot on the table.
Yeah.
But if anybody's heading that way, call me. Give me a call.
Yeah.
Would love to take support my good pal, Pastor Parks. And
the Reverend Parks, yes, sir.
Yeah, Patrick Parks. So I was going to comment on that. The fire, with my scouting experience, there's an award outside of the camping merit badge. It's the winter camping badge, and you have to spend 2 nights out in the snow, in a tent, and you learn different survival skills and first aid things that you would do in the wintertime. And those people, they're smart. They know once you start getting under 25 degrees, it's not a good place to be. And even with their own generator, it's hard to keep my house warm here. Just imagine, whatever. I just hate to say shack, but that's technically what it is that you can put together.
Yeah.
So you're not going to stay warm. You're just not. So Greg Schiller, he worked with Tent City for many years. He said a good, like 25% of them would migrate like to Nashville in the wintertime. So, they know they're not a good time to be around there. So all those heating shelters are open, and I'm glad there was nobody there. But that would have been a good chance for someone to assess what's going on.
Yeah. Well, they'll be able to see in there a little better today because there'll be a few fewer trees around that area.
Oh, yeah, the trees.
Yeah.
Man.
Some of the trees were on fire, and then there was significant burning going on in there. So I'm sure in that one area down there, it'll be a lot more clear looking this morning.
Yeah, and there's some manufacturing, there's some homes, Jensen University further north. So a lot of things to keep an eye out for.
Yeah. All right, brother. Well, thanks for checking in this morning.
Good reporting, man. Good reporting. You should invest in just a camera,
Well, we have some stuff. Sonar actually has he's put together some kits that we can use. I think that we might have to get it to a point where each of us just has a kit with us.
Exactly.
Because what happened was, it's just we don't know when these things are going to happen. And I left work and I was chasing it, and there wouldn't have been time for me to scramble back to the station, get the kit, go back. It was dark. So there were a lot of things happening there. But, we're certainly going to work to try to get a little more instantaneous type setups available.
Very cool now that you're moving into the journalist, not just a celebrity radio host.
Yeah. I'm tired of being a super celeb here, kicking it with you every day.
Sure, man.
I got to go cover something.
Get out there with the people and experience the rain, the cold, the snow. That's cool, bro. Love you, man. Have a good show.
All right, Westside. Take care, buddy.
Yep. Peace with you.
Westside Freddy checking in. Yeah. I had to run back to my Jeep, which was parked in the library parking lot, to actually get on the air with Sonar because of how cold it felt and because of how windy it was. I don't think he would have heard me had I stayed out there alongside the river. So I was trying to drive up to a closer parking spot so I could kind of see and talk at the same time. But it's interesting. It's 6:52 here at WRMN. We'll continue our coverage of this throughout the morning. Any new developments? Elgin Police Chief Rob Sagan at 7:35. This morning will join me live, and if you are in that area this morning and you have any pictures you want to send of anything you see, it's beginning to get to be daylight a little bit here in the area. Let's see. It is 6:52, as I mentioned, and the number to call is 847-931-1410. Dino raced down there last night. He called me. I was trying to get on the air with Sonar and Ben at the time, and he was ready to help me with some coverage down there. It was just weird because of how the dynamics of everything. Couldn't really get exactly where the fire was. I did get a good view from where I was, but again, it was dark, cold and windy. It was hard to set things up, so we did the best we could. And what's important is nobody was hurt. And we'll get a live report from Rob Sagan this morning at 7:35. And as I get more information from the city of Elgin this morning, I'll share that with you too. It is 6:53 here at WRMN. There is a lot of other news going on this morning, and we do have our staff meeting to also get in. A busy morning coming up on the show. I have a guest coming up from Freedom Forever. A young lady by the name of Stephanie Eastland, but not until about 9:30 this morning. She's going to tell us about, I saw her at the American Legion the other night. She's a vet, I believe. So it's some veterans tie-in with selling solar panels. I'll find out more this morning in the 9:30 segment, as Stephanie is going to pop by the studio this morning. So we'll get a little demonstration, I guess, from Stephanie on why solar panels can be important to you for saving energy and maybe saving a little on your electric bill. And we'll see how the veterans thing ties into it as well with Stephanie this morning at 9:30. That was already pre-planned before we had any fire last night. As was our hour visit with MR2, Mike Reed II, mayor of Hampshire. It's his day to join me this morning in the 8 o'clock hour, so guess we can get a mayoral perspective on what happened down in Tent City last night. But, Mike's in Hampshire, and he's not here in Elgin, so Mayor Dave Captain would be the one that would know more about the inside activity of what's happening next in the city of Elgin. Do they rush a meeting to make a decision on what to do with Tent City now it's partially burned? Or status quo remains? Or what? That's what I need to know. That's what we all want to know, right? We'll talk more about it next hour. It's 6:55 here on the first shift. Good morning to No Nickname John. He checks in on National Blue Jean Day. Is that what you're saying it is there, No Nickname John? National Blue Jean Day? Let me see if I can find what you're typing there. Yes, it is. National Blue Jean Day. Spelled wrong by No Nickname John. I'm taking 1 point off your score right off the bat. No Nickname John sends us 10 prayers to our prayer scoreboard this morning. We'll send them to the first responders here locally and to all those that may have been affected by that fire last night down in Tent City. National Blue Jean Day. I know a denim expert. He is a genius. I know a denim expert, says No Nickname John. He is a genius.
Please be quiet.
This needs to stop now.
Shut up!
That's not a bad one. That's not bad. I'm going to give you a 7. It would have been an 8, No Nickname John, but I have to dock a point for misspelling the word blue. 6:56 here at WRMN. Big Boss Man checks in. He is here this morning over in the community center. Well, he was. They left to go somewhere, I think. But he got the coffee maker going in the back kitchen at least, so thank you for that, Big Boss Man. Good morning, Marky B and First Shifters. Have a great day from the Big Boss Man. Dennis D. Not So Young says, good morning, First Shifters, and have a great day. I saw Dennis D. briefly yesterday. He stopped by to pick up his gift card for Rookies All-American Sports Pub and Grill. I say his gift card, but it was Kimmy D's gift card. She was the winner in the Pick 6 a couple of weeks ago. Big start to the prayer scoreboard this morning. We're already at 50. Well, I hope you enjoyed dinner last night. If you went to Rookies or Village Squire or Alexander's or Old Republic, they worked hard yesterday trying to unplug a little draining problem they had under their house over on Elm Street last night, yesterday afternoon. So truly was a nightmare going on Elm Street yesterday for the Big Boss Man and Dennis D. Not So Young, working on some plumbing issues. Hector checked in this morning. He says, good morning from Hector and Ninny Rose and Jeremiah and Uncle Boom Boom in the house today. It is 6:58. More of your comments coming up. We'll go to the Image 360 information line at 505-926-1410. See what's on your mind this morning. If you want to send any pics that you have of anything, send them to me at 505-926-1410. Phone lines are open at 847-931-1410. A staff meeting mixed with news in the next hour. I didn't really get any news other than the Tent City news in this hour. That's the most important thing here locally this morning. So we'll get into more of that, and Chief Rob Sagan joins me at about 7:35. What's next for Tent City? That's the question now. This is the first shift on WRMN, December the 5th. Good morning.
If you can't decide on dinner, have everything. Golden Corral at 154 South Gary Avenue in Bloomingdale has an endless buffet with over 150 items to choose from. There's an unmatched variety of food for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, prepared fresh throughout the day. If you're craving something specific, call or check out their menu. Golden Corral rotates the buffet often. Golden Corral in Bloomingdale. They're the only one for everyone. Visit goldencorral.com.
Haven't been to the dentist in a while? Bender Dental Care in Elgin has a new patient welcome offer. Complete exam, regular cleaning, consultation, and x-rays for only $29. Okay, that bears repeating. A complete exam, regular cleaning, consultation, and x-rays for only $29. Bender Dental Care has a verified 5-star Google rating. It doesn't get any better than that. Family dentistry at its best. Bender Dental Care in Elgin.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 7 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Verizon. The city of Elgin announcing plans for a weekend of honoring civil rights icon Dr. Martin Luther King with a series of commemorative events anchored by the 40th annual prayer breakfast scheduled for Saturday, January 18th of 2025 at the Elgin Community College beginning at 8:30 a.m. Elgin emergency crews tackling a significant fire at a homeless encampment near North State Street and Kimball Street on Tuesday. Firefighters arriving to find multiple structures ablaze but managed to quickly control the situation. No injuries were reported. The cause of the fire remains under investigation. The Elgin Police Department will hold their winter open house this Saturday. The community invited to the EPD lobby from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. to enjoy a host of festive activities, including a visit from Santa Claus. This Saturday from 10 a.m. until noon at the Elgin Police Department. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Get even more savings this holiday season by becoming a Milo's Rewards member. Don't miss new member deals dropping every week, like $15 off a purchase of $50 or more on select Bounty, Charmin, and Puffs paper products. Plus, get free standard shipping with Silver Key status. Just one more way Lowe's is here to help you shop, save, and enjoy the holidays. Join for free today. Milo's Rewards program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change. Exclusions and more terms apply. Visit Lowe's.com/shipping terms for details.
Progressive presents good news, bad news, dumb news, then great news. Good news. While leaning over the fence, your neighbors said you could save money bundling home and auto insurance with Progressive. Bad news. Your neighbor leaned over a little too much and broke your fence. Dumb news. Somehow fence wood is more expensive than wood. Great news. You decide to see if you could save money bundling at Progressive.com and to plant really tall shrubs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Twin Zeros at 4870 North Harlem Avenue in Harwood Heights, Illinois. Check out the full menu at twinzeros.com. Twin Zeros Restaurant in Harwood Heights not only serves traditional gyros, but also has chicken gyro sandwiches. Twin Zeros also serves a variety of sandwiches ranging from cheeseburgers and Vienna beef hot dogs that have recently been inducted into the Vienna Beef Hot Dog Hall of Fame. Italian beef, Italian sausage, and combo sandwiches. To ethnic favorites such as Slovakia and Grecian chicken. Slovakia shish kebabs, specifically chicken or pork shish kebabs, grilled to perfection, served on a warm pita with tomatoes, onions, and our homemade tzatziki sauce. You can also enjoy barbecue ribs served every day. Twins is open 7 days a week and also delivers locally. Located at 4870 North Harlem Avenue in Harwood Heights. Check out the full menu at twinzeros.com. That's twinzeros.com.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. NHL last night at United Center. The Bruins beat the Blackhawks 4-2. Brad Marchand scored twice. Morgan Geekie had a pair of goals for Boston. Alex Vlasic and Jason Dickinson had the goals for the Blackhawks, who dropped to 8-16-2, 4-7-0 at home. The losing skid has hit 4 in a row. Next up, a home game this Saturday afternoon when the Jets come to United Center. On the NBA schedule tonight, the 9-13 Bulls visit the 11-10 Spurs. Chicago 6-6 on the road. The Spurs 8-4 at home. Chicago currently sits 9th in the Eastern Conference. The Spurs are 10th in the West. NFL this Sunday, the Bears visit the 49ers. Chicago 0-5 on the road this season, 4-8 overall. The Niners are 5-7, 3-3 at home.
Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive.
I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Hard to believe that Christmas is only a couple of weeks away, right? But there's still plenty of time to find incredible gift deals because Macy's Friends and Family Sale is happening now. What does that mean? It means when you use your coupon or Macy's card, you can take an extra 30% off, just like Friends and Family can. That's 30% off the best holiday gifts, 30% off the best designer brands, 30% off what's trending right now. It's just this week. It's just what you were looking for, and it's only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
You never know what or who you'll hear from on the first shift with me, Marky B. Like Tim Skoning, a WRMN news reporter back in the 1960s.
The jingles you all play, they were purchased by Dick Sutter. He was at some radio convention. He came back with this reel. I remember them playing that in the studio. We were so excited. We thought we were network now. And it's the same jingles today.
That's great.
Every time I hear them, I get excited about it.
I'm sure.
It's a lot of fun.
Fun times on the first shift, right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
Okay, antibodies, huddle up. We're a great team, but the flu is dominating. The good news is the human we're protecting just got his flu shot. That means all of us antibodies have strong new gear that will help us fight and defend against the flu. We must win so that our human can stay healthy and help protect the people he cares about most.
Let's work as a team to defend against the flu. Gear up with a flu shot to help protect yourself and others and reduce your risk of being sick or hospitalized with the flu. Learn more at getmyflushot.org. Brought to you by the AMA, CDC, and the Ad Council.
There's a price war in the insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call the Term Lifeline right now and see if you can save 40%. $500,000 plans and up, that's our specialty. Even great smokers' rates. Protect your family today. Call the Term Lifeline right now for a free quote. 866-509-TERM, 866-509-TERM, 866-509-TERM.
B-Lux Bar and Grill, Wisconsin Dells, is the quintessential American grill and bar, with refined rustic cuisine and award-winning libations. Their honest, feel-good food menu is complemented by a beer list to satisfy every taste. Classic cocktails and our signature shakes, rich and creamy with a splash of boozy goodness just to shake things up a little bit. B-Lux Grill and Bar, classic American cuisine with a contemporary twist.
This is Larry Jones, and I'd like to talk to you about my bank, American Eagle Bank in South Elgin. Has your bank changed names in the last 10 years? Is your bank another faceless branch with headquarters in another city? Are you tired of earning next to nothing on your savings account or certificates of deposit, or does your personal banker treat you like a stranger? If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you're ready for a new banking experience, and American Eagle is the place for you. American Eagle is a locally owned independent bank that's rooted in the community, and American Eagle customers are greeted by name and treated with the respect that they deserve. American Eagle has an innovative program, Eagle Savings, that teaches your children to save while earning prizes and rewards. American Eagle offers great rates on certificates of deposit. My bank is located in South Elgin on Randall Road between the Target and Caputo's and is open Monday through Saturday. Give them a call at 847-742-7400 and a real person will answer the phone. American Eagle Bank, a place where you matter.
Get ready to laugh with the Darren Strublow Comedy Hour every Sunday night from 8 to 9 p.m. on WRMN AM 1410. Darren and his band of hilarious comedians are here to brighten your week with unforgettable jokes and side-splitting stories. Listen in to impress your friends and boost your charm. Don't miss out on the fun. Tune into the show that makes the world a better place, one laugh at a time.
.708 here at WRMN. We got some new shows on the weekends, including the Darren Strublow Show on Sunday nights. which takes place from 8 until 9 o'clock on Sunday night. From 7 until 8, it's movies and more on Sunday nights. And stay tuned for some great Christmas programming, too, here at WRMN. Today is supposed to be the day that I record my Christmas hour. So I'll be working on that today, and then we'll be airing those at various times throughout the month of December, including Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. Probably another time a week or two leading up to Christmas. We are only 20 days away from Christmas Day. Can you believe that? 20 days away. It's December the 5th, day 340 of the year, week number 49 and quarter number 4. Welcome to the 7 o'clock hour, the first shift. I'm Mark. I'm here with you until 10 this morning. And I'm here to tell you that grapes don't go good with tongue. Man, I just took a big old bite of my tongue. Ouch. 10 past 7 here at WRMN. I was just trying to eat a grape. I guess I got excited about the taste of that grape and decided I needed a big bite. Got some tongue. How about that? 10 past 7 here at WRMN. So during the break, I was looking as we continue to cover the fire last night in Tent City, which was just to the west side of the Fox River, across the river from the Gale Borden Public Library, where some of our local homeless live. And certainly Tent City stretches on down Route 31 and alongside the river and the metro tracks quite a ways. So this was only a small piece of the property that we kind of know as Tent City around here. I know that it's something that the city of Elgin has been trying to address. Mayor Dave Captain says that so far there are no special meetings planned that he's aware of to talk about whether something immediately needs to be done. We've had Rick Kozel, the city manager, on the show. We've had Chief Analali and Mayor Captain on the show talking about it. And the overwhelming sentiment has been that they weren't going to tear down, for lack of a better description, but I guess that is a good description, tear down Tent City until there was a better alternative, or at least a different alternative for the people that were currently living in there. When that was going to come about, don't know. That's the problem. There's been talks about it for a long time. Now, with this fire that took place last night, certainly you would think that would rush people back together to discuss the fact that something needs to be done. Don't know what that something is, but something. We have a couple of different areas, I guess, that people live at now in Elgin that are quote-unquote homeless encampments. Will this move some of those people to the other ones? What would be an immediate solution after a big fire? I'm not surprised. I drove down Route 31 last week, and it seemed like the structures were bigger. I've been talking about it on the air. It seemed like they were more elaborate, yet still thrown together, right? These aren't like code-enforced structures that have been built by the people living over there. So certainly, you light up a fire, you got propane going, you got crazy wood and tarps and plastic and everything else going on over there. Propane tanks, I think I mentioned that already. So things can get out of hand in a hurry, especially on a super cold night with the wind blowing at about 40 miles an hour, which was about the case last night. I was able to show, or at least go to, the WRMN Facebook page, where I actually filed a report last night. And I was able to make that screen a little bit bigger, so I'm going to show you exactly what I was looking at last night when I went to the east side of the river and shot video from across the river. I'll show you that in just a moment. Well, let's go to the phones right now at 847-931-1410. Phone lines are open. MR2 is going to be in next hour. We'll talk about some different things. I won't stay hyper-focused on Tent City all morning long, but Chief Rob Sagan is going to join me at about 7:35 this morning to talk about if any developments have occurred since last night. I wonder if the fire department's over there this morning now that we can see what's going on. Or is that no longer a fire department matter since the fire has been put out? We'll see. 7:14 here at WRMN, 847-931-1410. Man follows Elgin issues very closely. He's a former Elgin City Councilman, and he always has plenty on his mind. He's our friend John Prigge. Good morning, John.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hey, thanks for dedicating a significant part of your opening part of the show to this.
You're welcome.
I think it's very important you do that. And I also want to say Rob Sagan has been, tell me if I'm wrong, Mark, but he's been pretty available to the WRMN microphones, hasn't he?
Yes.
He's been pretty, yeah.
I mean, he responded to me. I texted him last night, probably right after I watched the video from the city council meeting of him speaking, and probably within about half an hour or an hour, he responded to me last night. So that was nice.
That's a good guy.
Yeah.
That's a good guy that does that. I mean, hasn't been done that I can remember over the last 10, 15 years. But I would like to see if Chief Sagan has any information about propane, the barbecue grill tanks that are quite popular there, to see if there's any remnants of that. You know, there's an attachment you can put on those barbecue grill propane tanks that will radiate heat coming out of them. And a lot of guys heat their garages with them and other limited outdoor space. I wonder how many, if any, of those propane tanks were down there, because that presents another problem for firefighters, other than just wood being on fire, you know?
Oh, yeah. And that stuff can get very flammable in a hurry. And I think more and more people have been helping the people who live down there out by providing them with supplies like propane tanks and things like that. So the structures, the ability to survive when it's super cold down there has gotten a little bit better for the people because other people have been willing to help them out.
Yeah, true enough in that regard. But when you said earlier, if you thought there would be any rush by the council to look at doing something now, that's going to take a death. I hate to say that. It's going to take a death for this council of 9 people to give a rat's behind about what's going on down there. And significantly, that other people have to, I would like to see them think outside the box. Every major Chicago news, television news program, the news at 6 and 9 and 10, they all cover this.
Yeah.
Now, everyone knows Elgin has a very large homeless encampment. And if it's small and just creates a tremendous amount of flames, that's a little different situation. But now everybody in this area knows that we've got a massive homeless problem. And it is what it is, of course. But I wonder what that does to people that are in other towns that are thinking about moving or relocating their company to Elgin.
Certainly doesn't paint a good picture of at least a part of what we experience here in Elgin, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
And I really think someone's going to have to die before this council gets unlazy to address this. And just as another reminder, in the last, maybe 2 months, the city council has given away $1.1 million in funding for the arts or rehabbing the old Elks Club building for a small theater. Over $1 million. And not one word or not one finger has been lifted to even discuss this. They blocked me from deciding or trying to talk about it and get some ideas. But we're going to have to see some people die. I mean, it's done in traffic situations. Well, there's been a lot of accidents on Lawrence and McLean. Well, not enough to put a stoplight there. So that's government. I mean, that's just pretty much the way it works. And let's remember one thing. There's a budget for 2025 that's going to be voted on soon. How much of that budget do you think is dedicated to anything for homeless solving?
I don't know, but I really do think that based on what happened last night, there needs to be something immediately discussed as far as if some money needs to be reallocated or whatever, and some things need to be changed here at the last minute before the budget is released for 2025, because I don't know that they can continue to let this go on like that, but I guess, because it could happen again, or now that you can see, you see, we just saw with our very eyes last night what can happen so quickly, and could have gotten even more out of hand, and some people could have died last night. Fortunately, nobody did.
Yep, true enough. And remember, our mayor has come out and said, we're not going to do anything until we have a solution.
Right.
Okay, well, I guess what's the solution, Dave? A death? What's the solution, Dave, when property is scorched? We're not going to do anything. Do you know how crazy that is, Mark? I think I said this earlier, how absolutely nonsensical that is. Well, geez, someone's got a broken leg. Well, we're not going to fix that broken leg or even address it until we can figure out how we're going to make you walk again. There's all types of analogies that can be found, but to say we're not even going to talk about it, we're not even going to come up with ideas, we're not even going to do anything until there's a final solution that we can provide, that's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah.
You wouldn't do that if you woke up one morning and you had a real bad cold or a sinus infection. Now, there's no cure for colds, let's say. All right? There's no cure for it. So you won't go to the drugstore and pick up a packet of Alka-Seltzer Cold Plus or treat it. You have to do something. But not these guys. You got 9 people all on the same page. Turn your head and then give money to the arts. Turn your head and do something else for a downtown that's dead. Let's put more bricks downtown, Mark, you and me.
Yeah.
See what I mean?
Yeah.
And now there's more than one facet to this whole situation about Tent City. The fact that there's more than one tent city in this city, but we're not going to talk about it. We're not going to do anything until we can find out a solution. That's a major 55-gallon drum that's being kicked down the road. Not a can. It's a 55-gallon drum that's kicked down the road. But, boy, don't the flowers look nice? And, oh, boy. I don't know. It's got me bothered because that much fire puts our firefighters in danger, especially with the wind. That's horrible to try and figure that out, Mark. Try to put out fires when you got the wind at 40 miles an hour blowing in your face. But it also ruins our reputation again. And we've got that large of a homeless situation, and it's a huge fire. That was a dramatic photo. Those were dramatic photos and videos that you took. People outside of Elgin see that, as if it's not bad enough that the Metro train goes by it all the time.
Yeah.
So
right. All right, John. Well, thank you for your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, brother. I'll be very interested to hear Rob Sagan, and please let him know that I really appreciate his openness and coming to you guys with live interaction. That's very important.
Yeah, I'll let him know. Appreciate you, John.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
All right, John Prigge chiming in. This is my report from last night. I got to shut that Christmas jazz off for a second, and then we'll get back to the pleasant Christmas jazz. But in the meantime, this is what I saw as I was directly across the river last night. And I filed a little report for our Facebook page, so I think you're going to hear my voice as you watch this. If you're watching on YouTube at WRMN Radio on YouTube, I guess I can still see a little bit of daylight here, so I'm not sure exactly what time this was. It was as soon as I got down there, probably 5 or 10 minutes after 5, I guess, last night from my view of Tent City. Tent City is on fire in downtown Elgin, just north of the library, west of the river. Here on this Wednesday night, it's almost too cold for me to talk, but I'm looking at this raging fire in Tent City right now. It's an area that's been growing in population for quite some time, and it looks like Tent City might be coming to an end as we know it, as we speak. I'll give you a report broadcasting from just north of the library and across the river from Kansas City on this Wednesday night on WRMN. So there it was, me for about 30 seconds. I have to kind of keep the videos short anyway, or sometimes they don't transfer. And I was trying to send that back to Sonar to use on Apolitical Talk Show last night. So that was the view, my view of Tent City last night from the other side of the river. I knew if I drove straight there to the Gale Borden Library that I would be able to get a decent shot because I've looked at that area of Tent City so many times when I run during the day over there. It is 7:24 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. Thanks for the educated and informed call, John Prigge. Opinions, of course, but everybody's opinions count. John gives his. You're welcome to give yours at 847-931-1410. Anytime here on the show. Or on YouTube at WRMN Radio. I was going to ask John if he knew, and maybe somebody else listening knows, who controls the What's Happening in Elgin Facebook page. There's What's Happening in Elgin, and then there's What's Really Happening in Elgin. There's a lot of those Facebook pages around, right? Whoever controls What's Happening in Elgin, I guess after a lot of video and comments were posted last night, stopped allowing more comments and video to be sent to that Facebook page. That's more of an official Facebook page. I can't remember who controls it. What's really happening in Elgin is somebody's Facebook page. Someone started up that page so that it was wide open for posting, I think, at some point in the past. So I was just kind of perusing around trying to find some video and some different things from last night. 7:25, 2 phone calls coming in at 847-931-1410. Let's see if we can take them before the bottom of the hour break. And then I'm going to call Chief Rob Sagan, and we'll get a short report from the chief, and we'll see if there's anything new to report on what occurred last night. MR2, Mike Reed, is in this morning at 8 to join me, and I guess that's maybe when we start to change the topic a little bit here on the show. Let's take this call, 847-931-1410. Good morning. Welcome to the First Shift.
Hey, good morning, Marco B. Hello, First Shifters in downtown Jose. I just want to say happy birthday to your Northwest West Jr. Have a good day, buddy, and eat your lunch. And always listen to your father and mother.
Well, happy birthday to you, downtown Jose. Have a good day, buddy, and eat your lunch.
Yes, sir, always. Always eat my lunch.
Yeah. What you going to have for lunch today? What are you doing on your birthday?
Probably go get me a pizza, hang out with Sue for a little while. And just enjoy my day, because next year is not guaranteed. You never know.
That's right. Tomorrow's not guaranteed,
Yeah, you never know. So just as I get older, just enjoy every day. Enjoy every day and try to be happy.
Mm-hmm. Try to be productive, but try to make sure you enjoy it at the same time, or at least make time for both.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
But enjoying the news coverage and just keep doing your thing, Marco B. Having a great show.
Thank you, downtown Jose. Take care. Happy birthday.
All right, God bless everybody. Hello, First Shifters, again.
Downtown Jose checking in on his birthday. And Northwest Wesley Jr. II, I believe, is also having a birthday. And Nando apparently keeps track of all that. He checks in this morning at 12:26 a.m. on our Image 360 information line. And he sent me a happy birthday post and said, happy birthday to Jose and Little Wes, Northwest Wesley Jr. II. Linda Carter is also in on the Image 360 information line, sending us a pile of prayers today, and we'll send them all to those who need the prayers over in the Tent City area and to first responders. 7:27, we have about 2 minutes to the bottom of the hour. Let's take this quick call here. Let's see if I can work these 2 calls in so they don't have to wait, because if they wait, Rob Sagan will make them wait longer. He's joining me at about 7:35. Good morning. Welcome to the First Shift.
Hey, Mark, I just want to tell Jose happy birthday, buddy.
Is this the commander?
This is the boss man.
The boss man. You sound a little bit like the commander. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, good. Yeah, I just wanted to call and tell him happy birthday to Wes's little boy, too.
Yeah. Well, thanks for calling in, man.
All right.
All right, talk to you soon.
See you in a bit. Bye.
All right, bye. That's the big boss man checking in. Happy birthday wishes. And we finish this segment by checking back in with our friend Westside Freddie. What's up, Westside?
Hey, happy birthday, Jose and Wes Jr.
Yes, sir. In fact, Northwest Wesley Jr. II is sitting outside of the studio right now.
Shut your mouth, you thong-wearing fatty!
Yes. And there's Kristen is the substitute driver for Northwest West this morning.
Shut your mouth, you thong-wearing fatty!
And off they go. Because she's driving, they're about 9 minutes early today.
Oh, wow. Good for them, man. Someone could get to school early. Hey, I was going to tell you, maybe get one of the shifters sitting next door to go over and get some footage. You can get it. Go into the library on the second floor.
Yeah.
There's a viewing area with a fireplace, and you can see the whole area. So you don't have to be in the cold.
I was almost going to go in there last night and try to continue my reporting from inside the library over there, but I don't know. Things were happening so fast. But yes, you can. You can go over there where the fireplaces are and that little area is and see right out the window. You can see across the river. So if anybody wants to report and stay warm, take some pictures from a little bit of a distance, you can go to the Gale Borden Library once it opens, because it's not open yet.
Oh, yeah. It's not open yet.
Yeah, not quite yet.
But, yeah, we'll talk to you later, brother.
All right, Westside, take care. Westside Freddy checking in. Daylight now, so you can see some of what's going on over there. Gary Dice, I don't know if you can hold for a few minutes. I got to catch this bottom of the hour news first, and then we can get to your phone call. I saw Dean DeLaley, the operator, call. More of your phone calls are welcome, but we have Chief Rob Sagan on the way next here on WRMN. Good morning. It's 7:30.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Linzess. The Village of Bartlett is set to hold their holiday tree lighting, happening on Friday, December 6th from 4:45 to 8 p.m., with the tree lighting itself starting at 7:15 p.m. in Bartlett Park. In Naperville, a special traffic safety initiative during Thanksgiving led to a crackdown on hazardous driving. Local police engaging in the Click It or Ticket and Drive Sober Get Pulled Over campaign, leading to 1 criminal arrest, the issuing of citations, including 15 speeding tickets and 28 for occupant restraint violations. Kane County is on the lookout for a new board member for District 7 following Monica Silva's resignation. The selected individual will hold office until December of 2026 and must align politically with the Democratic Party as required by state law. You must reside within District 7 and be at least 18 years old to apply, and you have until December 17th to get in your application. With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Get even more savings this holiday season by becoming a Milo's Rewards member. Don't miss new member deals dropping every week, like $15 off a purchase of $50 or more on select Bounty, Charmin, and Puffs paper products. Plus, get free standard shipping with Silver Key status. Just one more way Lowe's is here to help you shop, save, and enjoy the holidays. Join for free today. Milo's Rewards program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change. Exclusions and more terms apply. Visit Lowe's.com/shipping terms for details.
Progressive presents good news, bad news, dumb news, then great news. Good news. While leaning over the fence, your neighbors said you could save money bundling home and auto insurance with Progressive. Bad news. Your neighbor leaned over a little too much and broke your fence. Dumb news. Somehow fence wood is more expensive than wood. Great news. You decide to see if you could save money bundling at Progressive.com and to plant really tall shrubs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. NFL this Sunday, the Bears visit the 49ers. Chicago 0-5 on the road this season, 4-8 overall. The Niners are 5-7, 3-3 at home. NHL last night at United Center, the Bruins beat the Blackhawks 4-2. Brad Marchand scored twice. Morgan Geekie had a pair of goals for Boston. Alex Vlasic and Jason Dickinson had the goals for the Blackhawks, who dropped to 8-16-2, 4-7-0 at home. The losing skid has hit 4 in a row. Next up, a home game this Saturday afternoon when the Jets come to United Center. On the NBA schedule tonight, the 9-13 Bulls visit the 11-10 Spurs. Chicago 6-6 on the road. The Spurs 8-4 at home. Chicago currently sits 9th in the Eastern Conference. The Spurs are 10th in the West.
Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive.
I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Hard to believe that Christmas is only a couple of weeks away, right? But there's still plenty of time to find incredible gift deals because Macy's Friends and Family Sale is happening now. What does that mean? It means when you use your coupon or Macy's card, you can take an extra 30% off, just like Friends and Family can. That's 30% off the best holiday gifts, 30% off the best designer brands, 30% off what's trending right now. It's just this week. It's just what you were looking for, and it's only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, occasional snow showers before noon, then sunny with a high near 26. It feels like -9 with gusty winds up to 40 miles per hour. This afternoon, sunny. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 12. It feels like 1. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 29. Currently, it is 11 degrees with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
The 90s called. They said the Gordita Supreme is so back in the new $7 Lux Cravings box from Taco Bell. It's all looking fresh to death with the pillowy 90s Gordita Supreme alongside the beefy 5-layer burrito, double stacked taco, chips with nacho cheese sauce, and medium drink. All for just $7. It's your wallet's favorite cheesy crunchy combo here for a limited time. Grab yours and relive the decades only at Taco Bell. At participating Taco Bell stores for a limited time only. While supplies last. Contact store for price and participation, which varies. Drinks excludes freezes. Tax extra.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
This is Alan Walters reporting the Elgin News from December 5th, 1924. 3 women employees of the watch factory were injured at 10 o'clock last night when they were knocked to the pavement by an automobile driven by Harrison Tetlow while waiting for a streetcar at Highland Avenue and North Worth Avenue. The injured are Miss Helen Harper, 17, residing at the National House, knocked unconscious and suffering from a lacerated scalp and severe body bruises. Mrs. Hallie Tyre, 25, 270 Grove Avenue, badly bruised. Miss Emily Peterson, 653 Wing Street, scalp wound and body bruises. Mrs. Tyre and Miss Harper are both confined to St. Joseph's Hospital. Miss Peterson is recovering at her home. All 3 are employees of the train room at the watch factory. Tetlow, according to police, admitted hitting Miss Peterson, whom he picked up and took home, but stated he did not know that his car had struck anyone else. Tetlow, according to police, declares that the downpour of rain obscured his vision and that he did not see anyone ahead of him. He was traveling at a cautious rate of speed, he informed authorities, but was prevented from having a clear view because of a blurred windshield.
Wow.
Mrs. Tyre and Miss Harper were picked up by a passing automobile and rushed to the offices of Dr. Jacobs, who immediately ordered them taken to St. Joseph's Hospital.
Elgin 100 Years Ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 Years Ago at www.elginhistory.org.
The wild and crazy days of Elgin 100 years ago. Man, oh man. 7:37 here at WRMN, AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. And we are fortunate enough right now to be joined by our Elgin Fire Chief, Rob Sagan, all up in the middle of it last night, and went over to the City Council meeting to make a report after he and the Elgin Fire Department dealt with the blaze in Tent City. And Chief joins us on the phone for the latest report this morning. Good morning, Rob Sagan.
Good morning, Mark. How are you?
We're doing fine. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, yes, sir. Well, thanks for making time for us, and thanks for fighting that fire last night. The Elgin Fire Department had to fight a lot of elements last night. It was kind of like the perfectly bad storm as far as darkness, Heavy winds, which I guess probably contributed to the spreading of that fire. Cold, really cold, and so a lot of things kind of came together at the perfect time, I guess, to make that huge blaze, right?
Sure. I mean, when you have something like that outside that's in a somewhat remote area, once that fire gets going, it takes us, one of the everything that you said is a challenge for us yesterday, but one of the other challenges was the distance that sits off the street. So we have no off-road, firefighting vehicles like you would have in California that help fight the wildfires. And so we have to work our way down there from Route 31. And the other challenge is the Metro trains. We could not do anything until we confirmed that the Metro trains were shut down. And our dispatch center did a phenomenal job. We made that call right away. The police also did a great job. They set up down at the intersection because there was actually a westbound train. A southbound train going to Big Timber, and they did a great job of flagging that down to make sure that wasn't coming through.
Yeah.
And then once we had that confirmed, then we were able to stretch our lines across the train tracks and go. So there were a lot of challenges last night, without a doubt.
It's funny you said, well, not funny, but it's interesting that you said that train was coming, because I was. I was kind of positioned on across the river on the east side, capturing a little video and saw all you guys working over there, and then I finally left. It seemed like the fire was getting under control. The big, huge blaze and the flames had gone down considerably. So I pulled away, and I was driving down Kimball, and I was actually reporting here on WRMN at the time, and I saw a train coming for a little bit from the downtown Metro train station up, heading towards the Big Timber train station, I suppose, and then it suddenly stopped between Highland and Kimball. So I guess that's what you're talking about as far as the police and word getting to Metro to stop that train.
Exactly. That's exactly right. Because we saw that train coming, we were a little concerned, but between our dispatch center notifying Metro and police officers that were on scene in that area to be able to make sure it didn't come through was great. And then Metro did a nice job. They ended up sending a representative down that interfaced with me directly, and they were great. They never tried to push us into getting the tracks open fast or anything. So everybody worked very well together last night. Was
the fire really close to the tracks? I mean, I know the tracks are right there next to that Tent City area, but had a train come through, could the fire possibly, got to the train?
No, there's a area of land on both sides of the tracks, like almost an easement, if you will, with big rocks that you have that the Metro uses inside the tracks. And then you have an area, probably about 15, 20 feet from that easement then into the encampment area. So, I mean, you can certainly feel the heat, but it would not have endangered the trains at that moment.
So I was watching your announcement last night at the city council meeting, and one thing that you said was it's hard to tell because of all the factors involved what could have possibly caused that fire. Do you still, and I think I heard Carol Rauschenberger ask you that question, here this morning or whatever, since it occurred last night, are you still trying to figure out what might have started that fire, or does it even matter?
Well, we're going to go back down there today, and we're going to take a look in the daylight to see if we can see anything, if we can identify anything better. The challenge with doing fire investigations in this type of setting is you're not dealing with the typical, let me back up. When we go to a fire and we do a fire investigation inside of a structure, we understand the physics of how fire burns. And the physics of how fire burns is what creates anticipated fire patterns. So that's how fire investigators look to identify how a fire started, is they utilize these fire patterns that are created by the physics of how fires burn inside of structures. When you're out in the open like this, it's a much greater challenge, because in this environment, especially where we were at, we have varying types of structures, if you will. So some of them could have been simply tarps that were put up almost like a tent. And then we also had a couple structures that were involved that were made out of, pieces of wood. There were doors involved. They have windows on some of these. None of those down there, I believe, have actual roof structures. So everything is tarped over the top to keep the weather out. So you have so many different types of materials being utilized, and then with the 30+ mile an hour winds, the length of time that was burning, because I pulled up on the scene with the first police officer. I was there within 1 minute of our dispatch, and it already had a pretty good headway on us. So this had been burning for quite a while prior to us getting notified. So it is going to be a challenge for us to actually find out what specifically caused this fire.
Yeah. Is it fair to say, I know this is not, your area, I guess, as being the fire chief, but that what happened last night is not so surprising considering what all is going on over there with the, obviously structures that are not built to code by any means, and the different mechanisms that people have of trying to keep themselves warm over there, and the trees all being right there. It's certainly has all the ingredients for a fire, doesn't it?
Well, there are some challenges without a doubt down there. You have open burning that occurs from time to time. People putting campfires up, or I guess that'd be the type of thing, an open burning campfire. You also have generators being utilized down there, and I don't know what's being plugged into those. If it's being used simply for lighting, is it used for charging of cell phones and things like that? Is it used for heating? I personally, and we don't, the fire department doesn't go down there very often. The usual times we go down there is if somebody is hurt or injured. And so I don't have a good answer for you as to what all is going on down there. But it's no different though that we run into these problems in people's backyards where they have open burning. And we had a fire a few weeks ago where somebody was collecting leaves. They were burning them illegally in a 55-gallon drum. The wind picked up, blew the leaves next to their house, and the house actually caught on fire. So anytime you have open flames outside, you do run a potential for a fire to occur outside of the area that you're hoping to keep it. Also, when you have these strong winds, if there were any open fire, and again, we have no idea if this was open burning or not, you may think you put the fire out, but with these winds, it's easy to get embers burning again and then blow those embers. And that was one of our bigger concerns last night, was the embers being spread because of this wind. When I pulled up, you could see the embers being blown 40, 50 yards down, and I was concerned that we were going to have more of these structures, catching fire. Thankfully, we didn't, but that was another concern.
So as the fire chief and head of the fire department here, then, do you just kind of think of it as being, that's our job to go down there and take care of whatever fires come our way, or do you go down there and you say, gosh, maybe City of Elgin should look at this a little more closely because this could repeat itself?
Well, I know I can tell you firsthand with my interactions with City Hall, this is something that's being looked at regularly, being discussed regularly. There has been a tremendous, and I emphasize the word tremendous, amount of time and effort put in by city staff to look at this situation, not just Tent City, but the homeless situation as a whole in the city. And so a tremendous amount of work is being done in that. In terms of our job, yes, that 100% is our job. And, to the layperson, it's a scary situation. You have large flames. It's right off of a major street. It looks very, very impressive.
Yeah.
You have the wind blowing, the big column of black smoke. Everything last night made it look, hugely impressive.
Right.
But But our firefighters are very well trained, and we have, we employ certain tactics when we run into situations like this with heavy winds, and our people are well protected, well prepared. And once we were able to make sure the trains were shut down, we had plenty of water because the mains up on Route 31 provide us a tremendous amount of water and pressure, and so we were able to safely attack that fire.
Well, just one more question, I'll let you go. Do you, based on, I guess my question is kind of a twofold question. Is there any more information than what you knew last night? And then number two, what's the next step today for the fire department as far as this goes?
So there's nothing new at this point, anything new from when I talked to the city council. We're going to be sending our fire investigation team down there to take a look. And then, we'll see if anything comes out of that investigation. I'm not hugely hopeful that we're gonna find any specific cause at this point, but we're gonna give it our best shot to see if we can find something else.
But from what you could see, as you mentioned last night at the city council meeting, whenever that fire ignited, if there were people around there, they must have been able to get out of there in a hurry because you didn't find anybody, right?
Well, that's exactly right. And I'm glad you brought that up. So, from the time I pulled up and to the time that we left, we never had anybody show up that was, saying, hey, that was my area. I had all my belongings there. Nobody was there. We saw a couple people walk by coming from different areas, and we tried to ask them if they had seen anything, and nobody had seen anything in terms of fire starting or anybody, standing there being in need of something. And the police did a canvas, tried to, they walked through the whole structure, the whole area looking for anybody. We just didn't find anybody down there at the time. And so, that's an important part of this is, we had a woman show up very generously she had a handful of coats, and she was looking to give these coats to somebody, and there was just nobody there to help at the time. And I saw a couple of reports on the news last night of different people in the city wanting to help these people down there. Mm-hmm. There's social service organizations in the city that would be, if you want to donate things like, clothes and blankets and things like that, there's the social service organizations that will help with that. There also is the community crisis center coat drive going on, which the Elgin Fire Department is helping with. So any of the 7 fire stations are a collection point for the community crisis center's coat drive. That drive is they're looking for only new coats. And it's that's designed to help the people who need coats, children who need coats, who are going to the community crisis center. But what else they do with those coats, I don't know. But it is an option that we would be. You can go to any of the Elgin fire stations and drop off a new coat, and we collect those, and then we take them down to the crisis center every week. But today, there is no one specific person or specific group of people who need help right now. Like I said, nobody ever showed up. We were there, the call came in at 10 minutes to 5. We were there till approximately 7:30, 7:45, and never had any interaction with anybody. So we don't know, like the fire department doesn't know who to help at this moment in time.
Yeah, so don't go down there trying to find somebody to hand a coat to. Just bring your coat to the fire departments or whatever, and you guys in crisis center will get the coats in the hands of the people that might need them based on what happened last night, if there are any. So that's correct. Yeah, don't. There's no need to go down to that encampment and then try to provide that assistance because we just based on last night alone, there was nobody down there to help. Yeah. Well, thanks a lot, Chief. I appreciate your time, and thanks for fighting that fire successfully last night and for all you do here in the community. Thank you very much. Have a great day. You too. Elgin Fire Chief Rob Sagan and the Elgin Fire Department getting the job done last night. And there's my picture of the fire as I saw it from the Gale Borden Library area. 7:52, if you're watching on YouTube, of course. WRMN Radio on YouTube. All right, well, let's go through a few comments here, and then we'll probably switch gears in the next hour. You're certainly welcome to call between 8 and 9, talk about the fire last night or what we should do as a city now. If you were the mayor or if you were on the city council, what do you think should happen next? It is what it is, or should something happen now? Seems like something should happen now. 7:52 here at WRMN, and I haven't always been the biggest, person to say that Tent City needed to go away. I kind of have had feelings that it's a little area. If they need a place to live, it's kind of secluded. But if things are going to get out of control, which they have gotten a lot more out of control, I would say this year, based on more people being in there, then I guess you are forced to act on it, right? 7:53 here at WRMN. But anyway, we can talk about those things next hour. 847-931-1410, the number to call. Chief Rob Sagan joining me here on the show. Good morning to Captain Keith, senior engineer, Elgin High, class of 1978, back when life was great. I was 8. What was the homeless situation like in Elgin back in 1978? Huh? Same? Same as it ever was? Or was it better back in 1978? Hector says, good evening to Derica. She called me last hour. Becky Blue has checked in this morning. She says, morning, sunshines. Have a beautiful day. Stay warm with plenty of sunshine. Yeah, sunshine, not fire. Sunshine, not fire. Many rays of sunshine from me to you on behalf of Becky Blue. And Becky texted me a little while ago and said, you know what? I got a few things I can bring down there. Where should I bring them? And I said to Becky, I think there's like an AID van collecting some things and also putting out some supplies for any of those people that need supplies across from the Gail Borden Library this morning at 11 a.m. But Becky, you can bring them here, and I'll get them in the right hands for you if you want to do that. So thank you for caring. 7:54 here at WRMN. Wendy says, good morning, Mark and first shifters. Brrr, it's cold outside. Bundle up before you go outside today. Paul's Restaurant's taking up a collection of boots, gloves, socks, blankets for the homeless. And even if nobody that was affected, even if nobody that might have been affected by the fire last night needs extra supplies, the homeless still do. And a lot of people in this area do. So you can still make your donation. Thanks for the compliment on my reporting last night, Wendy. Tim Murray says, do you think Tent City is mostly gone now? No, that was just a small little area, really, of what has become an expanded Tent City. So Tent City in that area, at least further up the river there, is going to still be around until the city does something about it, I suppose. 7:55 here at WRMN. An extra prayer from LC Linda Carter on YouTube today. Al Cox says, hopefully this is a wake-up call for the city to speed up whatever they are going to do to help the homeless get off the street. An around-the-clock shelter with resources would do the trick, says Al Cox. Might do the trick for some people, won't do the trick for all people. There's a portion of the people that refuse. And for that portion, I guess you need a different set of enforcement, right? You'll have to not allow them to refuse. And if they refuse, they have to abide by the law. And if the law doesn't let them live outside without going to jail, then you have to follow that. But we have to make that happen if that's what we want, right? 7:56 here at WRMN. All right, Hector says, Derica, yep, I'll take a picture of Ninny Rose when she gets her gift. Ninny Rose says, good morning, first shifters, rise and shine. Happy birthday to downtown Jose. Enjoy your birthday. And hello to Derica from Ninny Rose. Dino, the operator, says, God morning, FRV. Fox River Valley, first shift, Mayor Reed and Marky B. So much happening, so much going on. Always stay tuned to WRMN for what's new in the Fox River Valley. We're trying, and we're going to keep trying harder. Thanks, Dino, for allowing us to try and for helping us to try and make it all happen here at WRMN. Fabulous Faith says, thank you for all you do. Great reporting last night and always. Thank you, Fabulous Faith, for taking a moment and saying hi this morning. Al Cox says, there's an alternative. It's all year, all day shelter, but they're sitting on their duffs and doing nothing. I guess Al Cox is saying about the Elgin City Council. All right, 7:57 here on the first shift. Brendan checks in, says, hey, everybody, I'm Brendan, and I am listening.
Wow.
Thanks, Brendan, for being Brendan and for listening.
Wow.
Hector says, happy birthday to Little Wes and Downtown Jose. I want to say good morning to the Magic Mystery Man in the small beige van he drove by a little while ago. I'm talking about Dick. And also I want to say good morning to Mark Cool Black. Mark Cool Black drove by just a short time ago as well.
Got me some slack, yeah. Jive-ass dude don't got no brains anyhow.
Right. 7:58 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. We'll continue with your comments. Next hour, your phone calls. We'll check the Image 360 information line, and we'll speak with MR2 in the next hour. Mike Reed on the way from Hampshire. It's the first shift on WRMN. Good morning.
Over time, you want to work less of it, so you need your crop protection to work more of it. When you add Tapran or Last Chance Pro adjuvants from CHS, they will. Designed for maximum efficacy, Last Chance Pro improves the uptake and translocation of herbicides, while Tapran helps activate herbicides for better performance against tough-to-control weeds. Ask your local CHS retailer how Tapran and Last Chance Pro adjuvants can put your crop protection to work.
El Diablo Cantina, located by Spring Hill Mall at 113 Southwestern in Carpentersville, is your fun, hip, and festive family Mexican cantina, serving authentic recipes from all over Mexico that are made fresh daily. There's delicious cocktails using fresh fruits or your choice of 30 craft beers, which go great with the menu. There's indoor and outdoor dining, open from 4 till 11 and until 4 a.m. on weekends, featuring Latin line dancing. Visit El Diablo Cantina.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 8 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Linzess. The Elgin Police Department will hold their winter open house this Saturday. The community invited to the EPD lobby from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. to enjoy a host of festive activities, including a visit from Santa Claus. This Saturday from 10 a.m. until noon at the Elgin Police Department. The City of Elgin announcing plans for a weekend of honoring civil rights icon Dr. Martin Luther King with a series of commemorative events anchored by the 40th Annual Prayer Breakfast scheduled for Saturday, January 18th of 2025 at the Elgin Community College beginning at 8:30 a.m. Elgin emergency crews tackling a significant fire at a homeless encampment near North State Street and Kimball Street on Tuesday. Firefighters arriving to find multiple structures ablaze but managed to quickly control the situation. No injuries were reported. The cause of the fire remains under investigation. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Get even more savings this holiday season by becoming a Milo's Rewards member. Don't miss new member deals dropping every week, like $15 off a purchase of $50 or more on select Bounty, Charmin, and Puffs paper products. Plus, get free standard shipping with Silver Key status. Just one more way Lowe's is here to help you shop, save, and enjoy the holidays. Join for free today. Milo's Rewards program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change. Exclusions and more terms apply. Visit Lowe's.com/shipping terms for details.
Progressive presents good news, bad news, dumb news, then great news. Good news. While leaning over the fence, your neighbors said you could save money bundling home and auto insurance with Progressive. Bad news. Your neighbor leaned over a little too much and broke your fence. Dumb news. Somehow fence wood is more expensive than wood. Great news. You decide to see if you could save money bundling at Progressive.com and to plant really tall shrubs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com is the book called DUI Jury Trial, which is the true story of a truck driver in Illinois who was charged with driving under the influence of alcohol. Not only was he facing a revocation of his driver's license, but also a lifetime disqualification of his CDL, which would prevent him from ever driving a semi-truck again. This book includes backstories of the truck driver, the lawyers that defended the case, and the DUI expert witness who analyzed the case and then testified at trial as to the proper protocol procedures of the field sobriety test as well as the breathalyzer test. This nonfiction novel also includes the actual court transcript from the jury trial, a courtroom showdown in which the final verdict would determine the fate of the defendant's livelihood. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. Men's college hoops tomorrow night. It'll be number 19 Illinois visiting Northwestern. The Illini are 6-1 overall. They've won 3 in a row. Northwestern comes in 6-3 overall. The Huskies 0-1 in Big Ten play, while it'll be the first conference game of the season for the Illini. Last night in overtime, Belmont beat Illinois State 99-97. Western Illinois with a 97-64 win over St. Ambrose. Northern Iowa beat UIC 83-56. Texas Tech over DePaul 76-62. NFL this Sunday, the Bears visit the 49ers. Chicago 0-5 on the road this season, 4-8 overall. The Niners are 5-7, 3-3 at home. NHL last night at United Center, the Bruins beat the Blackhawks 4-2.
Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive.
I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Hard to believe that Christmas is only a couple of weeks away, right? But there's still plenty of time to find incredible gift deals because Macy's Friends and Family Sale is happening now. What does that mean? It means when you use your coupon or Macy's card, you can take an extra 30% off, just like Friends and Family can. That's 30% off the best holiday gifts, 30% off the best designer brands, 30% off what's trending right now. It's just this week, it's just what you were looking for, and it's only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit.
This holiday season, the Elgin Fire Department is asking for your help to keep our neighbors warm. We're collecting gently used winter coats for men and women, as well as new gloves, mittens, and hats and scarves to support the Community Crisis Center's mission to provide warm clothing for adults in need. Drop off your donations at any Elgin fire station now through December 31st. It's easy. Simply leave your items at the front door, ring the doorbell, and our firefighters will safely collect them. Please ensure all items are clean with no missing buttons or broken zippers. Due to a surplus of children's coats, children's outerwear will not be accepted this year. All donations will be distributed free of charge to those in need during the cold weather season. Donation drop-off locations include all Elgin fire stations. Help keep our community warm this winter. Together, we can make a difference. Visit elginil.gov/civic alerts for more info.
We are Lions International, the world's largest service organization. We are volunteers committed to strengthening our communities and supporting those in need, one act of kindness at a time. For more than a century, Lions have been serving a world in need, right here in our community and around the world. Lions International makes the impossible possible. This is your invitation to join us, because the only thing missing from our mission to make a difference is you. Visit lionsclub.org to find a local Lions Club near you.
Chicago defense attorney Mark Sheblow has co-authored the book titled DUI Jury Trial, which is a true story of a DUI case that he defended. The accused was an Illinois truck driver arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. This book contains facts about the case from the date of the arrest up to the jury's verdict, and this nonfiction novel also includes the transcripts from the jury trial itself. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
What makes a great pizza restaurant? The obvious answer, great pizza. A local favorite since 1983, Pizza Pub Wisconsin Dells has been serving up the best pizza in the Dells. Year after year after year. Not hungry for pizza? Try the homemade lasagna, chicken parmesan, burgers, salads, and an extensive kids menu. Or take a trip or two to the all-you-care-to-eat lunch buffet. Pizza Pub, walking distance to water parks and hotels in Wisconsin Dells.
And we're live here outside the Perez family home, just waiting for the... And there they go! Almost on time this morning. Mom is coming out the front door strong with a double-arm kid carry. Looks like Dad has the bags. Daughter is bringing up the rear. Oh, but the diaper bag wasn't closed. Diapers and toys are everywhere. Ooh, but Mom has just nailed the perfect car seat buckle for the toddler. And now the eldest daughter, who looks to be about 9 or 10, has secured herself in the booster seat. Dad zips the bag closed, and they're off. But looks like Mom doesn't realize her coffee cup is still on the roof of the car. And there it goes. Oh, that's a shame. That mug was a fam favorite.
Don't sweat the small stuff. Just nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are buckled correctly in the right seat for their age and size. Learn more at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The weather is getting better, and we know it's the time when ladders and DIYers come out. Before you start any new outdoor projects, ComEd wants you to know that electricity can jump from a power line to you and the tools you're using. So maintain a safe distance from any power lines. You can also call ComEd at 1-800-EDISON-1 to have those power lines de-energized the next time you do any type of work around them. Stay smart, stay safe, stay back. ComEd, powering lives.
Looking for a place to try for breakfast or lunch? You'll find a gem of a restaurant with amazing food and great prices at the Tripleberry Cafe, 435 Angela Lane in Crystal Lake. For breakfast, try Tripleberry's strawberry cheesecake French toast, ribeye steak and eggs, or carnitas skillets. At lunch, there's the AM burger or Chipotle chicken BLT. There's delicious homemade cream of mushroom soup. For tasty home cooking, Tripleberry Cafe is the place to be. Visit tripleberrycafe.com.
8:09. First shift, WRMN AM 1410, WRMN Radio on YouTube. Good morning. Mike Reed on the way. He'll be here in about 2 minutes. He sends me updates every minute on his way here from where he is. He's MR2. He's the mayor of Hampshire, Illinois. Hey, we may have a Hampshire trivia question to ask at the end of this hour. We, for about a couple of weeks now, have been threatening to give away a gift courtesy of Mike Reed, the mayor of Hampshire, and we never have given it away. We have a question stored up that we never have used, so we may use that at the very end of this hour. I have a guest coming in at 9:30 this morning. Her name is Stephanie Eastland. Stephanie is going to talk about solar and the importance of solar and how it's tied into veterans somehow or another. I'm not sure how that all comes together, but I saw her at the American Legion the other night. She came up to me. Someone whispered in her ear and said, "Hey, go talk to that guy. He's a radio announcer. You could talk about stuff on his show." And she did. And I said, fine. So we exchanged phone numbers, and here she is this morning at about 9:30. So Stephanie Eastland will stop by this morning. and talk about that a little bit, what she's doing around here and why she's hanging out at the American Legion. I know why I am. They get great tacos on Tuesdays. It became like a who's who of the first shift the other night over at the American Legion. It is 8:11, and let's check this forecast. The day after the big fire down in Tent City last night. You can kind of see down there now, so be interesting to see what it looks like where the fire was. Fair skies and 13 degrees this hour, very cold. Winds are out of the northwest at 20, gusting to 31, leaving us with a wind chill of 5 below zero right now. Sunshine today with a high of 26. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low of 12. Tomorrow, mostly sunny skies, high 29. And then it looks pretty nice for the weekend. Get outside Saturday. You might want to go to Hampshire. Mike Reed will tell you why in just a moment. Saturday, mostly sunny skies with a high of 40. Not a bad day to do a little Christmas activity of one way or another. Go enjoy a Christmas celebration somewhere, or put up some Christmas decorations of your own, or go get your Christmas tree and put it up this weekend. Saturday, sunshine with a high of 40, and Sunday, a beautiful day. Sunday, the best day we've had in quite some time, sunshine with a high of 50. How about that for Sunday? Right now, though, far cry from 50 as we sit at 13 degrees this hour with the wind chill at 5 below. And he is in, he is ready, and he is Mike Reed, and he joins us now here on WRMN. Hi, Mike.
Hi.
How are you?
Cold.
Yeah?
Yeah, how are you?
Cold in Hampshire, too?
No, it's like 70 and sunny there. It's just cold in Elgin, I guess.
Yeah. Where did it cross over?
You know what? I wasn't really paying attention.
Yeah, you were driving so fast.
Yeah, you know me.
Yeah. Well, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
Missed you last week. It was Thanksgiving, right? Yeah, it was Thanksgiving last week. How was your Thanksgiving?
It was good. We were in the suburbs of Detroit visiting our in-laws, and it was a good time, except for, you know, how the Bears game turned out, but we survived. We were the only two Bears fans in that house, and Mikey didn't do so good with it.
Yeah. Well, I have that like buried deep in our agenda today.
Okay.
To talk about the Bears if we must, but I guess since you already brought it up, I'm not sure if Marcus Mack's going to call us or not. At 8:30 this morning. If he does, I guess we'll talk sports with him for a couple minutes.
Sure.
At that point, but
we can put a pin in it if you want. It's your show. I just live in it.
Well, I mean, since you mentioned the Bears, I know you're a big fan, and I know you watched the game, and I didn't watch the game, but because I was traveling at that time and couldn't get to a TV fast enough, and in retrospect, I'm happy that I didn't.
Yeah, I would have rather been hiking in Colorado, I think.
Yeah.
So like you had a good time out there.
Oh, it was great. It was great. But I mean, at that point, after watching that Bears game, and I always have liked Matt Eberflus, but over the past few weeks, it has become consistent. Poor decision-making, poor time management, terrible efficiency, and I don't think they had any choice but to make that move. Do you?
And then doubling down on it when questioned. You know, like at the end, I feel like it went the way that it should have. Yeah, you are the only one.
You know, that's about 3 straight weeks he was stuck in a press conference after a game, only to be able to say the same thing every time.
Right. I don't quite understand it. I think it was the right move. I honestly, I don't necessarily know that they should have held on to him as long as they did.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's just the way that it is. I mean, it seems like it's just like one of those Ferris wheels, right? Just around and around and around. It's the same story, just different players.
Thomas Brown takes over the Bears now.
I like his press conference. Have you seen any like him interacting with the press and stuff and team and the Bears? The players all seem behind him and stuff. I mean, talk about fast track, right? That was like what, 3 or 4 weeks, and then all of a sudden he's running the show.
No kidding.
It's like House of Cards.
No kidding. He went from like buried as an assistant coach to becoming the offensive coordinator to becoming the head coach.
And he seems to be like a class act too, because to be honest with you, I don't know a whole lot about him, but like even in his press conference, he thanked Eberflus. Like his first press conference as head coach, he thanks Eberflus for giving him a shot. And so, I mean, it's a class act. I mean, whether you like him or not, I mean, Eberflus seemed to be a decent enough dude, right, you know, but it just wasn't what the team needed for sure.
Yeah. So Brown takes over for 5 weeks. I mean, if the Bears were to go 5-0 in the next 5 weeks, would he be seriously considered to become the permanent head coach? You think there's going to be some big names out there the Bears can consider?
I don't see why he wouldn't be, but I mean, I don't know. I look at some of the decision making, and I did read that the McCaskies are going to be out of the head coach choosing part of the conversation.
That's good,
as opposed to how they've operated in the past, and it seems like they're going to give the authority over. And so, maybe this is what it takes. I can't for the life of me understand why, if they did go 5-0, if they, in this next stretch, why they wouldn't give them a shot.
Well, yeah, especially with the stretch that's coming up.
Right.
Because it's going to be Detroit, Minnesota, Green Bay again, and then San Francisco and Seattle, which the 49ers appear to be down right now. But they're also coming off a couple of big losses, trying to bounce back at home against the Bears on Sunday, so they're not going to be easy to beat.
Right. Can you imagine being Thomas Brown, though, and everybody's like, well, who's going to be the coach next year? Look at all these available people. And it's like, man, I haven't played my first game, and they're already talking about kicking me to the door.
When the Bears were 4-2 and came back to take that lead against Washington late in the game, and it looked like they were about to be 5-2.
Right. You mean right before the historic implosion that has been the rest of the...
That Hail Mary pass has been...
That's all it took, man.
And it sent them in a fast downward spiral.
I agree.
And could you imagine after 4-2 if you would have said 6 weeks from now Matt Eberflus will be fired?
Yeah, I don't know. There were so many big names that were available at the beginning of the season. I mean, everybody, nobody wanted to. You either like Jim Harbaugh or you hate Jim Harbaugh, right? But he was available, and there's and then now you see what's Belichick doing right now? Heck, even Lovie Smith's still available. It's just
well, that's not happening.
What's Ditka doing right about now?
Not much.
And so it's interesting, the chatter, but I really feel like the Bears' decision at this time is to give Thomas Brown a shot, and I think that we as Bears fans should give him a shot.
Sure.
All we wanted was something different, and we got it. So
right. 8:18 here at WRMN. If you want to call and talk to MR2 and myself this hour, give us a call at 847-931-1410. We're on YouTube, WRMN Radio on YouTube. And thanks everybody who has said happy birthday to Downtown Jose and Northwest Wesley Jr. II.
Oh, happy birthday, you guys.
Yeah. Downtown Jose called in. Northwest Wesley Jr. II's at school right now. Went by at about 7:30 with substitute driver, his mother, Kristen, at about 7:30 today. Tom with the Bozeum says, it's cold. Great job reporting last night. I believe WRMN was first on the scene. So when did you hear about the big fire that we had here in Tent City last night?
So last night we went to go see Santa and Mrs. Claus. Elliot's, L Train's Santa and Mrs. Claus. And I've known, it's funny, it's a smaller world. So I've known Santa and Mrs. Claus for over 20 years or so. And so they travel the circuit around here. So we went and saw that. And then as soon as we got out of Nick's, I don't know, about 5 o'clock or so, we started seeing the posts about the fire.
So where were Santa and Mrs. Claus last night?
They were at Nick's Pizza Pub, and I think they're there tonight as well.
Here in Elgin?
Here in Elgin.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you were in Elgin last night?
Yeah. Yeah. They let me out of Hampshire a few times a week, typically to come to Elgin, but that's about it.
But you're only allowed out for a couple hours.
Right? Yeah, and then I got to go back.
Yeah. Well, 8:20 is the time right now. It's interesting. We've had a lot of chat about that this morning. I was leaving work about 4:55 last night and just saw this big black cloud. And at first I wondered if it was just a cloud.
Sure.
Because it was really windy outside. And I thought, well, it's just maybe the crazy sky right now. And it didn't take me long to realize, no, that's a fire.
It's heartbreaking, for sure.
And so I got in my Jeep, and honestly, I was just telling the ladies in the community center that when I was first leaving the parking lot here, I couldn't tell where it was coming from. It almost looked like to me that City Hall was burning.
Right.
And so I'm like, well, let me go see if I can see where that is. It's got to be close by. And so I made my way to the east side of the river, and Tent City was in flames last night. It's a situation I guess Hampshire really doesn't have.
No.
And Elgin has to try to figure out how to deal with.
It's an interesting conversation, and it's not that well, let me preface this. Okay, this is Mike Reed, personal, as not Mike Reed, the mayor. And I also want to say that whatever I say on the airwaves here is not critical of Elgin or any recommendations as far as their administration, because I don't weigh in on things of other leaders. I just don't. That's their, I don't expect Mayor Captain to weigh in on a situation that's happening in Hampshire. And, I try to afford him the same respect. They're trying to deal with whatever situation they're dealing with on their own, and they don't need some guy on the outside trying to tell them how to do it. So I want to put that out there. But, I read through the comments this morning, and being in a leadership position, it's hard for me to understand the gravity of the situation with the regard of, I don't know what, be honest with you, I have a hard enough time trying to manage what's going on in Hampshire, so I don't know what the budget constraints are in the city of Elgin. I don't know what their federal funding is for the homeless population. I don't know what their challenges are as far as infrastructure and stuff. But I read through some of the comments, and it seems like everybody's like, well, just build a shelter. That would solve the problem. And the biggest question that I have in that conversation is how, who's going to pay for it, and what impact is that going to have on any of the other services that are being provided? And I'm not saying that it's not an important conversation. It's not a need. That's not at all what I'm saying. I'm just saying that it's really easy to play armchair quarterback without, and make a suggestion like that with no comprehension of the actual budgetary constraints, staffing, federal funding, that kind of stuff. And part of the conversation that you were having previous to me coming in was, what are the laws around the homeless population, right?
Right.
Are they allowed to live outside? Yes, as far as I know, they're allowed to live outside. There's no laws against living outside, right? And then how does the city of Elgin deal with that? Do you pass an ordinance that you have no authority to pass? Do you send your cops in to clear out 10 City and then have to deal with the public outcry because you're trying to,
you're inhumane?
Right, exactly. And so it's a very, very delicate situation, and I don't envy the leadership over in Elgin now having to, in general, having to I don't want to say combat. I'm trying to choose my words very carefully because I don't want them to come back and bite me. But, I don't think for 1 second that the city council or that the mayor is blind to these concerns at all. And I don't, and people say, well, they're just sitting around not doing anything. I think that there's probably a lot of moving parts in this conversation that a lot of us probably aren't privy to. I know that I certainly am not, a part of this conversation, being that it's not my community, but I can't for the life of me understand why someone would think that the city council or that the mayor is just sitting by blindly watching this happen and not making any decisions. I mean, we all get in this for the right reasons, I feel like, right?
Right.
Like we all just want to try to make a difference. I know Mayor Captain. I've met several of the city council members. Your emergency officials in here in Elgin. I mean, they're all in it for the right reasons, I believe. At least the ones that I've met and talked to, and I can't see that they're just sitting around waiting for somebody to fix the problem or not wanting to take responsibility. I just don't think that that's fair for anybody to say, because it is a tough thing. I mean, the human aspect of this job is tough, right? And so there's the human wraparound services that everybody wants or needs to have, but you also have the day-to-day operations of your community that, you turn your faucet on in your house or anywhere, or like a fire hydrant, like something was burning yesterday, right? The 10 City was burning.
Yeah.
And the fire hydrant was right there, and the firefighters were all the firefighters showed up. They were able to make those calls to get the trains to stop, and they were able to hook their hoses up to a fire hydrant and put the fire out. Well, that part alone, having a fire hydrant there planned appropriately, having a fire hydrant that works there appropriately. I mean, there's a cost to that, and you're paying for that. So I'm so thankful for all of the people that are a lot smarter than me that are able to weigh these decisions. But it's a tough deal all the way around.
8:25, we have a phone call, 847-931-1410. We have about a little less than 4 minutes before the bottom of the hour break here, so if it happens to go longer than that, maybe Dave will hold past the break. But we have David Tees joining us. Recently ran for Kane County Board. He weighs in on a lot of local issues. He cares, and he's trying to be a difference maker in the community too. Good morning, David.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good, man. How about you?
Oh, cold.
Yeah.
I went outside and warm up my truck. It's cold.
It is a bit cold. Yes, sir, for early December.
That northerly wind is really cutting, so this is what I want to say to people today. It's a little bit off the topic, but as a plumber, you guys, the wind's coming out of the north, so if you got get your sinks that are, facing towards the north, open up your cabinets, let that warm air come in there. Same thing with your bathroom sinks, trickle your faucets, because that wind will come through somewhere and start freezing up your pipes. Make sure your hoses are off your outside spigots. Those will freeze and split up, too. Be diligent out there with this cold, because that wind is what causes water pipes and heat lines. Believe it or not, hot water heat lines do freeze when it comes through a crack or anything like that. Keep your thermostat up if you got a boiler. Just look, basic tips to be careful out there, because that wind is really strong and it will cause pipes to freeze up.
David Tees runs Ability Plumbing here locally, so he's got all the plumbing tips here for us. We were chatting back and forth a little bit last night. David, any thoughts based on what you followed last night with Tent City?
Well, one of the things is, thank God nobody was hurt or killed in that. Actually, that was with the wind. Like I said, once again, was really when that started. That wind just took that place and just probably blew it all over, go fire all over the place, very fast and rapid. Just kind of glad people got out. The fire department did, a great job getting it out as fast as they could. We couldn't ask for more with our people in our city working hard on issues like that. I just hope that they found places for these people to stay overnight out of that cold.
Yeah, I mean, we did have the shelters were open last night because of the temperatures, so I think hopefully those people that were directly involved that lived right there had a place to go to last night.
Yeah, a little bit displacement. I know that's where they live, and just everybody's got to have a place to live. And now you lost your home, so you got to find a way to start over. Or I hope the city and all that, we all find some place for the people to live. And if people in Elgin, you get a chance to drop them off some clothes because they lost everything, some clothing and shoes, boots, something to keep them, get some new clothes or something like that. It would be nice out there.
Take it over to the AID people that are going to be across from the library today. They'll collect that stuff or take it to the fire department or the community crisis center. Don't try to take it directly down to Tent City yourself.
No. Yeah. Is there? I haven't been down there yet. I just sort of look across the river, see how much was left of it. But yeah, it was a big fire. I could tell by the videos I saw. It was a big fire.
Yep. Well, thanks, David, for calling, man.
Hey, thanks, guys. Take care.
All right, take care.
Bye-bye.
All right, David Tees. 829 here at WRMN. Phone lines open if you want to join the conversation, talk about that, or talk about anything that's on your mind. Mayor Mike Reed from Hampshire's here for the next half hour on the first shift. We're going to check in with some news, weather, and sports here at the bottom of the hour. And the current temperature it's cold. It's in the teens. It's 13 degrees at the beginning of this hour. Winds out of the northwest at 20 miles an hour. Maybe in early December you don't think about trickling the sinks yet, but maybe it is a day, like David says, that you might want to think about that a little bit, depending on the house you live in. It's 8:30 here at WRMN on the first shift. We'll be right back.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Linzess. The village of Bartlett is set to hold their holiday tree lighting, happening on Friday, December 6th from 4:45 to 8 p.m., with the tree lighting itself starting at 7:15 p.m. in Bartlett Park. In Naperville, a special traffic safety initiative during Thanksgiving led to a crackdown on hazardous driving. Local police engaging in the Click It or Ticket and Drive Sober Get Pulled Over campaign, leading to 1 criminal arrest, the issuing of citations including 15 speeding tickets and 28 for occupant restraint violations. Kane County is on the lookout for a new board member for District 7 following Monica Silva's resignation. The selected individual will hold office until December of 2026 and must align politically with the Democratic Party as required by state law. You must reside within District 7 and be at least 18 years old to apply, and you have until December 17th to get in your application. With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Get even more savings this holiday season by becoming a Milo's Rewards member. Don't miss new member deals dropping every week, like $15 off a purchase of $50 or more on select Bounty, Charmin, and Puffs paper products. Plus, get free standard shipping with Silver Key status. Just one more way Lowe's is here to help you shop, save, and enjoy the holidays. Join for free today. Milo's Rewards program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change. Exclusions and more terms apply. Visit Lowe's.com/shipping terms for details.
Progressive presents good news, bad news, dumb news, then great news. Good news. While leaning over the fence, your neighbors said you could save money bundling home and auto insurance with Progressive. Bad news. Your neighbor leaned over a little too much and broke your fence. Dumb news. Somehow fence wood is more expensive than wood. Great news. You decide to see if you could save money bundling at Progressive.com and to plant really tall shrubs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. NHL last night at United Center. The Bruins beat the Blackhawks 4-2. Brad Marchand scored twice. Morgan Geekie had a pair of goals for Boston. Alex Vlasic and Jason Dickinson had the goals for the Blackhawks, who dropped to 8-16-2, 4-7-0 at home. The losing skid has hit 4 in a row. Next up, a home game this Saturday afternoon when the Jets come to United Center. On the NBA schedule tonight, the 9-13 Bulls visit the 11-10 Spurs. Chicago 6-6 on the road. The Spurs 8-4 at home. Chicago currently sits 9th in the Eastern Conference. The Spurs are 10th in the West. NFL this Sunday, the Bears visit the 49ers. Chicago 0-5 on the road this season, 4-8 overall. The Niners are 5-7, 3-3 at home.
Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive.
I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Hard to believe that Christmas is only a couple of weeks away, right? But there's still plenty of time to find incredible gift deals because Macy's Friends and Family Sale is happening now. What does that mean? It means when you use your coupon or Macy's card, you can take an extra 30% off, just like Friends and Family can. That's 30% off the best holiday gifts, 30% off the best designer brands, 30% off what's trending right now. It's just this week. It's just what you were looking for, and it's only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, sunny with a high near 26, temperatures falling to around 23 in the afternoon. It feels like -6 with windy conditions, gusts up to 40 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 12. It feels like one with breezy conditions. Currently, it is 12 degrees with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Old Spice Swagger Holiday Pack, perfect for a gift to treat yourself. 24/7 holiday freshness with daily use can smell your bestest. I'm gonna be smelling great all season. Old Spice scents just can't be beaten. Chock full of value, saving that green. Got the essentials needed to feel clean. Deodorant, hair, body wash, and spray. Celebrate your holiday the Old Spice way. Ho 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 ho.
.35 WRMN AM 1410, WRMN Radio on YouTube. It's MR2, Mike Reed, and me, Marky B, and you at 847-931-1410 if you want to give us a call and talk to us about whatever's on your mind this morning. We have one phone call. Let's take this call and see what's on this person's mind. Good morning. Welcome to the first shift.
Good morning, Marky.
Yes, sir.
You know, for about 20 years or so, I've been helping the homeless in Elgin. And I've learned a few things. And one thing that I'm blown away by, that the city is well aware of and the police department is that at the Kimball Tent City, they've been cooking meth there for a long time. I'm not surprised there's a fire. I'm surprised it took so long for something like this to happen. Let's not talk about the murders by the train tracks. But if the city really wanted to help and do something, we wouldn't be sitting here today talking about a fire.
You always hope that whatever action is taken, that it's proactive and not reactive. Many times things end up being reactive now because of what's happened here. If something drastic does happen, a drastic decision by the city of Elgin to make something happen faster than they plan to, it's all gonna come off reactive.
Yeah, I don't know what needs to happen. Maybe a bomb needs to explode before they'll do something. But when you know they're cooking meth in that 10 city and nothing's done about it, that's all I got to say.
Yeah.
I'm just going to pray and worry about myself.
Well, appreciate you calling and listening to the station.
Hope in a hopeless world, like the Staple Singers used to sing. Looking for hope in a hopeless world.
You're a great singer.
Help us. Shut up! This was bound to happen.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with you on that.
They should look for all the chemicals in there. The explosive ones that didn't explode.
They'll be able to find them easier now.
Yeah, I've been trying to help these guys. But, there's so much crack and meth amongst the homeless, it's not funny. There's a gentleman that's been sitting on in the light at Kimball in 31 and asked for money for years. Grew up in Elgin. Everyone knows him. He does not want to get off this stuff. Elgin has a great sober community, very welcoming.
Yeah.
All right, Marky, you have a wonderful day. Keep up the good work.
Thank you for calling.
Thank you for being you.
All right, take care.
God bless. Bye-bye.
Bye. 8:38 here at WRMN. Tom Holbrook checks in on YouTube, and he says, I agree. I noted that it had been rumored that a lab was in there. I'd heard that as well. There's drugs in there in Tent City, so it's interesting. It's another argument to be made as to if you know drugs are in there and you know illegal activities going in, how can you let it continue to happen?
There is that,
right, Mike?
There is that. I'm not familiar enough with the operations or the calls that come out of it or the issues that happen in it, but they're not mutually exclusive, if that makes sense. So, the drugs and crime, and it's not mutually exclusive to just the homeless community. To be fair,
right.
That's everywhere, and to infer or something to infer that they're not worthy of help or not worthy of our kindness, that doesn't compute with me a whole lot of times. Now, because we have similar issues in all areas of our communities. There's crime, there's drugs, there's all this kind of stuff. You talk about bound to happen. I was really kind of concerned last night about all the heavy winds and stuff.
Pretty wicked out there last night.
It was pretty windy. What was it, 58 mile an hour wind gusts and that kind of stuff. You think it, like you were saying earlier, there's the adapters that go on top of a propane tank that create heat. All it takes is you to knock that over, and a tent, tarp, that kind of stuff, gone.
Yeah.
So it's like a box of kindling, and just up and it's gone. And so, as others have said, it's extremely thankful, or it's a blessing that no one got hurt. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me that there wasn't anybody around, except for the fact that maybe when everything was burning, they just took off, kind of situation. And, and then you read the comments online and they go, oh, well, they were illegals and this and that, and they shouldn't be there anyway. And the fact of the matter is they have nowhere to go. And so there's a human part of this that I just can't get my head out of the game. There's a human side of this, that there are families there with kids, in some cases, and that need help. And, there are those that don't want to do anything about it. There are those that would rather stay drugged up and stay homeless and that kind of stuff, or have had opportunities and have either refused or squandered them. You know, that's not to say that's, but I don't think that's everyone there.
No. I mean, if you built a permanent encampment and you, not encampment, but place where they have an opportunity to go live in a structured environment, some of them might accept that and take advantage of that. Many of them wouldn't. Many of them would not, because they're there because they don't want any laws, any rules.
And you and I talked off the air, and we've had our fair share of dealings, and there are those that will refuse any type of help, or we haven't even brought up the mental illness side of this either. There are some people that are in this position. I don't want to say because of or in result of, but that are having some kind of mental distress that, due to their circumstances in life, have no opportunity to get it addressed. And so a lot of times some of these people refuse the help because they, have some, like a couple of times that they thought that it was the government trying to take over their lives or implant something in them or something like that. And it's, the conspiracy theories and that kind of stuff. And so, again, I haven't walked in their shoes. I'm not a part of Elgin's leadership here. And I think for the most part, I can't, my hat's off to the leadership here in Elgin, because I think that they do a good job dealing with it based on the circumstances that they have. And it's really easy to sit from the outside to say, oh, they should do this or they should do that. I don't want to walk in their shoes either.
And we got 2 phone calls we got to take, but I will say, I was going to say this a while ago, and if I don't say it now, I'll forget about it. When someone just does decide to run for office, a lot of, and everybody's circumstances, a lot of people have the same circumstances, but some circumstances are different. But oftentimes you're like, yes, I'm going to give this a shot because I want to serve my community. I'm not sure what I'm getting into, but I want to give this a shot, and I'm going to try, and I'm going to learn, and I'm going to try to make the best decisions that I can. I'm thinking the majority of people that run for local office, or at least half, feel that way. And there's nobody, I don't think, that runs for office goes, I'm running for office because I know exactly how to handle every situation that's going to come my way and make my city better. You have to make these decisions kind of as they come and as you learn, as you grow in the position, right?
Correct. The attitude of I know what's right now and it's going to be my way or the highway type situation, those are what they call one-term politicians. They don't make it. They just don't. You've seen that over the years, or you see it on the news where you can have an idea of, well, who's never going to get elected again once they get into power, and it's I always say that if I'm the smartest man in the room, there's a problem, because I can speak for myself and myself only. I started out in 2013 as a young under 30 punk thinking I was going to make a difference, and here I am, and I'm still involved, and I am the luckiest dude on the planet, because I don't understand why why the community supports me like they do, but I surely appreciate it. But it's because we listen to who around us and we work together, and you see so many other organizations and groups doing the same thing.
8:45. I want to talk to John Prigge. He's on hold. John, if you can hold a couple of more minutes. We got to take this call from Marcus Mack. He did take the time to call us this morning. He's our sports guy. We are going to switch gears for just a minute. How you doing, Marcus?
Hey, what's going on, Marky D? How's it going, my friend?
Hey, good, man. How you feeling?
Oh, not too bad. Not too bad. A little cold out today, but we're making it.
So you sound like you're calling from outside.
Oh, man.
You sound like you're shivering a little bit when you're talking.
I'm inside right now. Thank you.
Yeah, you may be able to walk to a better area. We can't. You got a bad cell with us right now. It's
Hold on, Marky D. Let me see. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, a little bit better. So your show's every Saturday morning from 10 until noon, and I'm sure a lot of your show talk last Saturday was based on the implosion of Matt Eberflus and the Chicago Bears, right?
Yes, we all saw it. Everybody was home with their families last week on Thursday, and we saw the Bears lose in horrible fashion to the Detroit Lions, with Matt Eberflus staring at the clock as it ran down in the final seconds, holding a timeout in his pocket. From there, the locker room would explode. Reports of Jalen Johnson going off on him, Matt Eberflus having to be removed from the locker room. It would then be the next day following he would be fired. And now we sit with the new head coach, Thomas Brown, as the interim head coach for the Bears as they get ready to finish up the last 5 games of the season.
Yeah.
And that's where we're at, Marky B.
If you had to like take a wild guess right now at who the Chicago Bears coach is going to be in 2025-26, who's your guy?
My first choice, my wish is Kyle Shanahan, but he's still the coach for the San Francisco 49ers. Hot coordinator that's out there is Ben Johnson. I keep hearing his name a lot.
Right.
And there's a lot of potential with him and the things he's doing in Detroit. And my other candidate, if the Bears went out and play well, is the interim coach that they have now currently, Thomas Brown. I've been watching his press conferences. I like a lot of the things that he has to say. The players seem to be responding to him. So if the team responds well and they play well these last 5 games, the Bears are going to have to take a serious look at him.
And you said the same thing, right, Mike Reed? You like the way he's conducted himself so far?
I do.
Yeah. So, well, what about Cliff Kingsbury, the offensive coordinator for Washington? Wasn't he associated with Caleb Williams in the past?
He was. He was his coach. He was a former coach for Caleb. The one thing with me and Cliff is that he didn't do very well in Arizona. So once his offense was figured out, he really struggled mightily and was pretty much ran out of town. He's doing good things with the Washington Commanders as an offensive coordinator, and that's the thing. Some guys are just better suited as a coordinator,
right?
And or maybe college coach at best. And I think that's maybe Cliff Kingsbury's ceiling. Yeah, does he deserve another shot? Sure. I just don't think it should be with the Bears.
You know, it's funny that you say this. I think it was last year when I was watching the Bears play, and I was thinking about Matt Eberflus at that time. At the time when he didn't really have a defensive coordinator, and he had been a defensive coordinator in Indianapolis, and the defense seemed to play better once he was making some of the defensive calls. I was thinking, it's a shame that Matt Eberflus wouldn't accept being demoted to defensive coordinator, and the Bears could find another head coach, because that's where he belongs. I'm thinking Eberflus is probably going to come back again as a defensive coordinator somewhere, wouldn't you think?
Yes, he has proven himself to be a very elite defensive coordinator, but the head coaching duties were just beyond him, too much for his scope. And as we saw him shrink under the pressure that rose daily from being the head coach of the Chicago Bears. The part that really lets you know that he was made for a defensive coordinator. Remember, this team was in rebuild. So the first 2 years of his coaching didn't really even count against him.
Right.
This year right here is strictly what got Matt Eberflus fired.
That's for sure. Well, what were you saying, Mike?
No, and if you notice, the first 2 years, there weren't these critical mistakes. So I just don't.
There weren't a lot of situations to make the critical mistakes in.
Right.
You know?
Rebuild or not, I feel like he was a better coach during the rebuild. You know, I don't understand how. I don't know. I don't understand how it's like a guy that's building a house, and then all of a sudden the house is built and you move in, and then the guy doesn't want to fix anything that breaks. Like I don't get it.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Marcus, for the time and the patience. And anything else you want to say about your show on Saturday?
Oh, yeah. Come and check us out. It's going to be definitely a big show again. 10 to 12, we're going to be breaking down as Thomas Brown gets ready to coach his first game as the interim coach for the Bears. We'll also be talking some Cubs and some Blackhawks. So come check us out. Truth About Chicago Sports, 10 to 12 every Saturday.
Sounds great, man. Thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you, buddy.
Bye. Marcus Mack checking in. 8:50 here at WRMN. Time flies. Let's stay on the phones. 847-931-1410. Always good thoughts on what to do here in the city of Elgin. It's John Prigge joining us now. Hi, John.
Hello, gentlemen. Mayor, I'm glad you're part of this broadcast.
You're the only one.
Oh, come on now. No.
No, me and John.
Oh, okay, good. I got two.
Yeah.
No, good. Well, I can tell you that I appreciate your disclaimer at the beginning that, you don't want to kind of step over the line when it involves another community, unless your community is involved with it too. And that's very, very wise. I appreciate that. But the one thing I just want to make sure that you're also aware of is that you don't know this council like many other people do. You don't know Dave Captain for multiple years. You don't know Rose Martinez, John Steppen, Steve Thorin, Daryl Rauschenberger.
Am I allowed to address? I have no.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I'll pick up.
So all I'll say is that you're right with a lot of those other names, but I've known Mayor Captain now for the better part of 6-7 years now, because we interface a lot at Metro West, which is a council of government that represents all of the municipalities in King County, of which I'm the president of. So I have a pretty good relationship with Mayor Captain.
That's excellent. I've known him for 15 years. I've worked with him for not for 15, 12 years.
Sure.
And I can tell you that they are lazy, very lazy. They have hidden from this homeless situation, even to the cries for help from the downtown, businesses that have left, that have dealt with the issues that all come with the homeless population in downtown. They won't even talk about it. They won't even hold a public meeting. They kick that can down the road so long and so hard that it is going to take something extreme for them, and then it will be done regretfully to discuss this issue.
And you are, and like you pointed out, you are a lot closer to this, and I don't want to be combative with you on the airwaves or anything like that. And so, like I said, I try to make those disclaimers because I am not as close to this issue or any of the issues here in Elgin as some of the other people are. And I believe you're the former trustee, former councilman, correct?
Former councilman, yeah.
Yeah, former councilman. So you do have intimate knowledge of it. And I'm not going to weigh in and give opinions, but I will say that in my workings with the city of Elgin, be either community to community or my workings with Mayor Captain, have been extremely positive. And I don't see him as lazy, but you guys have a different view of him because of your working relationship.
Correct. And then that leads me to my next question. What is Hampshire doing about your homeless issues?
So we rely heavily on service organizations, churches in town, churches in the area, county resources, and we do also rely on Elgin for some guidance as well, because they're the big guys in the room as it comes to this issue. So as it relates to that, we tend to rely on community partners, service organizations, churches, and other communities.
The budget is so drastically different, right, Mike?
Yeah, and so I mean, there's also, again, I know everybody hates talking about the money of it, but you know, as you compare Hampshire to Pingree Grove, or you compare it to Gilbert's or Elgin, or you know, the bigger communities, I mean, budgetary, I mean, the amount of property tax dollars that we get, or the percentage of property tax dollars, I believe is like 6 cents of every property tax dollars. Most of the federal funding or grant opportunities are based on median household income. And if you have a community like mine that has a higher household income, you're almost excluded from any of the grants coming from the state of Illinois or federal funding, because it's based on demographics or based on median household income. So to compare, I think it would be difficult to compare Hampshire and their response to a bigger community that has more funding opportunities. Again, I hate bringing it down to the dollar amount, but I mean, as far as the human side of it, our community is fantastic. Mark E.B. has talked about it. Different people on the radio have talked about it. The human side of our community is fantastic, and we try to do everything we can to help anybody regardless of circumstances, whether it be homeless, whether it be somebody that their house burns down or is encountering some kind of struggle. But as far as comparing the homeless response, I don't think that that's a just thing that an easy thing to do or quantify, if that makes sense.
So if someone comes to your city hall and says, "I'm homeless, I need help," is there a place in your town that you can direct them, a door that they can walk through to get help, whether it's food, clothing, housing, anything like that?
So we all hit the bricks, and it's a matter of contacting, St. Vincent de Paul or Faithway Baptist Church, or working with some of the county resources that are available for communities like ours. But if you're looking for like a homeless shelter in Hampshire, that doesn't exist. Just like they don't
handle some. You could handle some, but that would be fair to say, wouldn't it?
Well, we would do the best that we could.
Okay. Yeah, and I understand that, and I know there's really just by the population of Elgin and Hampshire, and plus you are a lot more secluded.
Correct. Well, and there's no real way. I mean, with Elgin having the train station and that kind of thing, I mean, I'm just going to call it what it is. It's harder for people to get out by us in general, right? I mean, I sat in transportation hearings. For the state Senate this spring or this summer, trying to figure out ways to expand public transportation in our area because we just don't have it. We don't have the types of services that other communities do in general, and that equates to it as well. And so we try to do the best that we can do. I'm sure that we've slipped up over the years. I'm sure that we could do things better, but we're learning.
Well, thanks, John.
Yep. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And I hope the mayor makes more appearances. I think you've got a nice spirit, and I think you're a very genuine person. And I think that's what Elgin areas need to hear on issues like this. So I appreciate your time.
Thanks for calling in today.
Thank you, John.
You bet.
Take care.
You. Bye-bye.
All right, John Prigge checking in, always with some opinionated, educated, informative thoughts, all kind of combined together based on his past experiences here in the city of Elgin. So I want to, before I let you go, we didn't do it again.
That's all right.
Three appearances, still no trivia
I think
question.
what we need to do is hang it on the wall and say, in case of emergency, break glass.
Yeah, for the trivia question. Well, I guess when we don't have trivia, that means we've had good conversation.
Yeah, well, and I really enjoyed the fact that this has been a lot of phone calls. It's been good.
Yeah, and in Hampshire on Saturday night, there's you got a big Christmas
our big Jingle Fest parade, lit parade, starts at about 5, where we've got a big tree downtown we just put up, and so there'll be Christmas carols and cookies and hot chocolate and all that kind of stuff around the tree. 5:30, the parade kicks off, and it's a lit parade, so hope to see you all in Hampshire.
Yeah, so if you're looking for a little small town feel, good Christmas spirit.
Yeah, and we planned it so that Burlington's doing their deal between 4 and 6, and so I've talked to Mary Kay, and she's going to try to shoot people our direction about 5:15. Yeah, and then so hopefully everybody comes to enjoy it.
You can go Christmas festival hopping.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Pingree Grove is doing theirs on Saturday night as well.
Oh,
so,
cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks a lot for the time, Mike. Appreciate your thoughts.
Thanks for having me again.
Mayor Mike Reed from the Village of Hampshire joining us this hour. One more hour. The first shift is coming up. Keep it right here. I got a guest coming up at 9:30 and lots of other news and information to share your way and some first shift comments too.
Available now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com is the book called DUI Jury Trial, which is the true story of a truck driver in Illinois who was charged with driving under the influence of alcohol. Not only was he facing a revocation of his driver's license, but also a lifetime disqualification of his commercial driver's license, which would prevent him from ever driving a semi-truck again. This book includes the backstories of the truck driver, the lawyers that defended his case, and the DUI expert witness who analyzed the case and then testified at trial as to the proper protocol procedures of the field sobriety test as well as the breathalyzer tests. This nonfiction novel also includes the actual court transcripts from the jury trial, a courtroom showdown in which the final verdict would determine the fate of the defendant's livelihood. The book DUI Jury Trial is now available on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 9 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Verizon. The city of Elgin announcing plans for a weekend of honoring civil rights icon Dr. Martin Luther King with a series of commemorative events anchored by the 40th annual prayer breakfast scheduled for Saturday, January 18th of 2025 at the Elgin Community College beginning at 8:30 a.m. Elgin emergency crews tackling a significant fire at a homeless encampment near North State Street and Kimball Street on Tuesday. Firefighters arriving to find multiple structures ablaze but managed to quickly control the situation. No injuries were reported. The cause of the fire remains under investigation. The Elgin Police Department will hold their winter open house this Saturday. The community invited to the EPD lobby from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. to enjoy a host of festive activities, including a visit from Santa Claus. This Saturday from 10 a.m. until noon at the Elgin Police Department. With your 1410 WR WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Get even more savings this holiday season by becoming a Milo's Rewards member. Don't miss new member deals dropping every week, like $15 off a purchase of $50 or more on select Bounty, Charmin, and Puffs paper products. Plus, get free standard shipping with Silver Key status. Just one more way Lowe's is here to help you shop, save, and enjoy the holidays. Join for free today. Milo's Rewards program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change. Exclusions and more terms apply. Visit Lowe's.com/shipping terms for details.
Progressive presents good news, bad news, dumb news, then great news. Good news. While leaning over the fence, your neighbors said you could save money bundling home and auto insurance with Progressive. Bad news. Your neighbor leaned over a little too much and broke your fence. Dumb news. Somehow fence wood is more expensive than wood. Great news. You decide to see if you could save money bundling at Progressive.com and to plant really tall shrubs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
At the law offices of Guthrie & Brady, we are dedicated to providing high-quality legal services at affordable prices. Whether you're dealing with real estate transactions, foreclosures, or will and estates, our experienced team, including Mary Brady, the happy lawyer, is here to help. With over 50 years of experience, you can trust that our attorneys have the knowledge and expertise to handle your legal needs. Our comfortable and welcoming office, along with our professional staff, makes it easy for you to get the legal guidance you deserve. If you're looking for expert legal services you can rely on, contact the law offices of Guthrie & Brady today. Schedule a consultation and let us put our decades of experience to work for you. For more information, visit gandblegal.com. That's gandblegal.com.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. NFL this Sunday, the Bears visit the 49ers. Chicago 0-5 on the road this season, 4-8 overall. The Niners are 5-7, 3-3 at home. NHL last night at United Center, the Bruins beat the Blackhawks 4-2. Brad Marchand scored twice. Morgan Geekie had a pair of goals for Boston. Alex Vlasic and Jason Dickinson had the goals for the Blackhawks, who dropped to 8-16-2, 4-7-0 at home. The losing skid has hit 4 in a row. Next up, a home game this Saturday afternoon when the Jets come to United Center. On the NBA schedule tonight, the 9-13 Bulls visit the 11-10 Spurs. Chicago 6-6 on the road. The Spurs 8-4 at home. Chicago currently sits 9th in the Eastern Conference. The Spurs are 10th in the West.
Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive.
I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Hard to believe that Christmas is only a couple of weeks away, right? But there's still plenty of time to find incredible gift deals because Macy's Friends and Family Sale is happening now. What does that mean? It means when you use your coupon or Macy's card, you can take an extra 30% off, just like Friends and Family can. That's 30% off the best holiday gifts, 30% off the best designer brands, 30% off what's trending right now. It's just this week. It's just what you were looking for, and it's only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation.
Attention restaurant owners, are you struggling with grease trap issues or bulk grease removal? Look no further than Hopkins Grease Company. Serving the greater Chicago area since 1947, Hopkins Grease has been the go-to company for grease recycling and maintenance, offering a range of specialized services for restaurants, big or small. From used cooking oil collection to grease trap cleaning, their full fleet of vehicles and dedicated team of employees ensures fast, efficient service in areas like Elgin, Crystal Lake, Algonquin, and Schaumburg. And they're not just a business. They are part of your community. As a family-owned company, Hopkins Grease is big enough to meet your needs, but small enough to give you personalized, friendly service. And they proudly support America's First Responders through our partnership with America's First Responders Fest. So when you choose Hopkins Grease, you're choosing a company that gives back. Need service today? Call Hopkins Grease at 847-458-4040. We're ready to take your grease worries off your plate. Yes, we're ready to take your grease worries off your plate. Get it? Get it? 9:06 here at WRMN. Even I get that, I think. Good to have Mayor Mike in. He's driving off right now, headed back to the Shire. Or is it the Hamp? I don't know. I kind of like the Hamp, but I don't know. I don't have a firm opinion on that, like some people have firm opinions on things. I can go either way. Flexibility, right? The key to two terms? 9:06 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. Welcome back to the first shift. Thanks for all your thoughts this morning on YouTube at WRMN Radio on YouTube and on the Image 360 information line. And the commander checks in. He's on the road this week, but I did send him video of the fire last night. I wanted him to know, and I thought he probably didn't know. Mark Smith from American Legion Post 57. Commander, who's running for city council, has something to say. And we're going to be talking a lot to our city council candidates. This will certainly be an issue that could help decide, right, which way you vote if you have a strong feeling about what the city of Elgin should do. And if you feel like the city of Elgin has been sitting on their hands too long when it comes to making a firm maneuver when it comes to Tent City and the homeless population. We did hear about the budget setting aside the money for this tiny house community, and that's been, gosh, over a year now, I think, well over a year. Nothing's really happened. Can't find a spot to build it. Has been the echoing sentiment. So is that good enough? 9:08 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. The commander says, I'm very glad that nobody was hurt in the Tent City fire. With that, the city of Elgin leadership should be very embarrassed about the lack of action on this issue, says the commander, Mark Smith. City manager advised a couple of weeks ago that the city has been looking at this for 4 years, and that 2 years ago, almost $1 million was approved to implement a homeless area with tiny houses and support services. Yes, that's what I was saying. The lack of action by the city is borderline neglect, and the city leaders should absolutely be putting this on the top of their list ahead of any other funded or future funded projects, says Commander Smith. If elected to city council, this will be my top priority, so we can stop kicking this can down the road, actually take action, and implement a solution to get the homeless and the city out of this ongoing dilemma. If this isn't a huge wake-up call for immediate action to both our paid and elected leaders, then maybe it's time to move on and hire and elect folks who will take the appropriate action to resolve this as soon as possible. How about that?
Wow.
Strong statement by our commander.
Wow.
Our friend from the American Legion. And I very much am in agreement to what he's saying there. It's 10 past 9 here at WRMN. It's one thing when it's a very small community. Well, we could see it growing in front of our very eyes. I could see the structures getting bigger. I can see the fences going up. I know there's an influx of more people in this city in the last year or two, and I've heard from the people that I know that deal with people with mental distress and homelessness, that they know that there are more, and there are more over there. So it's going to boil over, and maybe it boiled over last night, like literally boiled over. So maybe it took something like that. John Prigge says it's going to take a death. Well, there seems like there should be an immediate, at least meeting or discussion about this and what the city should do next. And it should come way up the charts of the to-do list, for lack of a better way of describing it. Way up the charts. 11 past 9 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. Well said, Commander. Thanks for chiming in this morning. Northwest Wes has been on the road in Utah this week, and he took a picture from the airport this morning that he has sent our way. And there's Northwest Wes looking out of the airport window, waiting for his flight, waiting for his boarding call. I hope you have all of your stuff stuffed in that bag properly, Northwest West, so it'll fit in that little box. I'm Northwest West. I don't do things like that. Don't you worry, I have a plan of attack. Says me, being Northwest West. 9:12 here at WRMN. I hope you have a safe flight back. Do you ever wonder when you get on that plane? Never give it any thought whatsoever? Or you're 100% sure every time? You got to be 100% sure, right? 9:12 here at WRMN. We flew from Colorado this past weekend. You get that turbulence in the air. You're like, oh boy, hope everything's all right. It's a safe way to travel, though. Safer than being in your car, right? Northwest West will be back today in time for Northwest Wesley Jr. II's birthday. He's in school this morning. 58 Mike checks in. And he says, good morning, Marky B and the First Shifters. Love your country music commercial and the twang. Yeah, thanks. I enjoyed doing that. You know, I like to put my country accent on every once in a while. When you say while in country, you put the H first, by the way. Every once in a while, that helps you countrify yourself. You know what I'm saying? Thanks, Northwest to West, and thank you, 58 Mike and the Commander, for checking in this morning, and the Sultan of South Elgin for checking in. He checked in earlier this morning at 6:42 a.m. He ate at the Dixie Cafe yesterday in downstate Illinois. He always finds the name ironic, being in Yankee territory. Oh, no, you're downstate, brother. You in the southern part of Illinois now. And there's the picture of the Dixie Cafe where the Sultan of South Elgin had a little down-home food. What'd you have at the Dixie Cafe, Sultan? Thanks for sending the picture. You can always send pictures to our Image 360 information line at 505-926-1410. That's 505-926-1410. Bold Solutions, exceptional support at Image 360. They're on 506 Sundown Road in South Elgin. We thank them for being involved in the radio station, and thanks for being a sponsor and helping us out with some signage this year. Thanks to Lisa and Matt. They are the brains behind the operation, and they have a lot of good people working for them providing all the signage, including the sign you see that says WRMN 1410 on the windows as you pass by the station here at 14 Douglas Avenue. The sensational one checks in this morning. I'm talking about Shelley on the Image 360 information line. She says, good morning to all shifters. So we've all heard by now that Tent City is burned. My heart goes out to the people that live there. You could say, oh, they were homeless. Well, they truly are now. So why not stop by Paul's Restaurant and drop off much-needed items like coats, sleeping bags, etc. Says Sensational Shelley. I hope that while you're out today or any other day, y'all find someone to be kind to and make a difference in their life. Stay warm and have a blessed day, says the Queen of Positivity, Sensational Shelley, sending us 10 prayers to our prayer scoreboard. We have 80 prayers on the prayer scoreboard this morning. CK has been here. She's gone now. She left her name to turn us on. Thank you, CK. Comforting Kathleen, always comforting us with her presence, her company. And every once in a while, some coffee and donuts. Good morning, Mark and all First Shifters. Wishing you all a safe and warm day from Comforting Kathleen, who sends us a couple of extra prayers to our prayer scoreboard this morning. It looks like 12 to me. Blackhawks Brad checked in this morning. BHB says the word of the day is prorogue. Prorogue. His words have been a little more convoluted or complicated here lately. Prorogue. What does that mean? I don't even know. To defer or postpone. So some say the city of Elgin has been proroguing the problem at Tent City for a long time. And a lot of people believe that. And that immediate action should be taken now, should have already been taken. But even more so now. Let's win this day, says Blackhawks Brad. The American flag flies. The eagle flies over the fabulous Fox River, and a couple of prayers from Blackhawks Brad for the Tent City people. Westside Freddy checking in. He gave us the advice that if you want to go get some pictures of what you see in Tent City, you could walk through the library to the backside, stay indoors, and take pictures through the window if you feel up to it. 917 WRMN. Thanks, Westside Freddy, for checking in a couple of different times this morning. And I think we have everybody covered on the Image 360 information line right now. When I come back, I'm going to finish our YouTube comments, maybe hit a couple of news stories for you that we never did get to this morning. And then I have a guest coming up at 9:30 today. After the 9:30 break, we're going to talk about... I think we're going to talk about solar paneling a little bit and talk about veterans a little bit at the same time. Freedomforever.com. You may want to check it out if you get a chance. And we're going to have Stephanie Eastland stopping by for a few minutes to tell us what she's all about, what she's up to, and what she's trying to accomplish here in the area. Stephanie will stop in at about 9:30 this morning. 10 o'clock, it's Out to Lunch with Matt. 1 o'clock, what's cooking today? Besides meth. At 2 o'clock this afternoon, talk time with Tammy. She's on the road in Nashville right now, and joining us from there, as she sometimes does. And then later on this afternoon, Sonar and Ben Damoni and Boquist have a political talk show. If something breaks during the middle of the day, and we know about it, and we can cover it, we will. Just like we did during a political talk show yesterday when I made my way down to the fire as it was happening in Tent City. Local, your community station, your talk of the town, your voice of the valley. We're WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube, and we'll be right back.
If you are 50 years and older, you are welcome to join Elgin State Bank's sponsored movie days at Elgin Marcus Theater. It will always be on the second Thursday of each month. Doors open at 8:30 a.m. At 9 a.m., you will hear a very brief message from Sherry Aschenbrenner about upcoming senior events, and movies will begin at approximately 9:30 a.m. Coffee and a donut is complimentary. You can always call the movie theater hotline number of 847-888-7976 to find out what movies are playing each month. The cost is $3 if you are a member of Elgin State Bank, meaning you have an account there, and $5 if you are a non-member. And for more senior information, catch Sherry's Senior Showcase on the third Tuesday of every month at 9:15 a.m. right here on WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
Get ready for Around the House every Saturday night from 5 to 7 p.m. on WRMN AM 1410. If you're a homeowner or contractor looking to tackle those projects that feel a bit too big, this is the show for you. Join Eric along with his knowledgeable guests as they dive deep into everything from DIY renovations to creating a healthy home environment. We'll provide you with the tools and tips you need to complete your projects with confidence and ease. But it's not all work and no play. We believe in having fun. Our passion for home improvement shines through as we help you save time, money, and reduce the stress of DIY. So whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, don't miss Around the House. Tune in every Saturday night and let's tackle those home projects together.
B-Lux Bar and Grill, Wisconsin Dells, is the quintessential American grill and bar, with refined rustic cuisine and award-winning libations. Their honest, feel-good food menu is complemented by a beer list to satisfy every taste. Classic cocktails and our signature shakes, rich and creamy with a splash of boozy goodness just to shake things up a little bit. B-Lux Grill and Bar, classic American cuisine with a contemporary twist.
Want to read some action-packed, exciting pulp fiction? Read the works of Michael Tooman, now featuring the international crime thriller, I Married a Bot Madam. Available on Amazon in hardcover, paperback, and Kindle editions. The paperback is also available at other book retailers. Check out Michael Tooman's webpage at scilink.net. That's Papa Sierra Yankee Lima India November Kilo dot November Echo Tango.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses should operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the Better Business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org. Finding a reputable business shouldn't require luck or chance. But how can you tell who you can trust? Pro tip, the BBB connects people with businesses they can trust. So think of the BBB as the better, check with the BBB first because better businesses are honest and commit to high ethical standards bureau. That's why they're better. Always look for the sign of a better business and find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
9:22 here on the first shift, Thursday show. Busy show this morning. Great to have the mayor in this morning from Hampshire. And some good quality talk this morning. Tomorrow morning, Jake's is in with me, which means we take a step back from the good quality talk. I'm just kidding. Maybe. Jake's tomorrow morning with me from 7 until 9, and Tim Calderwood will join me. We're a little sports talk at 8:40 tomorrow morning. We'll give our pick six for this week. I slipped back into the pack this week with a terrible 1-5 week. Calderwood and Jake's went 4-2, so now our little standings are tight between the three of us. I'm still the leader, but I'm almost not the leader anymore. It's 9:23 here at WRMN. Next week, I think we hope to welcome back Larry Jones for a show maybe when he's back in town. I'll give you details as soon as I have them. And a lot of good things coming up as we head towards the holidays. Let's take a phone call at 847-931-1410 on this Thursday morning. Good morning. Welcome to the first shift.
Yeah, hi, Mark. This is probably something that you have thought about doing before, or this may have been already discussed on your program. I don't know, because I just started listening. But maybe it's time to get a panel of people to discuss this issue of homeless people in the city. A panel with somebody from the crisis center, someone from a mental health institution, a former maybe or current homeless person, so we can get some sensitivity of what it's like to live like that. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can work on that. I mean, we can hear from...
Because I don't have any idea of what it's like to be homeless, nor do I want to. But last year, power went out where I live, and I was without power for 3 days. I had no heat for 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
And that was a terrible experience that I don't want to happen again, you know. But it might. I don't have any control over that, obviously. But so I have some sensitivity of what it must be like to try to live outside 365 days a year. It's okay.
That's not going to be.
Just a thought.
Not easy. About 5 years ago, at least 5 years ago now, I guess time's flying so fast. But I once upon a time did have a homeless guy that I had read about in the Daily Herald. come on the air one morning. He stopped by. We talked to him for a while, and so we've done that. But it's been several years. It turns out that gentleman died about a year later.
Yeah.
But maybe it is time to try either a homeless person again or just a panel, like you said.
Right.
So,
and I remember growing up, and my dad, would go out for rides with the family. That was a big activity in your life. We go on 31, we go by the mental health institution.
Right.
And there'd be hundreds of people sitting out there in the summertime, just hundreds. And that was a time when our taxpayer dollars took care of people that needed help. And we don't have that anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So,
right.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for your call, Ken. And by the way, George called yesterday, one of our regular callers, and he wants to make sure you know that you're invited to our next get-together on the 18th of December if you want to come at the American Legion.
Oh, okay.
It's Wednesday night, and I can give you. I'll give you. Okay.
But, yeah.
Yeah. Well, he just wanted to make sure you knew.
I have a part-time job, and I can't do that.
Yeah. All right, buddy. Well, thanks for calling lately, man.
All right. Okay. Bye-bye.
Talk to you soon. All right, Ken, checking in this morning with me. Got some good thoughts, and he has a good voice. Used to be a broadcaster here on WRMN. 927, and certainly, we live here. We see what happens here, right? We hear about what happens in other places. We experience what happens here. And so the problems that we have here are exacerbated because we see them, and in some way or another, they might have some meaning in our life. Certainly, homelessness is a problem that's happening all over country, and I imagine the world, right? And I even saw it. I even saw it last weekend in Colorado. And yeah, I think it's not unknown that Colorado has homeless population, but I was in nice little parts of town. I was in Colorado Springs. I was in Manitou Springs, and I saw it. I saw it there. I saw 3 or 4 guys kind of wandering around the streets with carts and sitting around. And the very short time I was there, and then we were going down Interstate 25, right around Colorado Springs area, and saw a little area off to the right where it was really visible to everybody going up and down 25, and it did not look good. Shopping carts and crap, and just a bunch of stuff laying all over the place over there. So it's not exclusive to Elgin. And I know you know that, but sometimes I guess we have to think about that as well. But that doesn't mean that we don't need to try to take it on and solve it. And I think that statement that the commander made that I read to you a short time ago is very well written, very well thought out. And it's something that a lot of our city council candidates, especially right now, that are up for election this coming spring, and I guess that includes myself as a trustee that's going to be up for election with the Elgin Township, and others that are running here locally, need to be ready to address, right? 929 here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. Thanks for listening this morning. We're going to have a guest, I believe, here in just a couple minutes. And when we'll probably have her on for 10 or 15 minutes, I'm thinking. And then I'll have a few minutes left in the end of the show to share a few, a little bit of unfinished business from earlier this morning. We didn't get to a lot of things today because we were so uber focused. You like that word? Me neither. Hyper focused. You like that? Me neither. We were so focused on the Tent City fire last night. It's 9:30 on the first shift on a Thursday. Good morning.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Linzess. The Elgin Police Department will hold their winter open house this Saturday. The community invited to the EPD lobby from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. to enjoy a host of festive activities, including a visit from Santa Claus. This Saturday from 10 a.m. until noon at the Elgin Police Department. The City of Elgin announcing plans for a weekend of honoring civil rights icon Dr. Martin Luther King with a series of commemorative events anchored by the 40th annual prayer breakfast scheduled for Saturday, Saturday, January 18th of 2025 at the Elgin Community College beginning at 8:30 a.m. Elgin emergency crews tackling a significant fire at a homeless encampment near North State Street and Kimball Street on Tuesday. Firefighters arriving to find multiple structures ablaze but managed to quickly control the situation. No injuries were reported. The cause of the fire remains under investigation. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Get even more savings this holiday season by becoming a Milo's Rewards member. Don't miss new member deals dropping every week, like $15 off a purchase of $50 or more on select Bounty, Charmin, and Puffs paper products. Plus, get free standard shipping with Silver Key status. Just one more way Lowe's is here to help you shop, save, and enjoy the holidays. Join for free today. Milo's Rewards program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change. Exclusions and more terms apply. Visit Lowe's.com/shipping terms for details.
Progressive presents good news, bad news, dumb news, then great news. Good news. While leaning over the fence, your neighbors said you could save money bundling home and auto insurance with Progressive. Bad news. Your neighbor leaned over a little too much and broke your fence. Dumb news. Somehow fence wood is more expensive than wood. Great news. You decide to see if you could save money bundling at Progressive.com and to plant really tall shrubs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. Men's college hoops tomorrow night. It'll be number 19 Illinois visiting Northwestern. The Illini are 6-1 overall. They've won 3 in a row. Northwestern comes in 6-3 overall. The Huskies 0-1 in Big Ten play, while it'll be the first conference game of the season for the Illini. Last night in overtime, Belmont beat Illinois State 99-97. Western Illinois with a 97-64 win over St. Ambrose. Northern Iowa beat UIC 83-56. Texas Tech over DePaul 76-62. NFL this Sunday, the Bears visit the 49ers. Chicago 0-5 on the road this season, 4-8 overall. The Niners are 5-7, 3-3 at home. NHL last night at United Center, the Bruins beat the Blackhawks 4-2.
Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive.
I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Hard to believe that Christmas is only a couple of weeks away, right? But there's still plenty of time to find incredible gift deals because Macy's Friends and Family Sale is happening now. What does that mean? It means when you use your coupon or Macy's card, you can take an extra 30% off, just like Friends and Family can. That's 30% off the best holiday gifts, 30% off the best designer brands, 30% off what's trending right now. It's just this week. It's just what you were looking for, and it's only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, sunny with a high near 26. Temperatures falling to around 23 in the afternoon. It feels like -6 with gusty winds up to 40 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 12. It feels like 1. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 29. Currently, it is 14 degrees with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
My phone. Hear that? It's the sound of a skater dropping her phone and smashing it on the ice. Yep, it's definitely broken. But at Verizon, we got you. For a limited time, trade in any phone, any condition from one of our top brands and get a new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus on Unlimited Ultimate and Watch 7 and Tab S9 FE 5G. That's up to $1,900 in value. So you'll save big on 3 great gifts. Only at Verizon. Service plan required for watch and tablet. Up to $1,900 value based on phone, watch, and tablet. Trade in and additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
From the pages of the Elgin newspapers of 100 years ago today, these are the headlines brought to you by the Elgin History Museum.
This is Alan Walters reporting the Elgin News from December 5th, 1924. 3 women employees of the watch factory were injured at 10 o'clock last night when they were knocked to the pavement by an automobile driven by Harrison Tetlow while waiting for a streetcar at Highland Avenue and North Worth Avenue. The injured are Miss Helen Harper, 17, residing at the National House, knocked unconscious and suffering from a lacerated scalp and severe body bruises. Mrs. Hallie Tyre, 25, 270 Grove Avenue, badly bruised. Miss Emily Peterson, 653 Wing Street, scalp wound and body bruises. Mrs. Tyre and Miss Harper are both confined to St. Joseph's Hospital. Miss Peterson is recovering at her home. All three are employees of the train room at the watch factory. Tetlow, according to police, admitted hitting Miss Peterson, whom he picked up and took home, but stated he did not know that his car had struck anyone else. Tetlow, according to police, declares that the downpour of rain obscured his vision and that he did not see anyone ahead of him. He was traveling at a cautious rate of speed, he informed authorities, but was prevented from having a clear view because of a blurred windshield. Mrs. Tyre and Miss Harper were picked up by a passing automobile and rushed to the offices of Dr. Jacobs, who immediately ordered them taken to St. Joseph's Hospital.
Elgin 100 Years Ago is a presentation of the Elgin History Museum. Be sure to visit the museum located at 360 Park Street in Elgin, open Wednesday through Saturdays 11 to 4. You can also listen to Elgin 100 Years Ago at www.elginhistory.org.
First shift continues here at WRMN 937 on this Thursday morning. It's cold outside. And I have a guest here with me now, as I've been promising to you all morning long. Stephanie Eastland is here. And good morning, Stephanie.
Good morning. How are you?
Why don't you go ahead and step up to the microphone a little bit so we make sure we hear you loud and clear.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, how you doing?
Great. How are you?
We're doing fine. Thanks for coming in today.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, you know it's cold outside, right? I didn't know you were standing outside for a while.
It's a little chilly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a test for the winter.
Right. Well, so you are not from around here, but you're living here right now, and I saw you at the American Legion the other night.
Yes.
And tell me why you were there, and tell me why you're here, because you're here with Freedom Forever, and it's freedomforever.com. So what were you doing at the American Legion the other night?
I was enjoying their tacos.
Yeah, me too.
I love their tacos there, and it's just a great culture to be around. So it's nice where I could just relax and just enjoy my time, not have too much going on. I recently sat down with the commander of American Legion, Post 57, and what I do is we work with organizations, military organizations, and every person that mentions that particular post, that veteran organization, there's a donation that goes to them. So we like to give back to the community, and that's one of our goals, is to work with American Legion and other organizations and help be able to bring the community together.
Yeah. So you're not a veteran yourself, but you call yourself a military brat, right?
Yes.
Does that mean you bounced around a lot over the years?
When I was younger, it was a very short term. We did transition to California, originally Oceanside. That's where my father was in Camp Pendleton. Shortly after that, he got out of the service, and so I didn't have to do too much traveling like everyone else, thank goodness. But now I do it for a living.
Yeah.
It's traveling everywhere.
But you're going to be here for a little while, right?
Yes, yeah.
And the things that you're trying to do, what are you trying to accomplish while you're here in Elgin?
What we're trying to accomplish out here is show people our company, our values, that we're different, and that we're looking to impact the community. As far as that goes, we're looking to hire 60 to 100 people to fulfill the office.
Yeah.
And teach them how to consult with homeowners about other opportunities that could save them money in their own household, while participating and networking with the community and bringing people together.
Well, do you want to tell us a little bit about what you'd be hiring people for, and exactly what you're with with the whole solar installation process, right? That's what it's all about. You're trying to convert people to going solar because it saves them money in the long run, right?
Yes, yeah, and Illinois has a goal for solar to have at least 25% of it, become renewable energy. So we're trying to help the state acquire that goal as well.
Yeah. So let's see. What are some of the key values that Freedom Forever sets it apart from other solar companies, particularly when it comes to customer service, delivering an experience that people want to be a part of? What makes Freedom Forever better?
Well, that's a very good question. We're very forward-thinking, diverse professionals in the industry. So what we do is we truly embody the Freedom way of disruption, servant leadership, accountability, integrity, diversity, and collaboration. And we continue to expand at a very rapid pace as witnessed by Freedom Forever being on Inc. 5000 list for the last 5 years.
Yeah.
As we continue to grow our Freedom family, we are always looking for great new members. We're one of the top-rated solar installation companies in the nation. We're number one. We partner with companies such as Sunrun doing their installations and promoting all different types of solar companies that use us for their installation. Going back to Freedom Forever, we offer competitive benefits for our employees such as healthcare, dental, vision, 401k, life insurance, covered 100% by Freedom, a wellness program, and employee perks discounts, as well as competitive installation bonuses for crews.
Yeah. So if someone wants to work for Freedom Forever, do you work out of your house, or is there an office you'd go to, or is there actually a local office that you work at?
Yes.
Yeah?
We do have a local office out here. We have a warehouse, and that's out in Schaumburg.
Okay.
And so we do have the option where you can come in to the building and, hold our meetings. Otherwise, it's pretty much door to door, and as well as using your referral network. So it's unique. It's pretty much like an entrepreneur type of position where you acquire what you can, where you can, with what applies to your skill assets. And we try to mold around those skills with a different type of individuals that do come into this industry, because there is a vast background that does come in with us.
Yeah. And you're trying to hire veterans too?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
We love specializing with veterans. That is, an organization I participated and started building 8 years ago, a program alongside Solar, where we hire veterans, we transition them into civilian work life, which helps us with homeowners. They're very responsive. They enjoy hearing the stories when we bring the veterans in to kind of help them get comfortable with transitioning into a civilian type of environment versus what they've been doing for a certain amount of years.
Yeah. So it's a full-time job then, right? If you decide to do it, it's a full-time job.
Full-time, part-time as well.
Oh, you can do part-time too?
Yes, sir. Yes. We're flexible with school schedules, so it does work out for college students as well, retirees. We do have a couple people where they've been retired 3 times, but here they are on their next venture.
Right.
So we learn quite a bit from those individuals as well, just because their background's very diverse, and it's very interesting how everybody's experiences apply to what we're doing day in and day out.
Switching to solar does seem to be becoming more and more appealing to homeowners. What would you say are some of the key benefits of switching to solar energy, and how do these benefits go beyond just saving money on energy bills?
Yeah, that's a good question. So there's various opportunities in different ways that solar is beneficial for homeowners, and that's why it's important for us to go in and consult and make sure that that's something realistic for us to sit down with them and discuss further about. As realistically, 1 in 4 households actually qualify for solar.
Is that right?
Correct.
What would make the other 3 not qualify?
It just depends on the situation they are. They're not the owner,
Gotcha.
maybe a credit, or maybe their bill is insufficient to the change that's not realistic. It'd be, more of a debt versus a return on investment. And that's what we're focusing on, is return on investment and equity bringing into the home.
So it's certainly an investment at first, but in the long run, after a certain amount of time, it comes back to pay you back, right?
Correct. Yeah, kind of like
Yeah.
farming. They plant their trees and they put their investment in, but then they'll see the fruits of those labors after a few years once everything's grown and ready to distribute out.
Is there like an amount, a percentage that you feel like a person that has solar energy saves like a percentage off compared to someone who doesn't per month? I mean, it's got to be calculated, right?
Right. Yes, and those numbers are quite simple. It's based off of each household, right? It's about the kilowatts, what they produce. On average, a homeowner is getting offset about 100 to 119%. They can do quite a bit of offset. So it just depends on the home. If you have a lot of trees, we're not going to be realistic with that 100% ratio. We're going to have to work with what we have there. So each home is very different, and that's where we got to do the analysis with the bill to make sure there's a realistic return on that for coverage. You don't just want to sit down and say, hey, I can get you this percentage back.
Yeah.
We got to get those numbers in and crunch what we have together and see what's realistic for that homeowner to move forward with.
Is there like a standard, or does it depend from home to home? I imagine probably depends on what the price is for the normal person to convert to solar energy from the current way they utilize energy at their home? Right.
So yes, it does depend per house. What we do is we do our analysis based off of a 4% retention ratio. So it's very realistic compared to the current, ComEd or Ameren, Mid-American, what their increase rates are per year. So with that, it's very realistic for the homeowner to see that we're not making up numbers and they're not just coming from anywhere. If anything, we're actually quite way below the radar. So if you can imagine the real price of what that would really be in 20 years, that's a lot higher than what we're coming up with at 4%.
Gotcha. So how often do you get to the American Legion if someone wants to come and meet you and find out more about what it takes to become a part of Freedom Forever? What's the best way of doing that?
We have.
You were just there having tacos. You were just happy to be there.
Well, I don't mind if anybody ever talks to me while I'm in there. I'm always open to, discussing, topics, whether somebody's familiar or, just curious about solar in general.
Yeah.
So they're more than welcome to talk to me there. I'm usually there a couple times a week.
Okay.
I like to order the food there and just kind of relax and talk with
They have new
members.
cooks. They do fish fry on Friday.
Yeah, definitely.
Burger
I'll
night
be there
on Thursday.
tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah, fish fries tomorrow.
Yeah.
So,
Will you be there?
Let's see, tomorrow night. I don't think we're going to fish fry tomorrow night.
Not Friday?
Yeah. So if people want to find out more about becoming a worker or to actually invest in solar energy, what's the best way they should go about doing that? Going to freedomforever.com then, or is that the best way?
Actually, it would be going over to calling the phone number that I have listed or my company email.
Okay. Do you have that information handy, or?
I do have that. I have a flyer that I can leave with you as well. There's also at American Legion, so all you have to do is just go in there at the front. They have a lot of different things going on in the community, including our flyer.
Right.
And there's some tickets that you can pull off of there to do your application process.
All right. It's 9:49. We have Stephanie Eastland with us, and she's with Freedom Forever. And what else have I missed out on? Anything else you want to say while you have the opportunity to this morning?
Other than that, just, thank you for bringing me into your guys' community. Everybody's been great. They've been very helpful with my transition out here. And I look forward to seeing what the future has for all of us here.
Yeah. How long have you been here now?
In Illinois, in general, I've been traveling out here for 2 years, but I moved out here from California this last August.
No kidding.
Yeah.
So you were a military brat, but now you're a job brat a little bit, right?
Yes, yeah. The veterans are always wonderful. I love working with them. I'm always learning from them, even though they're a part of the hiring process.
Yeah.
Just their concrete detail and very hard workers, trustworthy individuals to have going into somebody's home.
Do you have the phone number handy that you can give out, or
Yeah, the phone
that
number
people
is
could call?
Yeah, the phone number is 559
559.
499
Okay.
3364.
That's to reach out to you?
Correct. Yes, Stephanie.
599-499-3364 to find out more about Freedom Forever. Oh, did I say it wrong?
559.
559-499?
Correct.
There we go. 559-499-3364 to call Stephanie. And what about, and an email address too, you said, right?
Yes. So that would be Stephanie Eastland, EASTLAND,
Okay.
at solarpros.io.
Stephanie Eastland at solarpros.io.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Well, thanks for coming by today, and I guess we'll be seeing you around a little bit. You're going to be here for a while, and good luck with making all this come together.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Stephanie Eastland stopping in today with Freedom Forever. And they do have a website if you want to find out more, freedomforever.com. It's 9:51 here at WRMN. We'll finish the first shift in just a couple of moments.
B-Lux Bar and Grill Wisconsin Dells is the quintessential American grill and bar, with refined rustic cuisine and award-winning libations. Their honest, feel-good food menu is complemented by a beer list to satisfy every taste. Classic cocktails and our signature shakes, rich and creamy with a splash of boozy goodness just to shake things up a little bit. B-Lux Grill and Bar, classic American cuisine with a contemporary twist.
I always had to be so good, no one could ignore me. Carve my path with data and drive. But some people only see who I am on paper. The paper ceiling, the limitations from degree screens to stereotypes that are holding back over 70 million stars. Workers skilled through alternative routes, rather than a bachelor's degree. It's time for skills to speak for themselves. Find resources for breaking through barriers at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
Are you ready to take your brand to the next level? Image 360 South Elgin is your ultimate destination for custom signs and visual communication solutions. Looking to rebrand your office interior? Need striking vehicle wraps or decals for your fleet? Or perhaps you're in the market for a standout trade show display? At Image 360 South Elgin, they've got you covered. As your full-service custom sign and graphics partner, they deliver bold solutions and exceptional support. From outdoor signage to eye-catching store signs, indoor graphics to comprehensive branding solutions, they have the experience to elevate your brand's presence. Trust Image 360 to create a long-term partnership that gives your brand 360 degrees of exposure. Visit them at 506 Sundown Road in South Elgin. Image 360 South Elgin. Bold solutions, exceptional support.
Okay, antibodies, huddle up. We're a great team, but the flu is dominating. The good news is the human we're protecting just got his flu shots. That means all of us antibodies have strong new gear that will help us fight and defend against the flu. We must win so that our human can stay healthy and help protect the people he cares about most.
Let's work as a team to defend against the flu. Gear up with a flu shot to help protect yourself and others and reduce your risk of being sick or hospitalized with the flu. Learn more at getmyflushot.org. Brought to you by the AMA, CDC, and the Ad Council.
Take a historic walk through the home of America's greatest showman, Al Ringling. Located in Baraboo, Wisconsin, you can view the grand opulence on a guided tour, now hourly starting 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Weekday tours begin on the veranda and on the weekends in the tap room of the Al Ringling Brewery. Behind the mansion, kick back and try a flight of craft beers and dine at this family-friendly stop. Visit alringlingmansion.com for more information.
Get ready for an unforgettable Saturday night of music on WRMN AM 1410. Starting at 7 p.m., join Cord Stevens live from Studio 14 for the CD Showcase. Cord mixes together a blend of his favorite country music tunes because, as he says, a song remembers when. Then at 9 p.m., don't miss the Pure American Country Radio Show, hosted by the legendary Hall of Fame disc jockey and voice of the Grand Ole Opry, Bill Cody. Enjoy the best in classic country alongside today's real country hits, perfect for every fan of the genre. genre. But the fun doesn't stop there. At 11 p.m., join country music enthusiast Jim Dandy and Mike Patrick for Branson Country USA. With a rotating roster of special guest stars from the vibrant Branson entertainment scene, you'll get a taste of the best talent in country music. So grab your boots and settle in for a night filled with heartwarming tunes and legendary sounds. Tune in every Saturday night from 7 p.m. to midnight on WRMN AM 1410, where the heart of country music comes alive. That's right. 9:55 here at WRMN. I speak country when I have to, you know what I'm saying? 4 minutes until the top of the hour. Wonderful, wonderful Wilma Cash. She don't speak no country. She speaks wisdom. And she speaks emojis. She always sends emojis to the show. Good Thursday morning, Marky B and our first shift friends. Everybody have another blessed day from the wonderful one, Wilma Cash. Sending us our 95th prayer to the prayer scoreboard today, and some hearts and some smiles. Sonar was checking in with us this morning, and he was wondering if in the bottom right-hand side of the YouTube picture, if that's toilet paper that you see right above the WRMN logo. Well, it's actually a roll of paper towels, but thanks for asking, Sonar. Country Carl checks in this morning, and Country Carl says, what does Country Carl say? Good morning to all. As always, be safe, live long, love great. Country Carl checking in. Good to hear from you this morning, Carl. I hope you're okay. See you at the Moose Lodge very soon. And let's see. Raging Richard says, who's leading overall in the football pool? You mean overall with everybody that picks every week? That'd be a full-time job, Raging Richard. I already have one of those. I got to make this as quick as possible. Get the sheets out, crank out the results, choose the games, move on. I don't have time for all that in-depth analysis, Raging Richard. I'm sure you are, though. I'm sure you are the overall leader. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Tom checks in. Bozeum Tom says, I'm sure the Crisis Center, the Wren Center, some of the Soup Kitchen folks will chime in if you ask them to be a part of that panel. And Sonar likes that idea, too. He says we should put together a panel to talk about this. He suggests David Krieger, Lori Buttrell, and Tish Powell. Sonar's choices to be on the panel. Okay. All right, well, thanks for all your comments this morning on YouTube, everybody. Interesting conversation all morning long. Thanks to Stephanie for checking in, talking about Freedom Forever. If you want to check and switch to solar, maybe you can consider them. Or if you're looking for a job, maybe you can work for Freedom Forever and reach out to Stephanie at 559-499-3364. Matt's going to be in next. He will have your Out to Lunch show. And later on this afternoon, Sonar and Ben. Tammy will be on the air at 2 with Tammy. Talk time with Tammy and friends from 2 until 4. So bundle up, stay warm. It's a cold one outside. The current temperature as we head for the 10 o'clock hour is 19 degrees with fair skies. And we're only headed for a high today of about 26. 9:58. Thanks for listening to the Talk of the Town. Have a great day. Experts say regular auto maintenance is one of the most important things for your car. Meineke Car Care Center at 376 Sundown Road in South Elgin covers all your automotive needs. From oil changes, brake services, and emission testing, Meineke's expert staff provides hard work and dedication with the utmost professionalism. Need an oil change? Visit Meineke in South Elgin for their 23-point inspection. Call 847-888-9644.
Beef Villa's 3 locations offer much more than their signature Italian beef. Try the Italian sausage, roasted chicken, and more. There's a big variety of delicious side dishes. Beef Villa uses quality ingredients from homemade recipes, and they purchase top-of-the-quality food products from their vendors to bring you the absolute best tasting of foods. Beef Villa's great service and quality are waiting for you, but you won't be waiting long because it's always hot and fresh. Visit beefvilla.com.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410 Elgin Time. 10 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Linzess. Elgin emergency crews tackling a significant fire at a homeless encampment near North State Street and Kimball Street on Tuesday. Firefighters arriving to find multiple structures ablaze but managed to quickly control the situation. No injuries were reported. The cause of the fire remains under investigation. The Elgin Police Department will hold their winter open house this Saturday. The community invited to the EPD lobby from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. to enjoy a host of festive activities, including a visit from Santa Claus this Saturday from 10 a.m. until noon at the Elgin Police Department. The city of Elgin announcing plans for a weekend of honoring civil rights icon Dr. Martin Luther King with a series of commemorative events anchored by the 40th annual prayer breakfast scheduled for Saturday, January 18th of 2025 at the Elgin Community College beginning at 8:30 a.m. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Get even more savings this holiday season by becoming a Milo's Rewards member. Don't miss new member deals dropping every week, like $15 off a purchase of $50 or more on select Bounty, Charmin, and Puffs paper products. Plus, get free standard shipping with Silver Key status. Just one more way Lowe's is here to help you shop, save, and enjoy the holidays. Join for free today. Milo's Rewards program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change. Exclusions and more terms apply. Visit Lowe's.com/shipping terms for details.
Progressive presents good news, bad news, dumb news, then great news. Good news. While leaning over the fence, your neighbors said you could save money bundling home and auto insurance with Progressive. Bad news. Your neighbor leaned over a little too much and broke your fence. Dumb news. Somehow fence wood is more expensive than wood. Great news. You decide to see if you could save money bundling at Progressive.com and to plant really tall shrubs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
If your idea of therapy involves a fishing rod, a tree stand, or a campfire, then you need American Outdoors Radio. Host John Cruz speaks your language, whether it's about the best lures, tracking game, or that one buddy who always forgets to bring the beer. John's got the tips to sharpen your aim, the hacks to pack lighter, and the stories to keep you entertained. Again, that's American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz. Saturdays at 7 a.m. on WRMN 1410. Or stream it at WRMN1410.com. Get ready to outfish, outhunt, and outcamp them all on American Outdoor Radio with John Cruz.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. NHL last night at United Center. The Bruins beat the Blackhawks 4-2. Brad Marchand scored twice. Morgan Geekie had a pair of goals for Boston. Alex Vlasic and Jason Dickinson had the goals for the Blackhawks, who dropped to 8-16-2, 4-7-0 at home. The losing skid has hit 4 in a row. Next up, a home game this Saturday afternoon when the Jets come to United Center. On the NBA schedule tonight, the 9-13 Bulls visit the 11-10 Spurs. Chicago 6-6 on the road. The Spurs 8-4 at home. Chicago currently sits 9th in the Eastern Conference. The Spurs are 10th in the West. NFL this Sunday, the Bears visit the 49ers. Chicago 0-5 on the road this season, 4-8 overall. The Niners are 5-7, 3-3 at home.
Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive.
I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Hard to believe that Christmas is only a couple of weeks away, right? But there's still plenty of time to find incredible gift deals because Macy's Friends and Family Sale is happening now. What does that mean? It means when you use your coupon or Macy's card, you can take an extra 30% off, just like Friends and Family can. That's 30% off the best holiday gifts, 30% off the best designer brands, 30% off what's trending right now. It's just this week. It's just what you were looking for, and it's only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer for network management practice.
WRMN says thank you to all of our local veterans, like Jerry Christofferson of True Patriots Care.
We had the 1,700 flags up across from the wall. That's how many POWs and MIAs from Vietnam are still missing. Plus, we do veterans and first responders funerals.
Yeah.
And so if you ever drive by a funeral home or a church or a cemetery and you see the flags, you know a soldier died today.
Go to TruePatriotsCare.com for more information. And veterans, thank you for your service to our country.
What's the best way to get rid of a timeshare that you don't want? Call the Timeshare Exit Hotline. We're a group of attorneys that help customers legally exit their timeshares. It's an easy process. We guarantee results or you pay nothing. Exit your timeshare today. Call now.
800-890-5957. 800-890-5957. That's 800-890-5957.
Good morning, good morning. Welcome, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410, Voice of the Valley, Talk of the Town. We're broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. It's Thursday. Happy Thursday, everybody. Hopefully everyone is having a good day so far today. I'm very grateful that no one was reported hurt from last night's fire that was at the tent city that happened last night. I actually had to take Lawrence Avenue to get home because North State Street was closed off. And I took Lawrence to North McLean to get home. I usually take North State Street, but it was closed off. I'm glad no one was hurt. I know it's a very scary event. I know we did cover it very well here. Thank you to everyone at WRMN for covering it. We did talk a little bit about it, of course. Mark did cover it. We did post it also on Facebook as well, too, about 12 hours ago or so. So we did post about it. And then I know it was talked a little bit during a political talk show as well. Dino came on and talked a bit about it. So definitely, it's very scary. There were 2 to 3 structures that were in flames. At around 4:48 p.m. I was on my way home. And again, I took oh my goodness, what is the road called again? Lawrence Avenue. I took Lawrence Avenue to get home because I noticed that the roads were blocked. And by then, because I went home at about 5:15. The fire, I think, by then had been put out because I didn't see any fire by then. But that was so they responded very quickly. Onto the scene. The fire's main body had been extinguished by 6:40 p.m. So I didn't see any flames at the time. Of course, I did see smoke, and there were a lot of police cars, fire trucks that were there as well too. So I'm glad that everyone is okay. I know it's a very scary event that happened, but I'm glad that everyone is okay, and we'll continue on, of course, to keep you up to date when we hear even more information if it comes to fruition there too. So if you would like to read a little bit more about that article, if you're not from the area, you can find it on the Daily Herald. There's also other news outlets that did also cover it as well too. I mean, you can even just look up Elgin, Illinois, and you can find it under the news section. Patch.com. NBC 5 Chicago covered it. CBS News also covered it as well too. So again, I'm glad everyone is okay. That's the good thing, at least. So we'll continue on, of course, to keep you up to date on that. We're taking you out to lunch with WRMN AM 1410. I'm Matt McNeil, your host today, broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. It's definitely a chilly day outside today. We are seeing temperatures currently right now at about 18 degrees. We have a high of 25 degrees today, so it is definitely a chillier day outside today. That is what we are seeing here. And we are going to be seeing it going into a low of 13 degrees as we get into tonight. So tonight's going to be that low of 13 degrees. Definitely going to be quite chilly out there. We see for Friday, and it's supposed to be mostly sunny. So pretty much nice and sunny outside today. We're going to be seeing for Friday here. Friday we come to a high of 28, low of 21. It is predicted to be partly cloudy throughout the day, mostly sunny. As we get into, I mean, really, it's supposed to be mostly sunny coming up tomorrow. So that'll be for tomorrow. It's going to be a high of 28, low of 21 degrees. It is then going to get a little bit more on the cloudier side as we get into Friday night. Then what happens is we head on into Saturday. Now, Saturday, we're going to be seeing here a high of 40 degrees. So it is definitely not going to be as chilly out. It is still going to be a little bit chilly, but not as chilly. And we are seeing here that it's going to be a low of 37 degrees. So it is going to stay pretty consistent within those kind of fall, I call them like fall style of temperatures that we're going to be seeing. And it is predicted to be mostly cloudy throughout the day. That's going to be coming up for Saturday. Sunday rolls around as we get closer to the weekend here, or closer to the end of the weekend as we're speaking in terms of the weekend. We see a high of about 47, almost 50 degrees there, with only a low of about 44, really staying in the 40s throughout the majority of the day. That is going to be coming up for Sunday. And then Sunday is going to be a nice sunny day outside. So go outside and enjoy the beautiful sunshine. We get into Sunday night, mostly cloudy skies, staying within the 40s. Then eventually we get through the start of next week, and then we start to slowly but surely see those temperatures starting to drop. So next week, Monday, we're going to be seeing a prediction of staying within the 40s into the very early morning with those showers coming through, and then mostly cloudy as we get into Monday afternoon and evening, as well as into nighttime. We see it then dropping down to a low of 28. We see that continuing on as we get through to Tuesday. It's predicted to be pretty much cloudy outside. We're going to be seeing a high of 30 degrees, so we see those temperatures start to drop into the chillier temperatures. We see it going down to a low of 21 degrees for Tuesday night. It is predicted to be snow showers coming up for Tuesday evening. Wednesday rolls around here, mostly cloudy skies in the very early morning with some snow showers. And those snow showers continue on into the afternoon. We see a high of 27 degrees, low of 19, then eventually clearing up as we get into Thursday, next Thursday here, with a high of 29 degrees, low of 26. And it's supposed to be pretty much mostly sunny outside for the most part, clear with periodic clouds in the very early morning on Thursday as we get out of the light snow and snow showers that are expected to be coming up Tuesday and Wednesday. So that's the weather and forecast here for the rest of this week, into the weekend, and also into next week. So that's what we're going to be seeing here. Of course, we'll keep you up to date hourly there when it comes to the weather and temperatures, to keep you up to date on what's happening. Let's see here some other things. Now, of course, we have sunnyskies.com. Always good to take a little break and to have a nice inspirational story, a motivational story, something to kind of clear your brain, make you feel a little bit more nice and warm, and maybe inspire you as well, too. We did read yesterday a little bit about those 4 lifelong friends that recreated their 1972 vacation. So that's very cool. And then you can also find some other interesting news as well, too. So we'll kind of let's go through inspirational stories today. Sometimes I like to go back and forth, kind of see, what's maybe an inspirational story, a fun or funny story, and then even some good news too, some interesting news. So we'll go through some inspirational feel-good stories through their story page And this one is titled Remembering an Act of Kindness. This is posted, quote, by a friend, so it's an anonymous user. And this was posted today. So let's read a little bit about this one. So this user writes here, quote, we were a poor family. My mom had made a point of saving up enough once to take my sister and I to the zoo and museum. We had a great day, even ate out. Then on the way to the bus heading home, she realized she overspent and didn't have enough to pay for all three of us to get there. We were looking at a 6-mile walk, and it had just started snowing. We duck into a small Chinese restaurant and ask if we can use the phone. And in parentheses, it says, quote, mom was going to ask someone for a ride. The owner asked us why we needed the phone, and after her mother explained, he not only gave us the money we needed to get on the bus, but he also sent us home with enough food to feed 6 people. That's awesome. My mom told him we tried to pay him back one day, but he asked that we pay it forward instead. It was the first random act of kindness that I have ever received, and it sticks with me 30 years later. So again, a little act of kindness there can definitely go a long way. Paying it forward is important too, and you can create that beautiful domino effect of giving kindness, and to those who receive it to also pay it forward as well too. So that's a nice little inspirational story posted onto sunnyskies.com. That's sunnyskies.com. The time is already 10:16. We're going to take a quick time out. We'll be back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410 here in just a bit. Stay tuned.
It's always exciting to hear Elgin business owners like Tanner Melvin of Side Street Studios share positivity about the local community.
Elgin is on its way, and it has been, and we got set back, the pandemic, and it's been rough. Everyone has felt it in so many different ways. What we're trying to do is a lot of hand-holding and shoulder rubbing and being like, it's okay. Mm-hmm. We're trying to get this town a lot more money. We're very lucky to live in this community right now. There's nothing like this around here.
Feel the positive power of the first shift with me, Marky B, weekday mornings on WRMN.
Haven't been to the dentist in a while? Bender Dental Care in Elgin has a new patient welcome offer. Complete exam, regular cleaning, consultation, and x-rays for only $29. Okay, that bears repeating. A complete exam, regular cleaning, consultation, and x-rays for only $29. Bender Dental Care has a verified 5-star Google rating. It doesn't get any better than that. Family dentistry at its best. Bender Dental Care in Elgin.
This winter, the Elgin Fire Department is partnering with the Community Crisis Center to provide warm clothing for adults in need. From now through December 31st, drop off your gently used winter coats for men and women, along with new gloves, mittens, hats, and scarves at any Elgin fire station. Just leave your donations at the front door and ring the doorbell. Firefighters will safely collect them. Help us keep our community warm this season. Visit elginil.gov/civic alerts for more info.
Bender Dental Care, located at 217 North McLean Boulevard in Elgin. Bender Dental wants everyone to be informed, appreciated, and cared for at all times. To prove it, they now offer a new patient exam for just $29. That includes consult, x-ray, exam, and cleaning. Let Bender Dental help you have healthy teeth and gums for a lifetime. Located at 217 North McLean Boulevard in Elgin. Visit benderdentalcare.com.
Political party poopers got you down? Shake it off and join me, Dennis Sonar Green, every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN for A Political Talk Show, where we cut through the doom and gloom with a focus on America first, constitutional values, and a populist perspective that puts you, the citizen, at the center of the conversation. At WRMN, the talk of the town, we're not afraid to challenge the status quo and bring you the straight talk you need. Whether you're frustrated with the political establishment or looking for a clear, some nonsense analysis, this show has you covered. Tune in. Let's take on the issues together with a fresh, unfiltered approach. Catch us every weekday from 4 to 6 p.m. on WRMN, A Political Talk Show. WRMN, the talk of the town.
All right, welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We're broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. We hope you're enjoying your morning so far. It's a nice, beautiful, sunny day outside today. And it's Thursday. Happy Thursday. We're getting closer to the weekend. Yes, closer to the weekend here. We've got some fun things coming up here as well. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I'm going to be out at the Dickens in Dundee. We're going to be filming over there. And it's going to be a very good time, of course, because you're going to be able to experience that small town cozy feel of the holiday season, all packaged up with a nice bow on top. And that is going to be the Dickens in Dundee. We're also going to be out on Saturday. That is going to be at the Magic on Main in Burlington. So that's also going to be a very nice event to go to as well. Definitely, again, with the small town feels, it's always nice and cozy. You know, you can go to the big city, right? You know, you can go to the big city. You can enjoy the festivities there, all the tall skyscrapers. But there's something so magical about being part of a small town, a small community, a beautiful community like Dundee, Elgin, Burlington, Hampshire, all of these great little communities that come together within the Fox River Valley. And it's so great that WRMN is able to participate, and it's such an honor as well, too, that they invite us as we invite them, too. So thank you so much, of course, to all those different, all of the different Fox River Valley area towns and communities that put on so much effort to make a wonderful community event, or many community events, especially during the holiday seasons. Is when you definitely see these being very prevalent. They pop up, and they're a lot of fun as well too. So we'll definitely talk about some of those as well, because of course, we have right now the Chris Kindle Market in Aurora. There's yesterday they had the Christmas at Napier Settlement. You know, they had the Aurora Festival of Lights that was on Friday, last Friday through till the Festival of Lights actually started last Friday. It's still going on until December 29th. So I mean, lots of different things happening within the area. Especially during the holiday season, too. So we'll definitely touch base on those. I will go through some news here. Of course, we did talk about here in grand detail earlier, or Marky B did in the first shift, about Tent City. Again, like I said before, I'm very glad that no one was injured. Very, very glad about that, too. We'll continue on and also talk about some other news that has happened around the area, too. This was posted yesterday. There was a body of an unidentified man that was found in the Fox River in Aurora. Authorities found the deceased body of a 35-year-old man in the Fox River in Aurora Tuesday afternoon. According to a press release from the Aurora Police Department, at approximately 1:54 p.m. Tuesday, the Aurora Police and Fire Departments responded to a report of a deceased male in the Fox River near Heard's Island. Emergency personnel recovered the remains, which were later identified as a 35-year-old male. The man was preliminarily identified through distinctive tattoos, and his last known location was a nearby shelter the previous evening. Initial findings showed no immediate signs of trauma or foul play. The Kane County Coroner's Office responded to the scene and took custody of the deceased. An autopsy was scheduled for, yesterday. It was scheduled for yesterday to determine the cause of death. So the investigation remains active, and of course, we'll keep you up to date on that as well too. So thank you so much for posting about this to Fox Valley Magazine. You can also read a lot more. Two other news outlets, of course, do also do cover these different stories as well too. So always good to keep informed with that. As we look into Chicago here, this was something that was posted by Mugo Odigui and Alyssa Kaufman of CBS News. This was posted today in the morning. Chicago warming centers are opening amid frigid wind chills and strong wind. So the city is offering warming centers as wind chills drop below zero with high winds on Thursday. And again, this is in regards to the Chicagoland area, Chicago in specific. So if you happen to be a little bit more out in that area, this might pertain to your area, of course. So Thursday morning, wind chill values will range from 5 to 15 degrees below zero. Definitely seeing that already right now, too. I mean, when I went off to work today to get here, it was like 5 degrees. So it was very chilly, of course. Feels like temperatures remain in the single digits for the afternoon with lows in the teens by the evening. So, of course, and especially if you live in the city of Chicago, strong winds overnight, you're going to experience those strong winds. They were quite a bit last night, too. It had some of our outdoor decorations blow over. As temperatures drop below zero, many residents were left without power, so they are offering warming centers as currently right now, too. So there's more than 300 public facilities that serve as warm indoor spaces that are also available during cold weather. There's even a map that you can actually discover and find on cbsnews.com. on this article. So it's the data city, Chicago. It's the Chicago data portal. And it's a pretty nice website that you can use and check out where all of those different centers are offering community service centers, libraries, regional senior centers, parks, police districts, satellite senior centers, and Chicago community colleges as well, too, that do offer them as warming centers. They offer residents warming refuge from oppressive winter cold weather that we are seeing here, especially when you get into the city area. So again, putting that out there for you. It's a pretty good portal to look at. It's the Chicago data portal. And you can even take a look here as well closer as we get into the kind of the Fox River Valley area too. I'm sure there might be, it more so covers, of course, closer to the city, but nonetheless, still, if you happen to be a little bit more in that area, that's pretty good to take a look at for yourself. So that has been posted onto the data.cityofchicago.org. It's under Health and Human Services. I've got a list of those warming centers. Speaking of which, continuing on talking about warming centers, you can also take a look within Kane County warming centers. This is posted on top stories on Kane County Connects.com. There are a number of warming centers across Kane County for those seeking shelter from the rigid temperatures. And again, you can click for an entire list that is under canehealth.com. There's an entire list that you can take a look at. They do offer within the Fox River Valley. Aurora, for example, the different libraries, including the Aurora Public Library, East and West branch included there too. In Batavia, the Batavia Police Department. In Carpentersville, the Dundee Park District Rayco Center, and also the Carpentersville Public Works. That's on Tamarack Drive. In East Dundee, there's the Fox River Valley Public Libraries and East Dundee Police Department. Here in Elgin, of course, is the Elgin Gail Borden Public Library, the Rayco branch, as well as the Senior Services Associates at 101 South Grove. Also featured on the list includes lots of places within Geneva, as well as Maple Park, North Aurora, Pingree Grove, South Elgin, St. Charles, and West Dundee. So if you would like to take a look at those, of course, with the chillier temperatures that we have currently playing out right now. Again, they're not going to entirely last, though. As we get into the weekend, it is going to warm up a little bit, but nonetheless, still something to prepare for as we get closer into later part of December, and it could continue on even into February, March or so. So just depending on there, of course, but always good to kind of keep informed and up to date with that. And that's what we're here for here on WRMN. So, of course, you can feel free to listen to us through the app. You can listen to us through our website, WRMN1410.com. We're also streaming live on YouTube.com at WRMN Radio. So, again, feel free to take a look at that Kane County Warming and Cooling Centers. Also good for sweltering summers as well, too. Whenever there's whenever there's a very hot summer out, those places also apply for you to cool off in. So that's good. So thank you to Kane Health for posting this and following up with Kane County Connects, the Kane County Connect staff posting that earlier today as well. And if you would like further assistance in finding help to cope with the cold, you can call 211. That's 211. It's a free, confidential, 24/7, 365 information and referral helpline that's connecting individuals and families to available health and human services. And if you need mental health support, of course, that 988 number is always available as well, too. So this does wrap it up here for the first half hour of Out to Lunch. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more here. We'll go through, of course, our Tradio, talking a little bit about that here early. We'll go through some other things. And then we have a special program here at 11 o'clock. Special guest. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more in just a bit.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Linzess. The village of Bartlett is set to hold their holiday tree lighting, happening on Friday, December 6th from 4:45 to 8 p.m., with the tree lighting itself starting at 7:15 p.m. in Bartlett Park. In Naperville, a special traffic safety initiative during Thanksgiving led to a crackdown on hazardous driving. Local police engaging in the Click It or Ticket and Drive Sober Get Pulled Over campaign, leading to 1 criminal arrest, the issuing of citations, including 15 speeding tickets and 28 for occupant restraint violations. Kane County is on the lookout for a new board member for District 7 following Monica Silva's resignation. The selected individual will hold office until December of 2026 and must align politically with the Democratic Party as required by state law. You must reside within District 7 and be at least 18 years old to apply, and you have until December 17th to get in your application. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Get even more savings this holiday season by becoming a Milo's Rewards member. Don't miss new member deals dropping every week, like $15 off a purchase of $50 or more on select Bounty, Charmin, and Puffs paper products. Plus, get free standard shipping with Silver Key status. Just one more way Lowe's is here to help you shop, save, and enjoy the holidays. Join for free today. Milo's Rewards program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change. Exclusions and more terms apply. Visit Lowe's.com/shipping terms for details.
Progressive presents good news, bad news, dumb news, then great news. Good news. While leaning over the fence, your neighbors said you could save money bundling home and auto insurance with Progressive. Bad news. Your neighbor leaned over a little too much and broke your fence. Dumb news. Somehow fence wood is more expensive than wood. Great news. You decide to see if you could save money bundling at Progressive.com and to plant really tall shrubs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. NFL this Sunday, the Bears visit the 49ers. Chicago 0-5 on the road this season, 4-8 overall. The Niners are 5-7, 3-3 at home. NHL last night at United Center, the Bruins beat the Blackhawks 4-2. Brad Marchand scored twice. Morgan Geekie had a pair of goals for Boston. Alex Vlasic and Jason Dickinson had the goals for the Blackhawks, who dropped to 8-16-2, 4-7-0 at home. The losing skid has hit 4 in a row. Next up, a home game this Saturday afternoon when the Jets come to United Center. On the NBA schedule tonight, the 9-13 Bulls visit the 11-10 Spurs. Chicago 6-6 on the road. The Spurs 8-4 at home. Chicago currently sits 9th in the Eastern Conference. The Spurs are 10th in the West.
Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive.
I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Hard to believe that Christmas is only a couple of weeks away, right? But there's still plenty of time to find incredible gift deals because Macy's Friends and Family Sale is happening now. What does that mean? It means when you use your coupon or Macy's card, you can take an extra 30% off, just like Friends and Family can. That's 30% off the best holiday gifts, 30% off the best designer brands, 30% off what's trending right now. It's just this week. It's just what you were looking for, and it's only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, sunny with a high near 26, temperatures falling to around 23 in the afternoon. It feels like one with gusty winds up to 30 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 12. It feels like one. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 29. Currently, it is 18 degrees with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
The 90s called. They said the Gordita Supreme is so back in the new $7 Lux Cravings box from Taco Bell. It's all looking fresh to death with the pillowy 90s Gordita Supreme alongside the beefy 5-layer burrito, double stacked taco, chips with nacho cheese sauce, and medium drink. All for just $7. It's your wallet's favorite cheesy crunchy combo here for a limited time. Grab yours and relive the decades only at Taco Bell. At participating Taco Bell stores for a limited time only while supplies last. Contact store for price and participation, which varies. Drinks and food freezes. Tax extra.
Welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410, broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. We hope you're enjoying your day so far. It's definitely a chillier day outside today, in the teens with those wind speeds in the lows. The very lows. So hopefully you're having a good day so far here. You're listening to WRMN AM 1410, serving the Fox River Valley. We're broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin. It's definitely very chilly outside today, so make sure you're all bundled up. Maybe you've got your nice pea coat on, or maybe your fur coats, or whatever the case might be. Making sure that you're all nice and bundled up. Maybe you've got your nice furry boots on. Maybe you've got some gloves, mittens, hats, scarves. I'm a big scarf wearer. I always like to stylize with scarf. Keeps me nice and warm too. I should be wearing hats. I should be wearing maybe like a nice little Russian hat. I don't know. Those definitely keep me warm too. But yeah, I usually wear those if I have to be outside in the very, very cold temperatures. Otherwise, I don't. And I should, but I don't. Let's take a look here with a sneak peek on Tradio. Now, our official Tradio segment will be starting at about 12:30 or so, or at least roughly 4 minutes after the top of the hour or bottom of the hour news and messages from our sponsors at the 12 o'clock hour. So that'll be officially then to do Tradio, but we'll give you a little sneak peek on this too. Tradio's the time, of course, to buy, sell, trade, and or announce to the Fox River Valley area, especially during the holidays. We'll give you a sneak peek here. What do we have here that has, well, not what do we have, but who do we have that has called in on what they have to offer to buy, to sell, to trade, and or to also just in general announce. We have a caller from yesterday. Is the 1977 Corvette for sale. It's got also it's in pretty good condition, it says here too. It's $4,000 or best offer, or you can also do a trade with a truck if you have a truck. So that number to dial for that 1977 Corvette, 630-400-2730 is that number to dial. So that's the 1977 Corvette. We have Linda in Huntley. She has the couch, love seat, 2 high standing lamps, the 2 coffee tables, and the side table with the magazine rack built into it. $350 for that, put together as a set. And then she also does have some fold-up tables. They're white from Blaine's Farm and Fleet, and she'll sell those for cheap. She also has 300 Pandora beads that are gently used that she's also looking to sell. She's located in Huntley. That is 847-271-8219. We have Joe calling in with the 1998 Mustang ST. It's got 150,000 miles on it. Does need some motor work on there, but if you want to inquire about the pricing, feel free to reach out to him. 630-469-4148. 630-469-4148. We also do have here Wood by Jeff in Elburn. He has lots of things that he's looking to get rid of. I'll go through the list. He's got canning jars, garden stakes, scrap pieces of wood, concrete boards, shelving boards, firewood. He's got a hobbit house that he made. He has a solar heating kit, mail sorters, tinder pieces. So he's got all of that. And then he's looking to sell some mahogany and cherry wood, oak lumber for $2 a foot, and walnut boards for $6 a foot. And then he is also still looking for a place for his shop. That number is 630-365-9488. We have Dwayne in McHenry has a bike for sale for $200. It is a tandem bike built for two with 21 gears. Also has an outboard motor, boat motor for $300. Hunting equipment for ducks and geese, and a trolling motor battery operated 50 thrust motor for $500. That number is 847-878-8476. We have the Trado caller has the impressive vintage cut glass round serving tray for sale. About 50 years old, $35, approximately 21 inches. And sounds like here it's very impressive. It's what she said. So it's a nice vintage cut glass. So it's definitely high quality. 224-622-5155. We have the Trado caller looking for a floor fan located in a nursing home locally here, and that number is 847-717-3028 is that number. We have Greg looking for those bicycles. They can be Schwinn bicycles, Stingrays, bone shakers, balloon tires from the 1800s to the 70s. They can be in any condition. He also has for sale the Margaritaville concoction maker for $65. And he's also looking for vintage watches, men's, women's, and diver style watches. He's a collector, not a dealer, so he'll pay a fair price on those. So feel free to reach out to him, 847-884-6033. We have Gene Wheeler with the 2006 like new Kawasaki Ninja 250 with 850 miles on there, newly tuned up. It's a blue Ninja style automatic for $1,600 or best offer. That's 847-354-8854. We have the Trado caller has the white trundle bed for $50. You can text that Trado caller. It's a nice trundle bed that pulls out. And that number is 847-847-6143. That's the text, 847-847-6143. And we also do have Bill. He sells posters, movie posters. Great for the holidays, right? You know, you can treat someone to a nice, real, authentic film poster, the big ones that you see in the movie theaters. Film posters, they make great wall art. Also great for the holidays. Give someone something, especially if you're looking for something in particular. He's got a lot of great ones out there. Contact him. You can text him or email him. The text number is 708-793-3930, or you can also email him, billsellsposters@gmail.com. So those are a little sneak peek on the Trado announcers there. Trado will officially start at 12:30, roughly 12:30 or so. And of course, you can call our office or call our main number here during that time, of course, 847-931-1410. But don't forget, we also do have our Image 360 info number at 505-926-1410. Brought to you by Image 360 of South Elgin, your one source for custom signs and graphic solutions. So that is Image 360. You can visit their website at image360.com. Let's see here. Well, let's talk a little bit about some food. We'll talk a little bit about that here. Now, what this is, of course, is located in the dining section. Now, this is the foxvalleymagazine.com. We'll talk a little bit about this particular dishes, because they have officially posted now today this month's featured dishes in the Fox River Valley, brought to you by foxvalleymagazine.com. So, of course, can't go wrong with talking about these dishes and seeing what is offered. What are some of the great dishes that you can get within the local area of the Fox River Valley? Lots of great places that offer some delicious food to enjoy during the cold temperatures, during the cold days that we are currently experiencing here. So we'll definitely go through this here. We'll start off with barbecue brisket grilled cheese. Yes, the must-try appetizers, entrees, desserts, or cocktails available at local Fox Valley restaurants. Starting off with this one, the barbecue brisket grilled cheese. Now, this is a chopped house smoked brisket. This is including the Two Brothers Bourbon Barbecue. You get onions on there. You get Swiss and cheddar cheese and house pickles on delicious Texas toast. I love Texas toast. And you can find this at Two Brothers Roundhouse at 205 North Broadway in Aurora. That is in Aurora. So definitely something to try out for sure. The second item listed here is the hot buffalo wings. Homemade pub food is what makes Tap In Pub stand out, and they're located at Citygate Lane, Suite 135 in Naperville. It's hot buffalo wings that offer 8 jumbo chicken wings, hand-cut and fried until crispy, then tossed in house-made bold buffalo sauce. So that's bold buffalo sauce. If you need a little less hot, you can swap it with barbecue or dry lemon pepper rub. That is located at the Tap In Pub at 2155 Citygate Lane, Suite 135 in Naperville. You can also enjoy the Beet Cappelletti. They've got Chief Fagatas. That's also located in Naperville, not too far away from Tap In Pub. They have a perfect representation of locally sourced produce meshed with an Italian classic. You can start with that house-made red beet-infused pasta dough filled with roasted golden beet and ricotta. Once cooked, the cappelletti is tossed in brown butter to build depth in the dish and play with the earthy notes from the beets. Sounds pretty good if you want to give it a try. That is at Che Fagata. The next one here is the bacon wrap meatloaf. Oh my goodness, does this look delicious. That sounds really good too. Sauteed green beans, garlic mashed potatoes, and mushroom gravy. Can't go wrong with this delicious, nice hot dish during the cold season here at The Office. Yes, The Office at 201 East Main Street in St. Charles. And then another one here, we've got the Danish Blue Steak. This is a black Angus sirloin steak served with char-grilled, char-grilled. And then it is also topped with a Danish blue cheese au gratin and gratin. It's served with homemade mashed potatoes and grilled vegetables. Also looks pretty delicious as well. And don't let the size of the sirloin steak fool you, because those definitely can be pretty filling as well. And you can find that at Al's Cafe. Yes, Al's Cafe right here in downtown Elgin at 43 DuPage Court. Very nice. I like it. And hey, I know a dessert didn't come on the list here, but there's lots of great places to get some delicious dessert, especially during the season. The time is 10:47. We're going to take another quick time out. We'll be back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN here in just a bit. Stay tuned.
When you need your banker, they should be ready to put you first. At Wintrust, you can have the banking experience you need and the one you deserve. Ready for a change? We've made it even easier. Our new sophisticated online platform makes opening accounts a breeze, but our bankers are always here for you. Open a new Total Access checking account in minutes at wintrust.com/fast. Plus, get $300.
$100 required to open. Requirements to qualify. Must use link to apply.
Member FDIC.
Hey, Tammy, I just made an AI fact checker for the show. Do you want to try it out?
Sure. Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN.
Oh, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends is the best show on WRMN, huh? What a bold, subjective opinion masquerading as a fact. Sure, I bet you and all 12 of her fans feel that way. While I can confirm the show exists, yay for reality, its best status is completely debatable. And yes, congratulations, it does air Monday through Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Let me know when Tammy wins an Emmy or something. Until then, this is a hard nope on objectivity. Grade 310. Fact, Talk Time with Tammy and Friends airs weekdays, Monday, Thursday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. on WRMN. Try again when you want to talk about facts, not fangirling.
I'll work on it.
You better.
Hide out with friends at Galati's Hideaway in Cary. It's the perfect place for lunch, dinner, and specialty drinks. Check out their sports bar for the best spot to watch games. Try Galati's Dining Room for a relaxing night of dining on their signature Italian dishes. Try their great pizza or the Build Your Own Burger. Galati's Hideaway also has a large variety of entree favorites like prime fillets, steak kebabs, salmon, and ribs. Book your party in their banquet room. Visit GalatisHideaway.com.
A dream that's been cooking for years, Maria's Little Italy in Sycamore is waiting for you to come and enjoy authentic recipes handed down for generations. Stop in and enjoy bruschetta, handmade focaccia bread, pizza, pasta, sandwiches, and more. Dine in, take out, delivery, or catering is all available. Go to mariaslittleitaly.com and see what you've been missing. From their family to yours, welcome to Maria's Little Italy, where food brings families together. Ready to hit the ground running or walking? Welcome to Dick Pond Athletics in St. Charles. For over 50 years, we've outfitted runners of all levels with the best shoes, apparel, and accessories. Whether you're training for a 5K, gearing up for a marathon, or just want to be as healthy as possible, we've got the gear you need. Visit us for a personalized Atrex 3D gait analysis. Shop our fantastic selection and snag a deal in our clearance section. Stop by any of our 5 stores in Lisle, Carroll Stream, Park Ridge, Hoffman Estates, or St. Charles. Monday to Friday, 10 to 8, Saturday, 10 to 5, and Sunday, 11 to 4. Visit dickpondathletics.com today.
All right, welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN. We hope you're enjoying the day so far. We still have a couple minutes left here, roughly 7 or so, of this first hour of the 10 o'clock hour. When we come back with the 11 o'clock hour, we have a couple very special guests who will be on the air with us. So stay tuned for that. You're listening to WRMN AM 1410, broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. Let's touch base with some of these awesome local libraries, which happen to be nice heating and cooling centers to go to, especially as a nice heating center as we get into the chillier temperatures. Again, not going to entirely last this week. As we continue on into the weekend, we're going to see them rise a bit and then eventually fall back down into the start of next week. So let's take a look here and see what we have to offer, or most actually better to say what these local libraries have to offer. So let's take a look here. We've got some good things now. We'll start off with the Gail Borden Public Library here. So going onto their Facebook page, they always post pretty regularly on there, of course. I would say at least every day, at least once or twice every day. They did post last night that all of their art, or quote to say, Art for All, is now on display on the second floor of the main library. So you can take a look at these beautiful pieces next time you visit. They've got some beautiful different styles of artwork. Some of them are drawings, some of them are paintings, some of them look like they might be colored pencils. So you got a good list of great items and art pieces that you can look at and enjoy. They've got nice little canvases. I think that is really cute. Little mini canvases that people have on display. That is adorable. And they use intricate little paintbrushes to grab the detail and make it pop out, even with just such a small little canvas to work with. The artists here, if you're watching on YouTube and see them, they make the most of the canvas. I love it. You can also check out other beautiful artworks here as well by many of the local folks in the community, and some of them even jewelry pieces. That is very, very nice. So some different styles of art, all, of course, amazing to look at as well, too. You can always find something that'll catch your eye for sure. They've got a cooking celebration coming up Monday, December 30th at 6:30 p.m. This is a newly listed online event that was posted less than an hour ago. They do say to register for the Zoom link. It's going to be a New Year's Eve cooking celebration that'll be coming up Monday, December 30th at 6:30 7:30 p.m. Let's gather one last time of the year to cook, celebrate, and set the stage for a prosperous new year with cooking instructor Kristen Slick. So you can register at gailborden.info/event, and there are 37 seats remaining. So if you are interested, it's going to be a Zoom link virtual cooking celebration for New Year's Eve. A great way to end the year, maybe with some good cooking options, right? Sounds pretty nice. Awesome. So that's going to be coming up Monday, December 30th. That'll be at 6:30 until 7:30. It's a virtual event. That was posted onto their Facebook page and now officially onto their website at gailborden.info. The Fox River Valley Public Library District posted about 48 minutes ago a cookie decorating drop-in. If you do love decorating, you love cookies, you combine the two to make some delicious treats for the holiday season. Drop in and decorate a cookie for the holidays with them. Perfect for all ages. It is a festive, fun event, cookie drop-in, coming up Thursday, December 19th from 5 to 6 p.m. And this is going to be at the Fox River Valley Public Library District. That's the Dundee Library. It's going to be a good time. So if you want to check out more information, you can also visit their website at frvpld.info. That's frvpld.info. They also have a nice list of other different things that are going to be coming up here as well, too, that you don't want to miss out on. So they posted that recently onto their Facebook page. You can also capture your pet's paw print with their keepsake ornament kit. This is absolutely adorable. It's available at the Dundee and Randall Oaks Library while supplies last. So they do have those paw print ornaments. It's a nice mold, and all you have to do is stick your furry loved one's paw into the mold, and creates a paw print. I love it. That is so sweet. We have an ornament like this, and it's like a hanging picture in the middle. It's like a donut. Well, but it's not a donut though. It's shape of a snowflake. We had it done in 2019 of our dog Duncan, and it was the pet groomers that took Duncan's picture and our dog Duncan, and they put like a Christmas backdrop in it, and it's really cute. So lovely ornaments like that are always just so memorable and so much fun to do too. So that is available, the keepsake ornament kit, while supplies last at the Dundee and Randall Oaks libraries. Very nice. That's definitely fun to do, making those great memories with those ornaments. Oh my goodness, here we go. Geneva Public Library District announced here. Join us Wednesday, December 11th from 6:30 to 8 p.m. for a unique cinematic experience, including Nosferatu, a silent movie with live accompaniment as well too. In anticipation for the upcoming remake being released this Christmas. I believe Lily Rose Depp is in that. They're going to be screening the original 1922 classic inspired by Bram Stoker's Dracula. Yes, very creepy indeed. I first heard of Nosferatu, or at least saw him when it was at Hash Sling Slasher SpongeBob episode, and I was terrified. Now I find it kind of comedic in a way, but also terrifying as well. I mean, this was from 1922. I can't imagine. I mean, I'm sure people were pretty scared of it. I'm sure of it. Yeah, going into a movie theater and seeing that. And the movie theaters back in those days used to have like breaks. So they used to have like commercials that would play and advertisements. Similar to what we see now with live streaming. Isn't that something interesting, right? You see those live streamings and you get those commercials and breaks too. Yeah, that happens. So this does wrap it up here for the 10 o'clock hour of Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. Voice of the Valley, Talk of the Town. We are broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. We're wishing everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy Holidays as we continue on here into the month of December. Lots of fun things coming up here, including a very fun interview coming up. It's going to be a good time. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN here in just a bit. For local information and fun times in the mornings, listen to Marky B and Larry Jones on the first shift.
And when like Christmas time and Thanksgiving time, Brian has these little competitions. People ring up and they gobble like a turkey, and whoever gets the most votes for the best gobble off, they win a turkey for Thanksgiving.
Really? That's a great idea. That's a great radio contest. Derek has given us some great ideas here.
That's
Larry.
right.
Yeah.
It's the first shift, weekdays from 6 to 10 a.m. right here on WRMN.
Hi, this is Sue with Newman's Corner Pub in Hampshire, Illinois. Are you looking for the perfect hangout spot? Swing by Newman's Corner Pub right at the corner of 72 and State Street in Hampshire. Enjoy fantastic drinks, live music, and a fun crowd that makes every visit special. Test your luck with our hot slots and our Queen of Hearts drawing every Saturday at 3 p.m. Challenge your friends to darts or pool while you're here. Newman's Corner Pub, where every day feels like a weekend. Visit us at Route 72 and State Street in Hampshire. That's Newman's Corner Pub, your new favorite spot.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410. Elgin time, 11 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Verizon. Kane County is on the lookout for a new board member for District 7 following Monica Silva's resignation. The selected individual will hold office until December of 2026 and must align politically with the Democratic Party as required by state law. You must reside within District 7 and be at least 18 years old to apply, and you have until December 17th to get in your application. The Village of Bartlett is set to hold their holiday tree lighting, happening on Friday, December 6th from 4:45 to 8 p.m. with the tree lighting itself starting at 7:15 p.m. in Bartlett Park. In Naperville, a special traffic safety initiative during Thanksgiving led to a crackdown on hazardous driving. Local police engaging in the Click It or Ticket and Drive Sober Get Pulled Over campaign, leading to 1 criminal arrest, the issuing of citations including 15 speeding tickets and 28 for occupant restraint violations. With your 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Get even more savings this holiday season by becoming a Milo's Rewards member. Don't miss new member deals dropping every week, like $15 off a purchase of $50 or more on select Bounty, Charmin, and Puffs paper products. Plus, get free standard shipping with Silver Key status. Just one more way Lowe's is here to help you shop, save, and enjoy the holidays. Join for free today. Milo's Rewards program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change. Exclusions and more terms apply. Visit Lowe's.com/shipping terms for details.
Progressive presents good news, bad news, dumb news, then great news. Good news. While leaning over the fence, your neighbors said you could save money bundling home and auto insurance with Progressive. Bad news. Your neighbor leaned over a little too much and broke your fence. Dumb news. Somehow fence wood is more expensive than wood. Great news. You decide to see if you could save money bundling at Progressive.com and to plant really tall shrubs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Want to feel your best and take control of your health? Tune in to the Dr. Bob Martin Show every Sunday from 1 to 4 p.m. right here on WRMN AM 1410. Join Dr. Bob for expert advice on nutrition, exercise, herbal supplements, mind-body medicine, and more. Get answers to your questions. Stay updated with breaking health news, and don't miss special segments like The Health Alternative and Outrage and Mystery of the Week. Whether you're looking for wellness tips or the latest in holistic healing, the Dr. Bob Martin Show has you covered. It's your weekly dose of health, Sundays from 1 to 4 p.m., only on WRMN, AM 1410.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. Men's college hoops tomorrow night. It'll be number 19 Illinois visiting Northwestern. The Illini are 6-1 overall. They've won 3 in a row. Northwestern comes in 6-3 overall. The Huskies 0-1 in Big Ten play, while it'll be the first conference game of the season for the Illini. Last night in overtime, Belmont beat Illinois State 99-97. Western Illinois with a 97-64 win over St. Ambrose. Northern Iowa beat UIC 83-56. Texas Tech over DePaul 76-62. NFL this Sunday, the Bears visit the 49ers. Chicago 0-5 on the road this season, 4-8 overall. The Niners are 5-7, 3-3 at home. NHL last night at United Center, the Bruins beat the Blackhawks 4-2.
Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive.
I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Hard to believe that Christmas is only a couple of weeks away, right? But there's still plenty of time to find incredible gift deals because Macy's Friends and Family Sale is happening now. What does that mean? It means when you use your coupon or Macy's card, you can take an extra 30% off, just like Friends and Family can. That's 30% off the best holiday gifts, 30% off the best designer brands, 30% off what's trending right now. It's just this week. It's just what you were looking for, and it's only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit Straight.
Over the years, you've brought them into your home. You were prescribed opioids after the C-section, when Dad injured his back, when your basketball star tore his ACL. Opioids helped with the pain, and you held on to them just in case. But did you know holding on to unused opioids puts your family at risk? Opioids are powerful pain-reducing prescription medicines, but most people who are prescribed opioids don't finish their prescriptions. So millions of unused opioids are sitting in homes across the country. And tragically, more than 100 Americans die every day from overdoses involving opioids. What can you do to protect your family? Remove the risk of unused opioids from your home. Pills, patches, or syrups in drawers, purses, and cabinets, anywhere they might be hiding. To find out how to dispose of them properly, visit www.fda.gov/drug disposal.
All right, welcome everybody to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410, Voice of the Valley, Talk of the Town. We're broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin. It's a beautiful sunny day outside today. We hope you are enjoying the morning so far. The time right now is 11:06. Again, chillier temperatures outside today, but nonetheless, we are seeing some beautiful sunny skies outside today. So go outside and enjoy the weather. But it is very important, of course, to make sure that you're bundled up and ready to beat the cold temperatures. Yes, because it is cold. Now, of course, coming into the weekend here, we are going to see those temperatures rise into even the 40s, even also almost in the 50s coming up on the weekend here. And then eventually we get into next week. It does start to slowly but surely go down. We are going to be seeing little chances of rain and / snow coming through on Tuesday for next Tuesday. So that's a little prediction there. Stay tuned for more as we continue on with Out to Lunch with WRMN. Now, we do have some very special guests here today. We have a phone caller calling in here, as well as, of course, we've got in-house, in studio with us live right now. We've got the one and only Jeff Myers. Hello, how you doing today?
I am delighted to be here, and I see myself on Facebook. I should say on YouTube. I never passed that test. You are just like John Coleman, a great weatherman from the past years.
Is that right?
You open up the show with the most detailed weather forecast I've ever heard in radio.
Well,
bundle up or don't go out, kids.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate
job.
it.
We have a wonderful time today. We're going to talk with a gentleman who was here on WRMN from basically November of 1989 until the latter half of 1993. He then moved to the Aurora station. So he was all involved with that, very much involved with the radio shopping show over the years. He created the Marathon Show. We did a few of those 24-hour shows and never slept. So it was good. And also the Road Show was in his time frame as well, as that opened up in 1990 at Danny's Pizza and evolved into a road show all the time. So a lot of that, but he's also just this week heard that he's going to go into the Illinois Basketball Coaches Association.
Oh, it's awesome.
Which is it's basically downstate, but they are building they have a structure now in the Chicagoland area. But if he decides to, will attend a great ceremony at Illinois State University, one of my favorite universities, on May 3rd of this year. He will go in the Illinois Basketball Coaches Association. We'll tell you about some of the famous folks in our area that have gone into, and we'll have a chance to talk with them. Can we say hello to Mike Lawrence?
Absolutely. Hello, Mike Lawrence. Thanks so much for joining us today on WRMN.
Well, hello. I wonder how many favorite universities Jeff Myers has.
Well, in your case, whatever one you've attended. How about that? We also love Benedictine colleges, which are in the area. So there.
Yeah, absolutely. I almost went to Illinois State. It came within a hair's breadth of going there.
You could have been a Redbird. That would have not made our college career go at Western Illinois, though.
I would not have known you for 50-plus years, though.
And you would have missed this broadcast. Think how history is like that.
It's out to lunch, but it's 9:06.
That's right. You're in Las Vegas. Before we talk about your past, tell us about what you do currently, young man.
Oh, well, how nice of you to mention. Right now, I am put on hold one of the dozen hours of television and movies that I watch every day, and I always thought, even when I knew you very well, that there was a dearth of, I don't know, let's call it people who were in the media. And because Roger Ebert, Gene Siskel, we knew all the usual suspects. But there weren't any senior citizens doing reviews, during movie reviews and television reviews. So I thought, if I ever get the chance, and gosh knows this is the chance, I will create something for senior citizens. So it tells people born, let's call them baby boomers, for lack of a better word, people born in the 50s and early 60s, what it is a fellow senior likes to watch. So I watch 12, 14 hours of television a day and report on it so that my constituents, and they're growing, and I hope they will grow from this phone call as well, they know we have a Facebook group called Streaming Banter, which is a lovely name that it was come up with by my co-creator. And Streaming Banter, if you look on Facebook, has a group that I have 3,600 blogs that I've written in the last 3 years.
Wow.
And 3,600, and one about to be written, Churchill at War, brand new yesterday on Netflix.
Wow.
Yeah. So I try never to miss a new episode or a new series if it falls into the category of something seniors would enjoy watching. So I do that, and I guess, quote unquote, for a living these days. Not that you could pay any bills with it, but anybody who wants to join Streaming Banter, the Facebook group, is more than welcome to join in, listen in. We even have one of Jeff Myers' ex-wives, one of our major contributors.
Thank you.
So not necessarily your doing.
No, that's very nice. He's very informative with that. I appreciate that. We can stay in touch that way. Now, Matt is looking up Streaming Banter right now on Facebook. Are you not, Matt? Are you seeing it?
I think this is it.
Streaming Banter. It should have a picture of a mosaic with all the different services, streaming services.
With Fox, CBS, and all those guys. Is that you?
Yes. And it should have
right now.
I wrote Churchill at War literally 2 minutes before we went on the air here.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my golly. I think we're seeing that. If your lovely wife is watching on Facebook right now, she should be. We're leafing through for the folks that are watching on Facebook. You can see everything.
My lovely wife, just like your lovely wives, could care less about this phone call. So let's be honest.
That's why our careers went down the tubes, young man. But I think that's correct. We're seeing you. You're writing everything there, and that is great that you're involved with that on Streaming Banter. You are very elite at making sure you're seeing everything like that. I did not know I had to be old to view that stuff, though. It's the first I heard.
No, not at all. We have a lot of younger viewers, although I think our average age is closing in on 50-ish.
All right.
But that's okay. We're looking for people of all ages
who
wish to read what I think are fairly, I don't know, you read them through, maybe 2 or 3 of them, and they're pretty much lighthearted. They're not heavy. And they're very short. The blogs are short, because that was another thing I always complained about, is that when someone wrote a movie review, it was just interminably long, and I couldn't get through it.
Not unlike its opening segment. That's right.
Pretty much. But you asked, so I answered.
That was very good. Very good. It keeps you busy with that, and we appreciate all that information with that. I know your tremendous audience that you have enjoy your viewpoint, don't they? They don't heckle you, do they?
Well, not too much. I think the women don't always agree with me, but that's another story for another day.
Well.
And I think the male viewers generally agree, but they won't say so. So they're pretty much in the background. But anybody and everybody who wants to join in, it's free, obviously, to look at all the blogs on Streaming Banter and get an idea of what you want to see. And I also am perhaps the number one Las Vegas or Vegas Golden Knights fans of the hockey team.
Oh, yes.
So that's
great.
Something I'll be doing here later this morning.
You had championship time last year, didn't you? Congratulations in recent times.
2 years ago. You're staying up with it. Yep, 2 seasons. And it was obviously a time when tears were rolling down my cheeks. And, I'm the first caller on every post-game show.
Wow.
For anybody who cares.
That looks good on your resume. Very nice. I like that.
Yeah. You need a resume when you're 72 years old.
You also have Goldie Lawrence, the most well-known dog in Vegas and the most well-known hockey fan. Is she not?
Bless your heart for mentioning that. Goldie, Vegas cheerleader at Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter.
We're like your promotional group here today. That's great.
Yeah.
No, she's great, though.
Goldie Vegas, she is in all sorts of poses. She's the Golden Retriever, official or unofficial, Golden Knights cheerleading mascot.
Wow.
That's what Goldie is.
She does everything except skates. I mean, she is at every practice.
Yeah.
She's the first person in line, I guess you're along with her, for every event. It's incredible. Is that something, Matt?
Mammal in line, anyway.
Yeah. All right.
She does precede me.
Well, it's great that you keep so active. You've always been legendarily known for that. And you enjoyed your time here at WRMN, did you not, sir?
Oh, that was tremendous. I can't thank everyone enough. And if I start mentioning too many names, I'll forget some. But Rick Jekyll, who hired me back in 1989, bless his heart.
Yeah.
And
Do you remember
I guess in retirement.
Before I joined you, he flew down the day after the earthquake in the World Series to Quincy, Illinois, where we're working. He flew down so Engineer Hal could okay me join you here at WRMN. That happened the day after the big earthquake. So it was August, the 17th of that day in 1989. That was a historic moment, wasn't it?
So what happened was Rick, seeing that we had a hotbed of talent downstate, tried to go down and see what was available. And I was fortunate enough to be a part of that. So were you and others. And it was a very exciting time. It was a scary time because we were leaving a very small market to go to the big city, more or less. And then we, I guess one thing led to another. And I realized quickly that the situation I was thrust into as the sales manager at WRMN and WJKL was untenable because we were kind of like every other suburban radio station. We had to have a niche. And I discovered, or hoped to discover, that this little tiny thing called the radio shopping show was the niche. And we grew that, you and I, into something special.
It was. And now with new ownership with Dean DeLaley, he has taken the concept away from that, but brought it back to being such a community station, not only for Elgin, but for Hampshire and all the areas around us. So they're out and about everywhere now as your community station, and it's worked out wonderfully in those early days as he evolved with that, the moments, I guess. And that's fun.
Oh, yeah.
You forgot to mention, also Brad Bolin came up. Brad Bolin became he's a well-known name in town.
How many names you, again, as I said, if I start naming names, what happens.
We're okay if we stop with those three. So,
but Mike Moyers,
Mike Moyers,
it's all possible, was also lured, but he didn't get lured away.
He took a look at the city. It was tough for him to leave a wonderful venue down there in Quincy, Illinois, and we certainly understood that, certainly.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. He has done remarkable things. He is what literally is called a local legend in that market down there. And bless his heart, he's made it possible for me to join this austere group, the ICBA. It's unbelievable. It's the culmination of a life's work. It really is for me anyway.
Oh, it really is. We appreciate it. Mike Moyers as well. Mike Moyers was instrumental in all of us. I am holding up for the YouTube audience. if they can see this. This is the plaque. This is my plaque I got in 2021, in August 28th of 2021.
You really should clean your teeth more often, I would.
Well, I wish I could replace them.
You.
So that's right. Can you see that? Is that what the report? I'm holding that up right there. That's what I received August 28th, 2021. On May 3rd of this year, you will go into what we're seeing right now. Bruce is taking a photo of that. So we're just doing, this is wonderful radio with pictures.
Of course.
It's incredible.
Yes.
You wouldn't think about that when you started way back when. How about radio with pictures? That should work well. So it did.
Matt, Matt is the ultimate host. He has managed to stay quiet while you and I jibber jabber.
Well,
I don't know how he does it.
He is a true professional. We appreciate him allowing us to be aboard here because your stories are so extensive. And we also, when you first came to town, it was a wonderful season for the Elgin Maroons. The 89-90 season, Jim Harrington at the helm. We were involved in March of 90. We went to the Rockford Metro Center for Super Sectional. Remember that night? It was a snowy night.
You took the helm on that one, and I did Larkin games in those days.
Yeah.
And so I was the voice of Larkin. You were the voice of Elgin.
I can see, but
it worked out very well.
Postseason, you would join us for that postseason when you could.
Yes.
And then the Maroons went down to Champaign. We were still playing at Champaign in those days, Mark, and they would lose to East St. Louis Lincoln 64-54. But the Jesse Hendersons and the Mike, the great guard they had, all those guys, that was a great team with Coach Harrington, and we just were fortunate. We actually, in this season, I'll tell this one story to Matt as well. In that 89-90 season, we began the campaign doing basketball, Mike especially, Quincy High Blue Devils. And in that 89-90 season, we came here in January, 89-90, for Elgin. Both teams ended up in Champaign.
Oh, wow.
That's incredible, isn't it? That doesn't happen often, does it, lad? Both teams, a great storied history.
And get this sidebar. We got a telegram. I mean, now, Matt, you may not even know what a telegram is.
I've heard of it before.
I bet you barely have.
Folklore.
But we got a telegram from Jerry Leggett, the basketball coach at Quincy High School, who thanked us for, all the coverage and all the time that we had spent there with the team. And Jeff and I were sort of like local institutions down in Quincy broadcasting Blue Devil basketball. So that was a tremendous thrill to get that honor, as well as seeing both Elgin and Quincy participate in the big dance.
In the retro, I guess, so we probably didn't pinch ourselves at that time, but now we will, because that was a great singular season for 89-90. One year, Brad Bolin, when we went down to Champaign again, 1 year with Elgin not playing in this one, Brad Bolin got ill, and my color commentator in the booth for all the games was Elgin coach Jim Harrington. That was a great moment. He's such a well-known coach. He's very much involved with the IBCA. When I went in 1991, he's the one that presented the award I showed you earlier. And then we don't make a speech down there, but they do have a moment where you're holding it up and taking photos. And Coach Harrington saying what a plus I was for his club. It was a great moment when that happened, and you'll enjoy that. If you do attend, you'll enjoy that moment in time when you realize the state of Illinois and IBCA recognize that you were a factor in your home market.
Hard to imagine. It really is that this has happened, and that I've lived in Las Vegas for 28 years.
Oh, my heavens.
So it's hard to imagine that there was a 30-year career or thereabouts, a 20-plus year career in the land of Lincoln before all of this. So it shows you my age, for one thing. But it definitely has spanned a lot of decades. It began in 1971 as the voice of Western Illinois University football.
Wow.
And it spawned from there.
Was that the football game that was in Vegas and you couldn't get on the air?
That was 72, and that was not the one that I couldn't get on the air. That was a game against Akron.
It was more technical. You didn't have an engineer with you in those days, man.
No.
And it was a little bit more. You had the phone line. You had to plug it in. It wasn't as simple as if I'm desperate, my cell phone will get me over the hump. You really had to plug things in, and things could happen. Sometimes they didn't put in a phone line for you, so anything could happen on the road. We were always a little edgy in those days, but that made it fun.
I'm sure it did.
Matt, I got to tell you, you cannot imagine, nor will anyone in your age cell even imagine how difficult it was. I have stories of one of our good friends hauling an antenna up to the roof of a high school, trying to make us get back on the air. So literally, he was precariously perched on the top of a rural high school in the Quincy area.
Wow!
Trying to get a signal back, and I also, when I didn't get a signal for Western Illinois University football, I was with the athletic director. So the athletic director had to sit there and twiddle his thumbs while I tried to maneuver the equipment to make it work.
Sure, that was a moment.
Boy!
Here locally, we had a unit. We had to go out like that and put the unit high. We had to go to Streamwood High School, I think, for a Bartlett game before Bartlett had their field. And we had to go to the top of the bleachers and try to see if we could match up, how to match up with that antenna that was then on the roof here at WRMN. So there are a lot of stories with that. We were. Engineer Howard you guys don't know a thing, Engineer Howard would tell us.
And he was right.
He was correct. He's gone now, but Engineer Howard was wonderful to work with over the years. It's called the Marty unit, because they've talked about it here. I think Dean says, I still have the Marty unit in back. Don't they? It's a big, It's a big box, because Dean Delaley said still around. We would have that, but we had to go to Elgin High School and put a little antenna in the rafters of their gymnasium.
Really?
And Hal was probably weighing in at a slim 220, so he's on this long, tall ladder, putting that in the first weeks we were here, Mike, for our antenna to get away to Maroon games back to the studio. This is almost technical talk, isn't it, Matt?
Yeah.
Who says I can't be technical?
There are a lot of legendary stories, like saying we have a short wave in the back room somewhere. These stories are real. I mean, this is the way it was in the early 70s. We had to literally make the game go whatever would be allowed. We had to be line of sight.
Yeah.
We had to have someone with a phone line.
That's holds true to our 90s here as well, because the Marty unit would work, and we could still take it out today if we wanted, Matt, and I'm sure you would look into it and have a chuckle, but it would be good. But even in the 90s, you had to be line of sight and stuff like that, or get to the antenna site and things of that nature. Those are great technical stories with you, Mike.
Someday, Matt, you'll tell stories like this, and they'll go, what was that? What was that potentiometer you used to maneuver around?
That's right. And the host will say, maybe 10 minutes is too long for you, young man. So, no, they're wonderful stories. Again, I want to thank Mike Moyers, who was so accomplished working at downstate for us with WTAD, and he's been helpful in guiding some of the talent into the IBCA and the Hall of Fame there. That's so nice of him, and we appreciate all his great work over the years. Can I tell you, before you say anything else, I'm going to mention some names. You will go into the IBCA Hall of Fame. I'm going to look at our YouTube camera right here. The IBC Hall of Fame past folks going in include, are you ready? You're comfortable? Are you sitting down?
I am.
I thought you might be.
That's all I can do these days.
You are in the hall with Red Rush.
Oh, fans, this is a great honor.
Red Rush is like, it's a ding-dong-dilly, fans. He's a Chicago White Sox announcer from 67 to 70, and also when Loyola won the championship in 1963, this next man I'll mention did the game on television, but Red did it on radio. He had a great voice, and he was, Tickle the Twines for Mr. Irvine. You know how that went. Also, I mentioned the television. You are in the Hall of Fame. Are you standing? Are you sitting?
No, I'm sitting. I'm squatting at least.
Back. Oh, brother. You're in with Jack Brickhouse.
Those of you watching over in London, you remember?
That's right. In 1962, Telstar was over Chicagoland, and they fed a Cub-Philly game to the entire world, or to Europe anyway. That was before your time, Matt, but that was, if you were alive, you'd say, gosh, that is technical. It was up on the satellite, the early satellite.
Read my blog on Churchill at War. You'll get some idea what we're talking about here.
That's right. We go way back in time. Also, we would have Larry Derry, who's a legend down there in your area in Macomb. Larry Derry, as we talk some of the regional guys. Neil Orman, who's a legend man for WRMO, it would be, in Aurora. He is in there as well. So there's some Bob Sakamoto, as a great Chicago Tribune, is in there. We have Bill Gleason, a great writer. So you see all the names when you go in, it really does. Anybody who was anybody in the window of sports there was awarded for the Illinois Basketball Coaches Association. We got music. Are we taking a break?
Yeah, we're going to take a bottom of the hour news break.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, yeah, we'll be back.
I should look at my show notes. I didn't realize that.
Yeah,
Did you hear that little musical note there? Let's have a little break right now, okay? Thank you.
Just a little break, yes. We're going to take a quick time out, folks. Hey, I want to thank everyone for joining in and listening in today to WRMN AM 1410. I want to thank Mike Lawrence for being on with us today. We'll continue on after the break. We'll take it to the bottom of the hour news, which, of course, will cover some local news and messages from our sponsors. When we come back, we'll continue on talking more. I also want to mention here, too, eventually, a little connection with Elgin High School 1955 basketball championship game.
That is good.
In my family.
Yes.
So we'll definitely talk about that here in just a bit. Folks, you're listening to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410, Voice of the Valley, Talk of the Town, broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox Valley.
This is WRMN News.
Hello, I'm Dennis Green. Some high-tech glasses could be a game changer for people dealing with dementia. News Nation's Elizabeth Prawn reports.
These are programmable AI glasses in real time providing support to dementia patients. So what does it do? Well, it provides everything from facial recognition, so a niece or a nephew or a caregiver, a family member. It can help people find lost house keys, remember tasks, meals, blood sugar, even getting to appointments on time.
Care Yaya Health Technologies calls it Medicare LLM and says the tech creates prompts and delivers them directly to the wearer's ear through a bone conduction earphone or hearing aid. Police in New York say they have some new clues to go through in the shooting death of United Healthcare's CEO. News Nation's Alex Caparello reports investigators are looking at shell casings left behind from the shooter's gun.
On those actual casings, according to New York Police Department sources, they had words etched into them, specifically defend, depose, and deny. Those are clues potentially onto a possible motive that this shooter might have had. New York police are not saying exactly what that motive is. They're still trying to work that out using these as an indication, as well as the other evidence that was left behind, specifically a cell phone in which these police officers have obtained a search warrant to go through.
Investigators say UHC CEO Brian Thompson was targeted by his killer. Thompson has worked for United Healthcare for 20 years, becoming CEO in 2021.
WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network. We are Lions International, the world's largest service organization. We are volunteers committed to strengthening our communities and supporting those in need, one act of kindness at a time. For more than a century, Lions have been serving a world in need, right here in our community and around the world. Lions International makes the impossible possible. This is your invitation to join us, because the only thing missing from our mission to make a difference is you. Visit lionsclub.org to find a local Lions Club near you.
A recent Gallup poll indicated that 38% of Americans are putting off health care because of financial concerns, the highest ever recorded. I'm Dr. Bob Martin, here to serve you every Sunday afternoon from 1 to 4. Millions of Americans are seeking health advice that will not cost an arm and a leg, so I offer health tips and advice absolutely free. Listen to my show, Sunday afternoons from 1 to 4 right here on WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM, the voice of the Valley and the home of Radio Shopping Show.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. Today, sunny with a high near 26, temperatures falling to around 23 in the afternoon. It feels like one with gusty winds up to 30 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 12. It feels like one. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 29. Currently, it is 22 degrees with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
Spice Swagger holiday pack, perfect for a gift to treat yourself. 24/7 holiday freshness with daily use can smell your bestest. I'm gonna be smelling great all season. Old Spice scents just can't be beaten. Chock full of value, saving that green. Got the essentials needed to feel clean. Deodorant, hair, body wash, and spray. Celebrate your holiday the Old Spice way. Ho, 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 ho.
Welcome back, everybody, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. We hope you are enjoying the show so far today. We want to thank you, of course, for Mike Lawrence being on the air with us, continuing on talking, as well as, of course, here we've got Jeff Myers as well.
Good. I was going to whisper, thanks for being with us for lunch.
Yeah.
Our waiter will serve you in just a moment. You set the mood with that music a little bit.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, something like that. Yes. Mike Lawrence with us, and Bruce Shipyor, photography man, is with us as well. We'll have some photos of this up on our Facebook, my Facebook later today. And, of course, we love it with the YouTube and everything like that. And, Mike Lawrence, are you still awake, or are you watching another show?
At my age, you should never ask that question.
That's right. The first
Thank
time
you for asking. While we were on hold, I just got an adjoinder on the Facebook group, Streaming Banter, from Valerie and John Sicer, old friends of ours.
Oh, nice. Were they watching you or listening to you?
No, they just posted a comment
The Sicers.
on Streaming Banter, which everyone is welcome to do.
Oh, I love it.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Well, I have two more major names that you go into the IBCA Hall of Fame with. Are you ready? Are you standing? Are you sitting?
I'm telling you,
you won't be disappointed.
Major names in Vietnam. That was a great,
That's right.
Great fighting man.
This man is famous in our area. When I was young, when I was 15, every Saturday night after we went to Jewel, we got this little ticket that told us what horse would win on a show called Let's Go to the Races. Everybody remembers it wrongly, but Jack Dries was it. They had old film actually from a track in Florida, and Jack Dries did the narration. It was before your time, Matt, but if you were a young person at that time, it was like, well, this is great. You have a little ticket, and you might win, I guess, prizes from Jewel with Jack Dries telling us about these horses. The video was probably, or the film, if you will, there's no video in those days. Film was probably 22 years old, but we didn't know it. But that was how that done. So Jack Dries, who was also the Chicago White Sox announcer from 1968 until 1970, until when Harry would take over for a while on TV. That he is there. And also, you ready for this next one? This is a good one. You can do your impression of him.
I'm sure this, okay.
This might be the best one. This man came out of the Aurora area. He is famous for a slogan he made out in the West Coast. Your announcer is Chick Hearn. How do we know Chick Hearn, Mike Lawrence?
Well, I'll tell you a little story about that.
Okay.
I have never had the pleasure of meeting Chick Hearn in his lifetime, but I once owned the radio station where he began his career.
Oh, yeah, the Aurora.
WAUR in Aurora,
wow.
yes.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's that's a humbling thing for me.
He's famous for the Los Angeles Lakers, and he came up with, what's the catchphrase for Chick? When he's doing the Lakers?
Let's see. The butter is hard. What does he say? Jello's jiggling. The butter is hardening. And when a game was basically in the refrigerator.
Is that right?
How did he say it?
Did you drink before this episode? You sure he said something like that?
Because I haven't been on the radio a lot these days. But the butter is hardening and the Jello's jiggling, and that's when a game was in the refrigerator.
Wow! I didn't know that one. He gets some of the magic stuff. He gets some of the great credit for that. But he was a great announcer, Chick Hearn, and he does the Lakers. And there's plenty of audio and video of him up on the website, and was from this area right now. So that is great. He would appear everywhere. Also from the same Aurora site, Bill Baker is well known in the area. He did lots of local things. They are also in the Illinois Basketball Coaches Association that you will be joining So congratulations, young man. It's a great moment. There's no question. Bill Gleason, the Kinshirts are in. Ron Kinshirf and Tim Kinshirf will go in with you. And also Jack Hull, I believe, is a radio man from Beardstown. So your local area, Quincy location from your time was remembered through the greatness of the great staff there, IBCA, and you'll go in with those guys. That's great, isn't it?
Let us also focus on Matt's uncle. Matt, tell me that story.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, yes. So it's my dad. His name is Gary McNeil.
Yeah.
Has an uncle, Gary Smith.
Ah.
And Gary Smith was in the Elgin High School team in 1955, and they were they had lost, and he was the one that was the one that lost the winning. He was the one that was shooting the last couple of seconds. And I think he froze and he didn't shoot.
Didn't shoot, but that's a team where the referee calls a great number of fouls in the waning seconds. We fed that. We fed a story with one of the big stars to Matt on his Facebook, because through the Elgin Sports Hall of Fame, we've talked with many members of that 54-5 team or something, some of the basic guys. They've been saluted. But you'll look it up, Mike Lawrence. Apparently there's a referee that calls 6 violations in the last handful of seconds. He never worked again. So at least the power of Elgin was he may never work again.
That was Bill.
Yeah, that was Bill?
Bill Chesbro, right?
Oh, well, Coach Chesbro.
Oh, Coach
Chesbro is...
Tell me. Oh, okay.
You know that because, of course, the arena at Elgin High is named after Coach. He's a legendary coach. He is there, but the ref that... caused that to happen. They said, "See you later, Gator." It's a fabled story that everyone who, like your uncle, he's passed away now, is that right? Mm-hmm. Everyone's still with us from that time frame. All you have to do is mention that, and they go, shouldn't have happened. Shouldn't have happened.
Oh,
simple as that.
It's like the 72 Olympics, very much the same
that's right.
story.
With Doug Collins in that case. And that's right.
Yeah.
So we keep it local. We keep it ISU just for you, I guess. So there. All right. Well, what other stories do you have for us? As you think back here, you were involved so much with WRMN and WTAD in Quincy. You were on the ground floor of a lot of good things.
Well, it makes me realize how grateful I am to be in 60-degree weather here in Las Vegas, as I heard.
First, when in doubt, go with the weather. That's what he does.
Yeah. Yep.
It feels like one. We just heard on the weather forecast.
It's cold here. Yeah, it's cold. My heat went out, so I'm almost frosty, and I always thought I'd be tough. I could live outside if I had to. I'd be gone in 12 seconds. It's frosty.
Oh, absolutely. I would too. But at any rate, the years of WRMN led to the purchasing of the old WAUR, where Chick Hearn got his start in Aurora. So we purchased that radio station with the help of Rick Jekyll and others. And I managed that until I finally said, I've got to live in Las Vegas. I can't stand another winter in Chicagoland. So they were nice enough and accommodating enough to buy a radio station out here in Vegas called K-Shop.
Wow.
And I ran that for a half a dozen years.
Yeah. So you left our area in 1996. Isn't that right, sir?
That is correct, yes. So 28 years here in Vegas, and after my radio years were over, I managed an internet marketing firm because that's where I saw the world going in 2004.
You were topical, young man. Congratulations.
Well, I like to think so.
For an old timer, you were looking at it and says, I can do that too. Way to go.
I didn't. I think all it really took was just to be able to see what's in front of you on the internet and said, wow.
Well, sometimes the vision's not good at your age. The vision sometimes goes.
No, those days it was great. But that's what I did for almost 20 years. And, well, actually about 17 years. And so that was a good living and a good way to make a living. And then I retired when the Vegas Golden Knights were formed in 2017. I was 65, and I realized this is my future. I'm going to follow this team right down to the bitter end, and fortunately they won a Stanley Cup and made my life complete. And now the ICBA has done just that. My life is complete, and I hate to say that, but now what in the world am I going to strive for in the future?
Well, it is a great honor, no question about that, because when I was blessed with that honor in 2021, I I told my brother what I was involved with, and it kind of gives the family name recognition throughout the entire state. Kind of embellishes your broadcast career. If they thought you were just kind of a local announcer or a crazy announcer, in your case, Mike, they thought you were a local announcer. It does expand your horizons to all of the state. And even Brother John, who since has passed away, his eyes lit up, and he seemed to appreciate that.
It's the first time we learned that the name Myers did not have an E in it.
That's right. I have the perfect broadcast name, and they always spell it wrong. I've never been in the paper spelled properly. If I look at my name, you know when you do football and they look at these incredible names, and you said my name wrong, who could say it right? My name is Myers. For whatever reason, Myers. I said, bless me, I have a name I can say. The paper would put that E in there for 30 years, or they'd leave the S off, and it was Myers. It could not be more simple. And from the booth, you know how that is. You see somebody's name, hey, I can do that. I don't even have to ask him, how do I say your name? You say, I know how to say your name. And somehow, I could never get it spelled right.
No, it never did, and it was always an inside joke.
It was.
And I was Mike Morris for the longest time, and then finally Mike Lawrence.
Oh, that's good. I forgot that. You were Mike Morris, huh? Mike Morris.
Yeah, I was Mike Morris.
Did you enunciate properly on the air? Maybe you caused that. I think he's saying Mike Morris. Can you tell the difference? So that's on you.
Nobody could.
That's on your shoulders, young boy.
Yeah, that's for many, many years, you and I also co-hosted a talk show called, in those days, called Sports Rapid.
Yeah.
We brought it to Elgin, and you did it mostly on your own, and it was a wonderful show. Let's see, the player Wilson, who was the player for the Bears that you had
Otis. We had a lot of studio time with Otis. Yeah, I actually hosted, Otis hosted at 34's Walter Payton's place, and you know this, in the fall of 90, it was the busiest year I ever had, because we would do Monday Night Football with Otis Wilson. He would bring out a bear, like Hampton, something like that. We do that on the FM side, WJKL. At that time, you're saying, FM dares to do sports. But we did that. Yes. And then Otis Wilson was also, actually we did with the running back, we did a Wednesday night show at a local restaurant. I've forgotten the running back's name. But we did that and did a lot of airtime. It was very exciting to move to the big city here in Elgin for that. Imagine all the folks who we'd see, and we still show a couple of pictures, a couple of different things from the time Otis Wilson would host. And I met him about 3 years ago at the one, what do we call it now? The center where
Edward Schock Center.
Mm-hmm. No, the Edward Schock Center here in Elgin is that's what it is now. But also where the Windy City Bulls play, it's now the One Center, is it? ONE, something like that.
Yeah.
It was changed. It was it used to be called Sears, and they went out of business. Made it tougher to know what it is. But I met Otis Wilson probably, what would it be, 30 seasons later, and he goes, "Don't remember your face. I remember your voice." And we were radio folks. What more could you ask for?
Right. Yeah.
What more could a man ask for? Your voice.
We would do remote broadcasts from Mike Ditka's restaurant.
Oh, yeah. Coach Ditka told us one time, we were shopping show on the road there. I said, "We're happy to be here, Coach Ditka." He goes, real tough, "Happy for you." And then moved on. That was Coach Ditka. "I'm happy for you. See you later, kid."
Well,
that was my interview. I sent it away, and we got big money for it.
At 85, he's still a legend, bless his heart, and so he always will be. But those were the days, where we were doing some sports and we're doing some other things, and it was fun. It was just a lot of fun.
And much of what we did. Go ahead, sir.
Because my years in Vegas have been mostly as a worker bee and mostly as an owner and managing radio stations. So we didn't have as much fun down here as we did up there. I will say that.
Yeah.
That was really enjoyable.
It was enjoyable indeed.
And the ICBA
the Now Arena. The Now Arena is the name of that. I knew it was newer now. The Now Arena, when Sears went out of business, that's where the Windy City Bulls
I cannot
play.
Keep track of all the names.
Oh, I know.
I've gone through over the years. We went to a New Kids on the Block concert. My daughter and I.
Were you at gunpoint? How'd you talk?
No, in 1980.
Oh, back in the old days.
Yeah, 1990. We went to a New Kids on the Block concert there, and it was just very strange.
Taylor Swift was there early in her career. They have a big picture of her on the wall.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well, that's amazing now, but she was there earlier in her career when she was probably 14 and cranking out 10 songs a week, as she does now.
Yes, with Heartbreak and all that, and then the things that she does. Yeah.
So,
well, it's a lot of history. I haven't been back to Elgin in 30 years. It's been a long time.
Wow, you are busy. What's that excuse, Matt? What kind of excuse would that be? Not back in 30 years? But it's still, the radio station now under our new tutelage is wonderful, isn't it, Matt?
Oh, yes. Oh, my goodness,
He's doing talk shows. They do remotes. I'm allowed to do some sports. I hadn't done a play-by-play for the station since 2012, I believe, but we did a series of football games that you're so pleased with, aren't you? I know you always talk about the Hampshire Whippers, and we did 4 of those games.
Go Whippers!
And had fun. No, it was fun.
My daughter and grandkids live in Hampshire.
Oh, that's amazing. Well, they were tremendous crowds. The team wasn't strong this year, but the crowds were incredible. It was like a major event down there, and we appreciate that, and I like that. Again, our thanks to, I know Mike Moyers appreciates, he likes to keep me working, doesn't he? Doesn't Mike Moyers said Jeff should keep working? Doesn't that what he always says?
Oh, well, he knows that most of us at this age are not working. So we're always grateful to hear. And I give him stories that will almost curl your hair at this point. Like, Jeff did 6 games last week.
6 games last week. I should mention, we also work for South Elgin, teach and help a little bit. South Elgin High School and Beacon Academy, they do tournaments, so they allow me to kind of tutor the kids, but I did 6 basketball games last week, and we'll do also with Coach Hinkle, who's also a member of the IBCA. We'll do games from his old high school, Jacobs High School. Probably I might do as many as 8 there if I stay healthy. Wow. If I get through my colonoscopy next week. That's what it'd be.
That's right. That's a
qualifier for me. For the first time I'm concerned. But no, we appreciate that. Mike Moyer just taught us to constantly stay in what you do, and it kind of keeps you young, I think is how it is.
Well, of course. Everyone who's got any sense at all is retired, but you. So I
like to hear this.
Share these stories with him.
My brother Jerry's trying to say, well, you didn't make the NBA, you're still doing high school. Why don't you just retire? You've done it all. We can't do another game. But no, the satisfaction's incredible. And as long as I can still be sane, the key, they are wonderful to do. There's no question about that.
Pray for rain.
And we also work with, pray for rain. And we work with Bruce Shipyard a lot. That keeps us very working on Facebook and other sources like that. So can't argue with that. Yeah. It is fun to do. And I admit, probably should be retired, but I can't write like you, so I wouldn't have anything to do.
No.
I'd be watching Beverly Hillbilly reruns.
Like you can watch those old reruns, those old cyclical reruns that we enjoyed so much. And you watch those mostly on my black and white television, I might add.
That's right. So, thank you.
That now is in some attic somewhere. I don't know.
Oh, I would think. So, again, we appreciate Mike Lawrence with us and the great stories you have. And let's see if we've done everything. Turn to page 100. I'm going to show you, if you take an ad out in the great book that they have for IBCA and the history of it. I tried to find if your parents went into this hall. They do have a Friends of IBCA. I couldn't find your parents, but we're going to show this to the YouTube audience just for the sake of it. We have this here. If I can do this properly, I'll hold this up. On page 100, the year I went in, I'm almost straight with this. It's Jeff Myers. This photo was taken in Elgin, Illinois. See that, Matt?
I do.
Kind of cute.
The voice of Elgin.
And the voice, and embellished. They often still call me. I walk into Jewel and they say, the voice of Elgin. I'm not sure those days will last much longer, but I still get that voice of Elgin concept, voice of Elgin in that way when you walk around, and that's another thing that keeps you going. Don't you think?
Well, my parents are in some sports, or they're in an Illinois Hall of Fame.
I'll find out what it is. We'll keep looking. It might even be the IBCA. They have a lot of years and a lot of folks to look at. We tried to check that out, but that's exciting for them. They would get in for their allegiance to the Bradley Braves, would they not?
Oh, my goodness. My father never missed a home game for 50 years.
Wow.
Bradley University in Peoria went to every single home game for half a century until he just couldn't do it anymore, and my mother would go with him in later years. The day I was born, he went to a Bradley University home game.
Wow.
So he didn't. He said, okay, the kid's got all his limbs. Let's go to the game.
Keep with that story. The day your daughter was born, what were you doing?
Oh, stop it. You're not supposed to bring that up. Yeah, the day my daughter, who could be listening right now, was born, you and I were hosting a radio show at the noon hour, and then I got the word that that Maggie, my wife, had just given birth. And in those days, you couldn't go into the operating room. You couldn't go into the delivery.
And you couldn't leave the studio, for sure.
And you sure couldn't leave the studio. But you couldn't go into the delivery room either. So I had to go, I got to leave, unfortunately. I got to leave the microphone, which I never did. And had to go to the hospital, which was Passivant Hospital in Jacksonville, Illinois.
Wow. That's incredible. And your daughter is she in Hampshire now? Where she live?
She is in Hampshire.
Wow.
And she and her husband have been married for almost 30 years.
I was at their wedding.
Yes, you were. Of course you were.
Yeah.
And my grandson turned 24 yesterday, and I have another 21-year-old grandson and an 18-year-old granddaughter. So that's how old I am.
This is like a trip to Grandpa's house on a summer afternoon, isn't it? Tell me more about your life and your youngins.
We'll try not to talk politics.
No, we won't do that. But suddenly get into your life, it is kind of interesting. I'm going to shed a tear. But those are all good moments.
They were born and raised in Illinois and still live in Hampshire.
That's great.
They've never been out of Illinois.
South Elgin time as well. And your daughter was a great participant with the radio shopping show as well.
Nice. She did a great.
We got plenty of video of her, a couple of videos of her working that we put up on Facebook.
Yes. And when I left, she took over basically and did a lot of the shows. Yes.
That's some of the great history that is here, right here. And again, Mike Lawrence, we appreciate you being aboard. What's your temperature again? 60 degrees in Vegas?
98.6 currently. Thanks for asking.
Not that temperature.
Well, it's outside. It's almost 60 degrees. Doesn't feel like one. I can tell you that.
Let's see. Wait a minute. We're going to get our current here. We might be at 5 by now. You just hang on.
Yeah, it's quite chilly. We're at 24.
We're at 24 degrees?
Yeah,
I could go out without my coat.
The lady, what she said, feels like one. That's all.
Well, the wind last night was a terrible fire in town. The wind was atrocious, and anybody would have trouble going out last night.
Yeah.
Even anybody.
But right now it feels like one. I mean, what are we doing here?
Well,
Get out of town, guys. Come on.
No, we love this area, don't we, Matt? We love this. Yes, we love our Elgin land area and our Lyle home as well. Those things that nature. Before we get out of
I love the Illinois basketball coaches, and what they've done for me is, and I tell everybody at practice, which has just been canceled, by the way. I just
because you weren't there.
Received news. No, maybe I don't know, but
Goldie wasn't there.
VGK, no, he said, "Where's Goldie?" Well, we got to close it up if she's not going to be there. But no, I tell everybody at practice who has no idea what Illinois basketball or sports has anything to do with it, and they're all very excited for me. I want you to know that.
Oh, great.
Even people here in Nevada. So
wonderful.
It's exciting.
It is a great achievement, and always our thanks to Mike Moyers, who kind of looks out for the talent he knows. And no, it's wonderful. You get statewide recognition. Gosh, you can't go wrong. And many great basketball players that you know are in the hall that you broadcast of. So you'll see the list, how that works as well.
Well, Bruce Douglas, probably the best I ever saw.
Yeah.
Michael Payne. So there are some great ones, to be sure.
And that adds with it to it. That was done here. So in Quincy, and we enjoyed all that as well. And how much time we have left, man?
We got about a minute and a half.
Oh, 90 seconds of final stories from Mike Lawrence. Start your recorders if you haven't already. You've got 85 seconds, young man. Tell us what we need to know.
That was never a hill for a climber. And when we had to take our 5-minute breaks at the first marathon show we ever did.
That's right. We did the shopping show marathon. Did we stay awake for 24 hours? Did we stay awake that long?
Of course we did.
Wow.
Of course we did. That was nothing.
Can you believe that? We did
24 hours.
We did the whole show solo, 1-2 punch, and I guess it was.
We never, for Matt's knowledge, we never had open phone lines. I mean, the phone lines were jammed. We shut the system down in suburban Chicago.
Did you?
That's how busy it was. And that was the day that Johnny Carson called it quits as well.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Good call. Good call. That was the day the phones died. So something like that could be a song. We are hearing music. Mike Lawrence, we're almost out of time. Thank you for being a guest, and thank you for your seasons here at WRMN. And in
I
Quincy
sure
as
look
well.
forward to it. Yes, very nice. Thank you so much, both Matt and Jeff.
You're
All right.
very welcome, Mike. Thanks again for joining us today.
Yeah, get out of here because you got to write 2 stories right now. Get out. Leave the phone.
Yes, I do.
Get out of here.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye now. All right, folks. Again, thank you to Mike Lawrence for joining us live through the phone lines here, and Jeff Michaels, of course.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for allowing us to do this.
Well, you're very, very welcome. Folks, thanks for tuning in. We're going to be back with more Out to Lunch as we head on into the 12 o'clock hour. You're listening to WRMN AM 1410, Voice of the Valley, Talk of the Town.
As the Elgin Police Department continues to participate in the Distracted Driving campaign, they wanted to share some tips from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration website regarding safe driving. If you are expecting a text or need to send one, pull over and park your car in a safe location. Once you are safely off the road and parked, it's safe to text. Designate your passenger as your designated texter. Allow them to access your phone to respond to calls or messages. Do not engage in social media scrolling or messaging while driving. Are you struggling not to text and drive? Activate your phone's Do Not Disturb feature or put your cell phone in the trunk, the glove box, or the back seat of your vehicle until you arrive at your destination. Remember, the Elgin Police are conducting directed patrols to enforce distracted driving violations. Just drive and stay safe. A message from our friends at the Elgin Police Department and your friends here at WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 12 o'clock. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Verizon. The city of Elgin announcing plans for a weekend of honoring civil rights icon Dr. Martin Luther King with a series of commemorative events anchored by the 40th annual prayer breakfast scheduled for Saturday, January 18th of 2025 at the Elgin Community College beginning at 8:30 a.m. Elgin emergency crews tackling a significant fire at a homeless encampment near North State Street and Kimball Street on Tuesday. Firefighters arriving to find multiple structures ablaze but managed to quickly control the situation. No injuries were reported. The cause of the fire remains under investigation. The Elgin Police Department will hold their winter open house this Saturday. The community invited to the EPD lobby from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. to enjoy a host of festive activities, including a visit from Santa Claus. This Saturday from 10 a.m. until noon at the Elgin Police Department. With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Kernan.
Get even more savings this holiday season by becoming a Milo's Rewards member. Don't miss new member deals dropping every week, like $15 off a purchase of $50 or more on select Bounty, Charmin, and Puffs paper products. Plus, get free standard shipping with Silver Key status. Just one more way Lowe's is here to help you shop, save, and enjoy the holidays. Join for free today. Milo's Rewards program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change. Exclusions and more terms apply. Visit Lowe's.com/shipping terms for details.
Progressive presents good news, bad news, dumb news, then great news. Good news. While leaning over the fence, your neighbors said you could save money bundling home and auto insurance with Progressive. Bad news. Your neighbor leaned over a little too much and broke your fence. Dumb news. Somehow fence wood is more expensive than wood. Great news. You decide to see if you could save money bundling at Progressive.com and to plant really tall shrubs. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Are you looking for a dentist near you? Choose the one with the 5-star Google rating, Bender Dental Care in Elgin. We earned that 5-star rating with our super friendly staff, reasonable rates, and outstanding patient care. Dr. Bender provides full-service family dentistry, including tooth-colored fillings and crowns, and no drill, no shot treatment for small cavities, perfect for kids. Choose Google's 5-star dentist close to home, Bender Dental Care in Elgin. We're here for you.
And we're live here outside the Perez family home, just waiting for the... And there they go, almost on time this morning. Mom is coming out the front door strong with a double-arm kid carry. Looks like Dad has the bags. Daughter is bringing up the rear. Oh, but the diaper bag wasn't closed. Diapers and toys are everywhere. Ooh, but Mom has just nailed the perfect car seat buckle for the toddler. And now the eldest daughter, who looks to be about 9 or 10, has secured herself in the booster seat. Dad zips the bag closed, and they're off. But looks like Mom doesn't realize her coffee cup is still on the roof of the car. And there it goes. Oh, that's a shame. That mug was a fam favorite.
Don't sweat the small stuff. Just nail the big stuff. like making sure your kids are buckled correctly in the right seat for their age and size. Learn more at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN. NHL last night at United Center. The Bruins beat the Blackhawks 4-2. Brad Marchand scored twice. Morgan Geekie had a pair of goals for Boston. Alex Vlasic and Jason Dickinson had the goals for the Blackhawks, who dropped to 8-16-2, 4-7-0 at home. The losing skid has hit 4 in a row. Next up, a home game this Saturday afternoon when the Jets come to United Center. On the NBA schedule tonight, the 9-13 Bulls visit the 11-10 Spurs. Chicago 6-6 on the road. The Spurs 8-4 at home. Chicago currently sits 9th in the Eastern Conference. The Spurs are 10th in the West. NFL this Sunday, the Bears visit the 49ers. Chicago 0-5 on the road this season, 4-8 overall. The Niners are 5-7, 3-3 at home. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive. I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Hard to believe that Christmas is only a couple of weeks away, right? But there's still plenty of time to find incredible gift deals because Macy's Friends and Family Sale is happening now. What does that mean? It means when you use your coupon or Macy's card, you can take an extra 30% off, just like Friends and Family can. That's 30% off the best holiday gifts, 30% off the best designer brands, 30% off what's trending right now. It's just this week. It's just what you were looking for, and it's only at Macy's. Savings off regular and already...
Let me tell you a story about Bill. Bill was a normal guy in his 50s. He had back surgery about 2 years ago. Bill was in a lot of pain. He dealt with his pain by taking the Percocets his doctor prescribed for him. Bill took more and more and more of them to help with the pain, until one day the prescriptions weren't enough to get rid of Bill's pain. Then one day Bill found someone to help him get rid of the pain with illegal drugs he didn't need a prescription for. Fast forward to today. Bill lost his job and his family. The only thing he does have is his drug dealer. If you know Bill's story and you don't want to end up like Bill, call the Detox and Treatment Helpline right now to get away and get treatment.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. Call right now. Help is standing by. 800-694-1127.
All right, welcome folks to the 12 o'clock hour of Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410, broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin, serving the Fox River Valley. I want to give a big thank you again to Jeff Myers for coming on the air today, as well as Mike Lawrence on the phone lines, the Studio 14 phone lines here. Greatly appreciated there. And if you would like to take a look at his Facebook group, he's the admin and group expert in TV and movie reviews at Streaming Banter. You can find that on Facebook. It's Streaming Banter. It's a group by Streaming Banter that you can find on Facebook. Pretty easy to find there too. You can join the group if you would like to do so. Check out, lots of things that are streaming that you can subscribe to, or how much you watch on cable. You can check out lots of great different reviews there as well. So feel free to check that out. Lots of different sources. Top streaming channels. Tubi is the one I've been using lately. Tubi. To be or not to be? Well, yes, it's to be. Tubi. I think that's how it's pronounced it. It's how I've been pronouncing it, but that's what I've been using. We watched a movie last night, Ryan and I did. What was the movie called? Oh my goodness, I forgot already. It was, of course, a scary movie, like usual. It was all right, but anyways, so that's the one that I like to listen to or watch on in particular there. So that, of course, is a group that you can find that is Streaming Banter on Facebook. You're listening to WRMN AM 1410, Voice of the Valley, Talk of the Town. We're broadcasting live here from downtown Elgin. We hope you are enjoying the show so far. You can, of course, watch us on YouTube, youtube.com at WRMN Radio. If you'd like to hit that subscribe button, click the notification bell. You can always keep up to date and in the loop with what's happening here in the Fox River Valley and what's going on with WRMN. We have definitely enhanced our YouTube streaming experience for you. That is the especially visual aspect of things. So hop onto YouTube to take a look and see some of the very cool visual aspects that we have here that are now updated here on the video side of things on YouTube. Check it out for yourself, youtube.com at WRMN Radio. Very, very nice. We also, of course, do have the app that you can download. It's available on Google Play Store for Samsung users. It's also available on the App Store for the Apple users out there, too. You can also click to listen live directly through our website, WRMN1410.com. It's real easy to do. You can just click and listen to us live. You can listen to us from anywhere. And of course, those apps are also pretty good and handy to have on hand on your devices because you can, with the touch of a button, listen to us anywhere. It always comes in nice and clear, too. You always want that. You want to make sure it comes in nice and clear, too. And a little nice hack that you can do as well is if maybe the radio's not coming in as clear, maybe you're a little bit further out from the radius of where it transmits to, or maybe it could just be a day where it's very snowy and you still want to listen to the radio. Well, what you can do is use Bluetooth or, of course, also plug your cable, if you have a cable in your car or vehicle, and make sure you've got that YouTube on. You can do the YouTube on or also directly through our website, which is actually mobile friendly. So we do have a mobile friendly version of the website. You'll be able to, of course, use Bluetooth and come through right there too. Always good to do that as well. Just make sure you do it before you actually go out driving, of course. We've got here Toys for Tots official drop-off site, of course. Still going on now until December 14th. We are here at 14 Douglas Avenue, or you can also drop it off at Guthrie and Brady at 463 North Roselle Road in Roselle. All you have to do is to donate, purchase a new unwrapped toy for a child between the ages of newborn and 16. That's, again, newborn and 16. And we're still doing that now until December 14th. And coming up the same day that ends, we're going to be having, or Dino is going to be having a nice, very elegant, fun, old school style open house, Christmas open house coming up Saturday, December 14th at 6:30 p.m. There's going to be some elegant cocktails, delicious appetizers, and scrumptious desserts, all within an old school style open house fashion. Soft drinks and basic bar are also on hand. Feel free to bring a beverage to share. Special entertainment by Patty. And also, there's going to be, of course, a lot of great holiday cheer. And, of course, it's going for a wonderful cause, Toys for Tots. Please RSVP by December 11th. You can just text. All you have to do is text. That number is 847-702-8381. If you need that number again repeated to you, of course, you can inquire by contacting us here at the station. You can email me as well if you'd like, Matt McNeil at WRMN1410.com. That's in Medina, corner of Circle and Sunset. Please bring an unwrapped toy, a new unwrapped toy for a boy or a girl. I have to say also, we have gotten a lot of new toys in the drop-off cart that we have at right in the front of the studio for my goodness me, 16 Douglas Avenue window. I walked by today. I was like, there's a lot more toys in here. So that is fantastic. And we appreciate that a lot. And of course, the ones who will appreciate it the most will be the kids. Absolutely. Very, very nice. So thank you, of course, for that, for your donations. Pardon me. And if you'd like to continue to donate, again, you can drop it off here at 14 Douglas Avenue or at Guthrie and Brady at 463 North Roselle Road. Taking a look at temperatures once again here for folks who are just tuning in right now, we're at 24 degrees. We're almost hitting at our high of 25. It is predicted to be nice and sunny continuing on like we're seeing right now with beautiful blue skies. We're going to continue on into tonight. Those temperatures do start to drop as we get to a low of 13 degrees by the time we hit the very early morning of about 5 o'clock for Friday. Leading into Friday, we see mostly cloudy skies. High of 29 as we get to towards the middle of the afternoon, around 3 or so. It's supposed to be mostly sunny outside. So a very nice day with a low of 21 degrees. Then we head on into the weekend for those of you who prefer a little bit more of the temperatures in the 40s and even close to the 50s. This is the weekend for you. We've got here for Saturday a high of 40 degrees and a low of 37. We're going to be seeing it being mostly cloudy outside for the majority of the day for Saturday, predicted as of right now. For Sunday, we're going to be seeing sunny skies and a high of about almost 50 degrees with a low of 44. Going to be staying within the 40s throughout the day, and it's supposed to be pretty much mostly sunny outside. Then we get into Monday next week, high of 46, low of 28, as we continue on from Sunday with it being a little bit more on the clearer side in the morning, but those showers are going to be coming through as we get into the later part of the morning, then eventually getting into being mostly cloudy into Monday night. Tuesday rolls around, those temperatures drop into a high of only about 30 degrees, low of 21 with light snow. The light snow coming in predicted right now to be in the later part of the day for Tuesday, more towards night. We get into Wednesday, then of course blends in the snow in the nighttime of Tuesday blends into Wednesday in the very early morning, and then we get mostly cloudy skies, and then back again to more snow showers into Wednesday afternoon and evening with a low of 19 degrees. So again, that is the prediction for the Elgin weather within the Elgin area here. Of course, this and more can be found by just Googling Elgin weather, or of course, you can also look up weather.com, Weather Channel, the weather.com. Also, you could do AccuWeather. There's a lot of different sources out there that you can take a look at when it comes to weather predictions. Taking a look at the time here, it is 12:15. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick time out. When we come back, during the last roughly 10 minutes, we'll talk about the National Day calendar. So we'll go there. We'll talk about the National Day calendar and National Today. Then we'll head on into our Tradio segment. And then after that, we'll continue on by ending the show by talking about what's happening within the area. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. Before I do that, though, I want to thank Wendy for commenting in today. Good program, Matt, with Mike Lawrence and Jeff. Thank you, Wendy, for commenting in. Thank you, Uncle Gare, for commenting in here as well, giving us a nice thumbs up and reminding me about the Elgin High School 55 basketball championship game, too. And by the way, too, Jeff did send me on Facebook a link to a nice post about it with this picture. So I'll definitely add that to the family tree for sure. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN here in just a bit.
Everyone has a community to lean on, a neighborhood, school, kids' teams, where you worship, work out, or any other place or group where you choose to belong. Communities can provide support when you need it, and even when you don't know you do. Like when it comes to preventing underage drinking and other substance use. You've talked with your kids and shared clear expectations, but you're not with them every minute. Your community members, friends and relatives, teachers and coaches, faith leaders, and other important adults in your kids' lives can be your eyes, ears, and a supportive influence when you're not around, reinforcing your messages with your kids and alerting you to warning signs of underage drinking or other substance use. So talk with your kids about these issues and involve the members of your community to help keep your kids safe, because when you talk, they hear you.
Get ready to run with Dick Pond Athletics in St. Charles, where runners and walkers have found their perfect fit for over 50 years. Whether you're just starting your fitness journey or training for that next big race, we've got everything you need. Since 1969, we've been helping everyone from beginners to world champions solve their foot issues. As America's oldest running and walking shoe store, we carry all the top brands. like Hoka, Nike, Brooks, On, Asus, New Balance, and North Face. The gear you trust, the gear that works. But we don't stop at just providing the right gear. Our experienced staff will help you find the perfect fit and teach you how to use it in one of our many free run-walk classes. We're here to keep you moving and healthy with expert advice and personalized service. And don't miss incredible savings in our clearance section, perfect for making your fitness journey even more affordable. Dick Pond Athletics. Let's hit the ground running.
Microsoft has new computers that put AI first, this special category called Copilot Plus PCs. They have minimum specs plus a chip just for AI. The company unveiling the first Surface devices with the designation, powered by Qualcomm chips, not Intel. One notable AI feature is called Recall. It lets your computer remember everything you do so that you can find files, images, and websites later. More tech news tips on Rich on Tech.
Every Saturday from 1 to 4, right here on WRMN.
Rise and shine, Fox Valley listeners. It's time to kickstart your day with First Shift with Marky B on WRMN 1410 AM. From 6 to 9 a.m., join the chatter that gets you clued in with the latest buzz around town. Don't just sip on your coffee. Let Marky B brew your morning with the perfect mix of news, views, and moves. Dial us in or live stream at WRMN1410.com and make your mornings a whole lot brighter. WRMN 1410 AM. We're the voice of the Valley, and we're here to talk.
All right, welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. Voice of the Valley, talk of the town. I'm going to mention very briefly here what we've got for the National Day calendar, because I've got another special guest on here, too, so stay tuned for that. We have here National Bathtub Party Day. Oh, my goodness, does this sound like a lot of fun? This is encouraging us to skip the ordinary shower and linger in the tub instead. Add some suds to the tub and pamper yourself. That actually reminds me too, I actually have an old picture of my grandma from the 40s, and she's in a bathtub with some of her friends. They're clothed and they have like bottles and they're drinking from the bottles. And she used to always say, like, she'd be like, no, I don't have any old pictures of me when I was younger. And then when she passed, we found a stash of old pictures, and some of them were like the one I just mentioned. So I think she was maybe like, I don't want people to see that. But so anywho, that's today, National Bathtub Party Day. It is also National Satcher Tort. I've never heard of this before, Satcher Tort. It is today, and it is a layered ingredients that make this dessert a delicious tort. Torts are very good, though, for sure. So it's a unique type of chocolate cake. It was invented in 1832 in Vienna by Austrian Franz Satcher. So definitely a culinary special for sure. It is also National Repeal Day today. This is a day that commemorates the day prohibition ended in the United States. So yes, that is also something recognized. It went into effect in 1920, and numerous businesses closed. And of course, a lot of people had to sneak around, go into the speakeasies. My great-grandparents did that in Chicago. They had to go to the speakeasy, knock on the door, say the password to get in. And my great-grandma worked as a showgirl, as a dancer, and so they definitely had to be quiet. They got raided a couple times, according to my great-grandma, but she was only 5 feet tall, so she was able to pass the cops for sure. That was back in the 20s. She said the good old days of the prohibition. But anywho, despite that, it is National Repeal Day today, and so that's a day to celebrate as well too. We have a special guest in house here today. Please welcome to the stage. We have Derek Geyer. Hello, how are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good, Matt. Thank you for having me on for a little short bit.
Yeah.
Wanted to talk a little bit about our show, On the Rise. We're going to be doing a little crosstalk. It's going to be a little bit different from what we normally do. On the Rise, we typically talk about minor league sports, high school sports, all this stuff, generally not the pros, but considering that it is, what'd you say before I hopped on? It is National Bath Day?
Bathtub Party Day.
Bathtub Party Day. Well, after this press conference that the Bears had on Monday, I would definitely recommend getting into the tub, maybe throwing in some Epsom salt or some other salts, the effervescent goodness of it to wash away the junk that was this Bears press conference and Kevin Warren and polls and all that fun stuff. But I digress. I don't want to get too heated because we will be doing a crosstalk at 9:30 with Marcus Mack. Marcus Mack is, of course, the host of The Truth About Chicago Sports. And I need to get this exorcism out because I am feeling all sorts of ways in regards to this last press conference that the Bears had and naming Thomas Brown the head coach of the Chicago Bears. And I'm sure there are a lot of Bears fans that are just going, well, I'm not going to say it, but what is going on with the Bears? I mean, yeah.
I bet you're counting the days down. You're like, okay, it's almost Saturday. Ooh, I'm coming full force, taking charge here when it comes to the Saturday show.
And I found myself because, we're a relatively small radio station here at AM 1410 WRMN, and with On the Rise, I'm the one that basically does all the clips and stuff. So with this being said, the press conference, man, did I get fired up over this. It is just, it literally made my blood boil. I had to walk away quite a few times just to gain my composure before I could get back in it, listen to it. But anyway, so we're changing up the format a little bit this Saturday for On the Rise from 8 to 10 here on AM 1410 WRMN. We'll be talking about the end of the Illinois high school football championships. So we'll be covering that. We'll be covering some of the players and their stats, from the championship games. A lot, 3 or 4 different kids, and I say kids because they're high schoolers, broke state records. So that is awesome. Then at probably about 9 o'clock, we're going to have the Fantasy Sports Half Hour with Nick Johnston.
Nice.
And then at 9:30, Marcus Mack of, The Truth About Chicago Sports will be jumping on to hopefully exorcise those demons from my head in regards to this god-awful press conference that Kevin Warren and Poles and the McCaskies and the Bears organization and everything, and this shiatsu of a season that the Bears have been having.
Would you say that you think people are going to be looking forward to it, or are they going to? Well, I think it's good to keep informed as well, too. But
looking forward to the end of the season.
Yeah,
I mean, there's a number of ways that you could go because in the beginning, I actually thought that the Bears could have been a playoff team. They should have been a playoff team. But this last run of 6 games, and it's been something new for the last 6 games of their losing streak that I haven't experienced in quite some time. And doing some of the research over the last 20 years, the Bears are the number 10 worst team as far as wins. So you're going back to 2004, last 20 years, and their win percentage is something like 437, somewhere around there, which means they're well below 500, and they've only made the playoffs 5 times in the last 20 years, which is not good.
Yeah. Well, we shall see. I mean, I think if you are used to having a team losing a lot, you kind of have predictions, maybe, I guess you could say.
Yeah, there are definitely predictions. If you were to believe the word on the streets, and by the word on the streets, I mean the people that cover the Bears, because at the beginning of the season, it was all rah, rah, sis, boom, bah, where, oh, this is going to be a great team. They are going to make the playoffs, or at the very least make a wild card. But as evidence so far with the firing of Shane Waldron, which not a very good offensive coordinator hire by Eberflus, or as I'd like to say, Eberfool. And then the way that Eberflus was coaching and not paying attention to what should be done, calling timeouts at the end of the game to get their team in a better position to actually make plays. I mean, the dreaded Hail Mary, the block kicks, the no timeouts at the end of the game. And now you're promoting a guy in Thomas Brown that was, I believe his first position with the Bears was offensive pass coordinator. Then he got elevated to offensive coordinator. And then now he's the interim head coach for the Bears. So talk about a rocket ascent for someone. And it even astonishes me that that he might be even considered for the Bears head coaching position next season. So
we shall see.
Lots of stuff.
Yeah, we shall see. And that is something you can tune into on AM 1410 WRMN through the AM 1410 dial, through, of course, the app, or also watching it live on youtube.com at WRMN Radio with our live stream that is on the rise coming up this Saturday from 8 to 10, and then Truth Buzz Chicago Sports from 10 until 12 o'clock. Stay tuned, folks. We're going to be back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN. Thank you, Derek, for joining us today for a little while.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it.
Of course. Absolutely. We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, we'll actually officially be in our Tradio segment. That is the time if you're interested in purchasing, selling, trading, and or announcing to the Fox River Valley area. The time to call in to 847-931-1410 or through the Image 360 info number. Stay tuned. We'll be back.
This is WRMN News. Hello, I'm Dennis Green. Some high-tech glasses could be a game changer for people dealing with dementia. News Nation's Elizabeth Prawn reports.
These are programmable AI glasses in real time, providing support to dementia patients. So what does it do? Well, it provides everything from facial recognition, so a niece or a nephew or a caregiver, a family member. It can help people find lost house keys, remember tasks, meals, blood sugar, even getting to appointments on time.
Care Yaya Health Technologies calls it Medicare LLM and says the tech creates prompts and delivers them directly to the wearer's ear through a bone conduction earphone or hearing aid. Police in New York say they have some new clues to go through in the shooting death of United Healthcare's CEO. News Nation's Alex Caparello reports investigators are looking at shell casings left behind from the shooter's gun.
On those actual casings, according to New York Police Department sources, they had words etched into them, specifically defend, depose, and deny. Those are clues potentially onto a possible motive that this shooter might have had. New York police are not saying exactly what that motive is. They're still trying to work that out using these as an indication, as well as the other evidence that was left behind, specifically a cell phone in which these police officers have obtained a search warrant to go through.
Investigators say UHC CEO Brian Thompson was targeted by his killer. Thompson has worked for United Healthcare for 20 years, becoming CEO in 2021. WRMN News, produced in Studio 14 by the River Media Network.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Counterfeit products are popping up everywhere. Fake sneakers, fake cosmetics, and even fake pills. Crooks are selling counterfeit versions of just about everything. Last year, billions of dollars worth of counterfeit products were sold in the U.S. Sure, it may seem like saving a few bucks on the things you want isn't a big deal, but counterfeits are usually made in unsafe conditions, potentially using hazardous and even lethal ingredients that could harm you and others. And the money you've paid, it goes right into the hands of criminals and may support child labor, drugs, and even gangs. Smells like big crime to me. So if you still think buying fake products is harmless, think again. And remember, if you don't know where the products came from, how could you know where the money goes? You're smart, buy smart. Go for real. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org. This message is brought to you by the United States Patent and Trademark Office and the National Crime Prevention Council.
This is Sarah Silver with your Fox Valley forecast. This afternoon, sunny with a high near 26, falling to around 23, and gusty winds up to 30 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy with a low around 12, feeling as low as 1. Tomorrow, mostly sunny with a high near 29, feeling as low as 0. Currently, it is 23 degrees with clear skies. I'm Sarah Silver on the Talk of the Town, WRMN.
My phone. Hear that? It's the sound of a skater dropping her phone and smashing it on the ice. Yep, it's definitely broken. But at Verizon, we got you. For a limited time, trade in any phone, any condition from one of our top brands and get a new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus on Unlimited Ultimate and Watch 7 and Tab S9 FE 5G. That's up to $1,900 in value. So you'll save big on 3 great gifts. Only at Verizon. Service plan required for watch and tablet. Up to $1,900 value based on phone, watch, and tablet. Trade in and additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
Welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN. And of course, you know what time it is. You know what time it is. It is Tradio. It's got to go. Post it on Tradio. If you're interested in buying, selling, trading, and or announcing to the Fox River Valley area, now is the time. So let out what you are looking to buy, sell, trade, and or announce by calling the number here, 847-931-1410. That's 847-931-1410. Don't forget, also here too, you can feel free to text our Image 360 info number at 505-926-1410. Again, that's 505-926-1410. That's brought to you by Image 360 in South Elgin, your one source for custom signs and graphic solutions in the area. So feel free to check out their website at image360.com. That's image360.com. Again, this is the time to let us know. You might have a particular item that you've been looking for a while, or maybe just getting started. You're like, hey, you know what? I've been looking for a collectibles item that I really cannot find online. There are lots of great online stores out there, of course, that do offer folks out there that do post listings of different items that might be a little bit more on the rare side, or maybe a nice collectibles item that is not produced anymore. Well, you can also announce it here on Tradio if you have something. Maybe you have a collectible item or baseball cards, antiques, things like that. Let us know, absolutely, by calling this number or also texting it to the Image 360 info line. So, of course, feel free to do so. 847-931-1410 or 505-926-1410. Let's take a look at some of the previous Tradio callers that have called in within the past couple of weeks. And like I always say, if you would like to add yourself to the list, the ways of doing it, of course, through the Studio 14 lines. You can also email me if you'd like to, Matt McNeil at WRMN1410.com or info@WRMN1410.com, or also through the Image 360 number. So let's take a look here. We have the Tradio caller has the 1977 Corvette for sale. Now, the asking price on this one is $4,000 or best offer. Also listed here, too, as an option, an alternative, is if you do have a truck, he can trade with you, too. Just make sure you send pictures and things like that, too. Feel free to reach out to him. That number is 630-400-2730. That's 630-400-2730. 400-2730. We also have Linda in Huntley. Now, she does have a couple things here. We'll talk about the individuals and then the sets. She's got 300 Pandora beads that are gently used. She's looking to sell those. She also has some white fold-up tables from Blaine's Farm and Fleet. And some are 4 feet, 6 feet, and 8 feet. She has 7 of them in total. She'll sell those for cheap. And then she also does have a set here. It's a couch, a love seat, 2 high-standing lamps, 2 coffee tables, as well as a side table with a magazine rack built into it for $350, all put together. Feel free to reach out to Linda, located in Huntley. That number is 847-271-8219. That's 847-271-8219. We have Joe has a 1998 Mustang ST for sale. It does need some motor work on it. It's got 150,000 miles. If anyone is interested in purchasing this, inquire about the pricing by reaching out to him. That's Joe with the 1998 Mustang ST at 630-469-4148. Again, 630-469-4148. We also have Wood by Jeff located in Elburn. He's still looking for a place for his shop in Elburn or Naperville, but he's open to different possibilities. Now, he also does have some items that he's looking to sell here, including some oak lumber for $2 a foot, some walnut boards for $6 a foot on those boards, and then he also does have some nice cherry wood and mahogany. And in terms of things that he's looking to get rid of here or to give away specially for free, he's got here some mail sorters, solar heating kits, Hobbit house that he made, tinder pieces, they're skinny pieces of wood. He's got some firewood, concrete boards, shelving boards, canning jars, garden stakes, those tomato stakes. So he's got a lot of good items here. If you're interested, and please feel free to reach out to him. That's Wood by Jeff in Elburn, 630-365-9488, 630-365-9488. Is that number to dial. Another Tradio caller here. This is Dwayne in McHenry. Now, he has for $200 a tandem bike. This is built for 2. It's got 21 gears. That's $200 on that. He has for $500 a trolling motor battery operated 50 thrust motor. And then he also does have here as well for $300 an outboard boat motor with 9.5 horsepower on there. And then he also does have some hunting equipment for ducks and geese. If you want to reach out to him, that number is 847-878-8476. 847-878-8476. We have the Tradio announcer. She has a very impressive vintage cut glass round serving tray for sale. You can gift it to yourself, or maybe have it as a nice holiday gift, Christmas gift to someone out there who might like this. It's vintage, so it's very good quality there. It's been used for 50 years. It's great for holidays and entertainment. You can put a lot on there too. It's approximately 21 inches in length, $35. If anyone is interested in this, feel free to reach out to this Tradio caller. Her number is 224-622-5155. Again, that number to dial is 224-622-5155. We have the Tradio caller located at a local nursing home around the area looking for a floor fan. If anyone has one that is working and operating very well, feel free to reach out to her. That number is 847-717-3028. 847-717-3028. We have Greg. He's looking for those 1800s to 1970s bicycles, Schwinn, Stingrays, bone shakers, balloon tires, parts, pieces, accessories, paraphernalia. It can be in any condition, too. He's a collector, not a dealer. He'll pay a fair price for them. That also includes those vintage watches, men's, women's, diver-style watches that he's been looking for. He also has for $65, a pretty good deal on that, a Margaritaville in perfect condition concoction maker, the Bahamas version. It makes some nice frozen drinks. That number to dial is 847-884-3300. 6033. 847-884-6033. We have Gene Wheeler here, has the 2006 like-new Kawasaki Ninja 250. It's a blue Ninja style. It's automatic, newly tuned up with 850 miles. If anyone is interested, the asking price on this is $1,600 or best offer. Feel free to reach out to Gene here at 847-354-8854. If this item is catching your attention, that's 847-354-8854. We also have the Tradio Collar, has the white trundle bed, nice pull-out bed for $50. You can text that Tradio Collar there at 847-6143. 847-6143 is that number to text. And then finally here we do have Bill, who sells posters, and they're original theatrical film posters, Julia Roberts films. He's got like a Jaws film poster. He's got a lot of really, really nice posters there. They make great, wonderful gifts. And if you're looking for something specific, you can contact him, texting or emailing him. The text number is 708-793-3980, or you can email him as well, and that is billsellsposters@gmail.com. That's billsellsposters@gmail.com. Shoot him an email and see if maybe he's got something that you are looking for. So very good. Again, these are the Tradio callers that have called in. We'll continue on here. I wanted to announce this as well. Also here, about a couple different things that are going on in the area when it comes to some donations. I want to thank you to Marky B for sending this here. He is out at Paul's Family Restaurant currently right now. He just sent over an image here, and it looks like Paul's Family Restaurant is graciously accepting donations. I think that is absolutely wonderful. Doesn't surprise me, though, because Elaine and Mr. Paul and all of the staff are always so friendly and wonderful, and they care so highly about the community. So I think that is really, really awesome. And if you want to check it out, they're at 1300 Lawrence Avenue and McLean in Elgin. That's Paul's Family Restaurant. They are currently accepting donations, and it does look like here as well that they already have a lot of great items that are being donated. So very, very good. And of course, I'm sure you can also find more information that is posted onto their Facebook page, Paul's Family Restaurant. They're located in Elgin. If you want to check out their menu as well, it's paulsofelgin.com, and feel free to check out everything that they are offering. So they want to thank everyone here. They posted this 3 hours ago for all of the love and support and showing the members of the Elgin homeless community. And so they are accepting those donations currently right now. If you are interested, they do have those donations. They also write here, quote, if you belong to a downtown church, please let them know if there's any way that they could that you could help them store items. And they're not accepting food donations. They will try and find out if there's a good place and what kind of donation would be. They do have a box for Toys for Tots in the foyer. There aren't as many women's items on the wish list because there aren't as many women as men in the homeless community. And yes, you can also donate money. They're going to be starting a donation can in the front register today, as they have done in the past years. This will fund with this fund, they can purchase propane heaters and gift cards for propane tanks, refills, and more expensive items. Not everyone can afford to buy a $50 pair of winter boots for someone in need, but if 10 people will donate $5, they can buy the boots. So they want to, of course, thank everyone for doing that. Last year, they donated and bought almost 100 pairs of boots. That is really, really cool. So Lane says, thank you for your help. Thank you for continuing to support their restaurant. And life can be hard. Restaurants can be hard too, are hard. It's a good thing, of course, seeking the kindness in people in the community. So they also did post that as well onto the Facebook page. So very, very good. And I'm glad that they were able to, that people are coming together and supporting. So very, very nice. Again, in tragedies like this, it's always good to have the community around to help out and support one another. The time is 12:47. We're going to take another quick time out. We'll be back with more Out to Lunch with WRMN here in just a bit. Stay tuned.
You never know what or who you'll hear from on the first shift with me, Marky B. Like Tim Skoning, a WRMN news reporter back in the 1960s.
The jingles you all play, they were purchased by Dick Sutter. He was at some radio convention. He came back with this reel. I remember them playing that in the studio. We were so excited. We thought we were network now. And it's the same jingles today.
That's great.
Every time I hear them, I get excited about it.
I'm sure.
It's a lot of fun.
Fun times on the first shift, right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
This winter, the Elgin Fire Department is partnering with the Community Crisis Center to provide warm clothing for adults in need. From now through December 31st, drop off your gently used winter coats for men and women, along with new gloves, mittens, hats, and scarves at any Elgin fire station. Just leave your donations at the front door and ring the doorbell. Firefighters will safely collect them. Help us keep our community warm this season. Visit elginil.gov/civic alerts for more info.
Here at WRMN Radio, we try to connect with the community and discuss important issues, like our current mental health crisis. Here's Lori Baker, President and CEO of AID.
I think most people, when they see young children thinking about suicide at the ages of 5 and 6 and 7, I mean, that's shocking to me that children even know that they want to harm themselves somehow. I know it's difficult. I definitely feel the pinch. We all feel the pinch at the gas pump, at the grocery store, right, in our rents, but I think most people could handle 27 cents a day to help kids and seniors and people experiencing homelessness.
Discussions like this take place on the first shift, weekday mornings from 6 to 10, right here on WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN 1410 Radio on Facebook.
Garibaldi's Italian Eatery offers Italian dishes, subs, kids menus, and their delicious pizza. The foundation of a great pizza starts with the crust. Garibaldi's crust is crunchy at the bottom, airy in the middle, and perfect every time. The finest ingredients are used to give their pizza this exquisite crust and wonderful taste. Dine at either of the Garibaldi's 2 locations in Hoffman Estates and Arlington Heights. Free party rooms are available too. Visit garibaldis.com today. Anderson Japanese Gardens, ranked the highest quality Japanese garden in North America and located right in the heart of Rockford. Their mission is to open minds to a different culture while offering a place of peace and tranquility where one can find healing, renewal, inspiration, and a re-energized soul. A premier destination for corporate functions, special events, weddings, and receptions. For directions, hours, and fees, visit andersongarden.org today.
All right, welcome back, folks, to Out to Lunch with WRMN AM 1410. Serving the Fox River Valley. We hope you are enjoying the day so far today. Enjoying the beautiful sunshine. It's a nice sunny day outside today, so go on out there and definitely enjoy the beautiful weather for sure. We'll take a look here and see what else is happening within the area of the Fox River Valley. Again, you're listening to WRMN AM 1410. I'm pulling up a couple pages here, and we'll definitely take a look and see what is coming up here or what is currently going on. Now, I did find a post here. This was posted onto what's happening in Elgin, Illinois. And it's by the Elgin Family Worship Center. They are looking for donations. What they need are coats, blankets, tents, gloves, scarves, whatever you can donate. Please donate food as well. They are going to be doing this on Sunday at 2 p.m. There's going to be a tent cleanup, and this is donation to the Tent City site located near the Gale Borden Public Library on the west side of the tracks on Route 31 State Street. It's across from the river. This will be coming up Sunday, December 8th at 2 p.m. And if you are interested feel free to do that. Thank you to the Elgin Family Worship Center for posting that. Thank you to Lashano, who posted that on what's happening in Elgin. So they are going to be doing a donation like Paul's Family Restaurant for Tent City. That's the Elgin Family Worship Center. That'll be coming up on Sunday at 2 p.m. So they want to thank everyone for out there for doing that. God bless and keep praying for our homeless. Very nice. So that's the Elgin Family Worship Center at 1323 Summit Street in Elgin. You can find more information about them at efwcelgin.com. Very, very nice. Let's see some other things that are also coming up here as well. There is a special deal that's actually, or is it a special deal? Yeah, they have a special deal. This was posted onto What's Happening in Geneva. Thank you, Russ, for posting this just 15 minutes ago. Great way to help Toys for Tots. Batteries Plus is doing a great battery deal. They have AA or AAA battery, 24 packs for just $6 off. $6 off today. Plus, if you buy a box, they donate a box to Toys for Tots. So you buy a box, they donate a box to Toys for Tots. That is really, really awesome too. So that is that was posted on What's Happening in Geneva. That is really, really nice. Again, we're seeing a lot of that here, of course, during the holiday seasons as well. Don't forget, coming up here, 9 more days until the Galactic Breakfast with Santa. Coming just around the corner. Enjoy a cosmic breakfast. Meet Santa in a galaxy far, far away and experience a morning of holiday magic and adventure. Now, if you want to register today, you can go to their website at galactic-santa.org. That's galactic-santa.org for more information. And invited you are to this event. Saturday, December 14th, 2 sitting times, 8 a.m. and 11 a.m. Pictures with Santa and galactic characters will be there, of course. Getting into the holiday spirit. And, of course, also being strong with the Force as well. So they're going to be having all-you-can-eat pancakes, sausage, juice and coffee, crafts, activities, a cocoa bar, and door prizes. And the event is proudly sponsored by Culver's on North McLean in Elgin. There you go. Some other things here as well. There's a new kids cafe in Palatine that recently opened, Funlandia. If you want to check it out, they're open today until 8 p.m. You can grab a pizza, chicken tenders, fries. They've got some great menu offerings there. That's a new recent place that just opened. That is Funlandia Kids Cafe in Palatine. If you want to visit their Facebook page, you can feel free to check out more information on them. So they posted that as well. Let's see here, some other things. Updated 3 hours ago, Highland Avenue is officially open. Thank you for being patient. The road closed was water main break. That was yesterday. So they did update that just 3 hours ago. That was the City of Elgin, Illinois government Facebook page. So that was also posted on there too. And they have a good post about the structure fire with some good comments there as well. Lots of comments that people did post about here too. So you can find that information and comments posted on City of Elgin, Illinois government Facebook page. If you want to call their number, you can feel free to reach out to them, 847-931-6001 is their number to dial. Let's see some other things that are also happening in the area as well too. We have here now through till December 18th, helping the homeless veterans this Christmas at 305 Park Street in Elgin. This is an event by Operation Sweet Life Inc. and Simmons Madison Funeral Home. This is going on, it started in November 22nd. That's going on through till December 18th. So that's going on through till December 18th. So if you want to join in helping homeless veterans get settled into permanent housing with their Home Sweet Home gift drive, feel free to check out more information. There's even a Walmart wish list that you can check out as well. And of course, if you have any other questions, you can call their number at 847-741-1128 is their number to dial. So that is helping the homeless veterans this Christmas. Don't forget to also spread the love too. That's Operation Sweet Life Inc., Home Sweet Home, by donating home goods this Christmas season. All donations benefit veterans and their families who were once homeless. The generosity of others will help make their home a home their house a home and assist them in getting back on their feet. So that has also been posted under events on the What's Happening in Elgin page. You'll be able to find that located there too, with of course their main location, 305 Park Street, Elgin, is where you can find that. And some other things here tonight at 5:30. That goes on till 7:30. You can meet the Grinch. Oh my goodness, bring your cameras. Meet the Grinch at Rookie's All-American Pub and Grill in Elgin. We've got lots of other things, of course, that are currently going on and also coming up in the near future for the holiday season. The Chris Kindle Market, of course, is in full swing now. We've got the Nutcracker at the Hemmons coming up this weekend. We'll make sure, of course, to go through that here. I've been trying to announce as much as I can here on the air. Thank you to everyone for joining in and listening in. Thank you to Jeff Myers and Mike for being on the airwaves today. Having Derek on for a little bit as well was very nice. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more local programming. We'll talk about what's cooking. You'll see what's cooking. You'll hear what's cooking. And then we'll have Talk Time with Tammy and Friends from 2 to 4, a political talk show from 4 to 6. Stay tuned. You've been listening to Out to Lunch with WRMN. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
We asked seniors how to prevent Medicare scams.
My best advice, if you get a phone call, do not talk to the person. These people are well trained. Don't talk to them.
They don't know me. They're just trying to scam me.
Don't be fooled. Hang up. Just hang up.
Never give out your Medicare number.
They're going to get your number to put in a false claim.
If I get a call from someone, I don't pick up the phone. And should I pick up the phone and they ask for information, then I hang up.
How do you detect Medicare fraud?
Just like I check my credit card statements, I check my Medicare statements monthly.
Scammers can get a hold of your number, order medical devices through your account, and you're not even going to know about it if you don't look at your statement.
Check your statement every month.
If you get your statement and you see something that you know you did not have done, you report it.
Call your Senior Medicare Patrol.
To report Medicare fraud, call the Senior Medicare Patrol at 800-699-9043.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410 Elgin time, 1 o'clock.
With your 1410 WRMN News Flash, I'm Sean Curdan. Brought to you by Linzess. Elgin Emergency Crews tackling a significant